its Challenge League. We'll discuss the further improvements we're making to Path of Exile's endgame in this release. There's a slew of new unique items for us to cover, and also a broad power boost to many different uniques. We've got a selection of new skill and support gems to reveal, and are excited to unveil our plans for revamping 3 past leagues. Then we'll cover more details about game balance before revealing this league's new supporter packs and what's going to happen in the lead up to launch next week. Our livestream ends with a Q&A session hosted by Ziggy D, where you can ask me your questions in Twitch chat. Then we'll post the full patch notes for you to check out.
Yo, Hammy.
But before we show you the trailer for
Do you know if any of the level 1 traders have ring mounts for shotguns? Like for flashlights?
If anyone has it, it would be Skier.
We filled a venue with thousands of Path of Exile fans from around the world and ran our first ExileCon convention. It was an amazing experience, full of fans and
got one for
and everyone who attended can vouch for
rifles.
the amazing energy at the event.
For ARs, but
announcing Path of Exile 2 on that stage was one of the highlights of my life. Since then, we've been hard at work on Path of Exile 2. Now that we're getting close to release, we will finally be ready to announce the date that the closed beta starts at ExileCon 2023.
Oh,
We're holding ExileCon 2023 in Auckland, New Zealand, on the weekend of the 29th and 30th of July 2023. In addition to the beta start date, we'll also be announcing everything there is to know about new game systems, character classes, items, and so on. Attendees will be able to play Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 3.
I can run a pistol,
see all the presentations live, meet our development team, hang out with their favorite streamers, and much more. The first wave of tickets will go on sale in 2 weeks. We'll make a news post tomorrow with more information so that you have time to determine if you're able to attend before the tickets go on sale. We are so excited to finally talk about what we've been working on, and to let some of you experience the next generation of action RPGs. In the meantime, we have a strong lineup of Path of Exile 1 expansions underway, and today we're proud to unveil Path of Exile Lake of Kalandra, which launches next week.
Exile, you have wandered far to arrive at the shores of my lake. A hidden realm I have overseen for longer than time itself.
Synthesis leak, dude.
Harbor deadly secrets.
Alright, every single build showcased here, don't touch it.
Reassemble it as you see fit. But the mirror.
What the hell am I playing, dude? It's a
Beware the image that's
Mojang, dude?
Synthesis. Ew, no, hell no! Oh, hell no!
Tricksters identity!
Oh,
100 plus unique reworks. Whoa! Harvest reworks. Whoa!
lake calls
Oh,
you.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Will
Lake of Kalandra.
or will you
$5 video edit.
it's a cookie.
That Beyond rework though, better be good.
Rip Harvest.
In the Kalandra Challenge League, you will travel to the mirrored lake that granted Kalandra her powers of reflection. We want you to experience the story for yourself, so I'll avoid spoiling the details here. When you get to explore the league next week, you'll find out more about Kalandra and her
Oh, yep, the
motivations.
swamp. I know those trees.
Your experience with Kalandra so far is probably of her coveted mirror, which duplicates items by reflecting them. The lake itself has the power to reflect entire encounters from elsewhere in Rayclust. As you explore the lake, these reflections emerge from its mirrored surface. Sometimes these reflections are encounters with hordes of monsters, and sometimes you'll encounter extremely powerful foes, reflected from elsewhere in Rayclust. Often, reflections involve League content, such as this encounter with a Harbinger boss. As you play through the League, you'll occasionally encounter a set of columns protruding from the ground, with a mirrored tablet on top. This tablet invites you to construct a custom set of encounters at the Lake of Kalandra, offering a series of different reflections to place in whatever layout you wish. Each of these reflections represents an encounter that you must defeat when you next travel to the lake. Once you have assigned a reflection to every location on your mirror tablet, which will take a few areas, you can open a portal to the Lake of Kalandra itself. There you will get to experience these reflections of Rayclast as Kalandra manifests each encounter you have chosen. But as you push farther out onto the lake's shrouded waters, you will find each encounter to be more difficult but more rewarding. This difficulty value counts up by 1 for each location away from the entrance the encounter is. Players wanting the best rewards will try to engineer tablets that have long, windy strings of encounters, reaching very high difficulty values by the end. To do this, there are occasional options that can be chosen which allow you to move and swap the entrance, reflections, and water tiles on the tablet. Additionally, as you progress through the league, you'll be able to unlock special abilities that let you manipulate the options you have available on each tablet.
That's some fucking
If you don't like any of the choices
chess gameplay right here, dude.
You can earn the ability to skip picking one entirely. The next ability is even stronger. It lets you re-roll the list of options so that you can immediately pick another one. Finally, you can earn the ability to exile a choice entirely.
That's off Tetris.
For the rest of this tablet, that choice will no longer appear. Once you reach maps, you'll be able to itemize your mirror tablets so that they don't have to be played immediately. They can be stored for later or traded with other players. As you visit the Lake of Kalandra to attempt your mirror tablets, there are many types of rewards you can find. An encounter that is based on a past league implicitly grants the rewards from that league, but with extra juice so that you're not missing out on bonuses you'd have obtained if your Atlas tree applied to the lake. Other encounters that aren't based on past leagues generally yield a reward chest that rises out of the lake when you complete the encounter. Certain reflections grant you access to a new variation on rare items, exclusive to the Kalandra Challenge League. When you complete the encounter, you'll get access to some reflecting mist, which presents you with a difficult choice. It generates a rare ring or amulet with an unusual set of mods. Some are very high, and some are very negative, which hurt your character.
Hammy, do you know how far away you have to be for scabs to
The
spawn?
item is then duplicated, with a reflected copy having inverse mods.
It's just,
Negative ones are now positive and vice
right
versa.
on top of you.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
they
The
can't
amount
spawn
that
right
all
on
of these
top of
mods
you.
are scaled up by is based on the difficulty of the encounter
70
you've just
lightning
completed.
res.
You may only pick one of these items to keep.
Okay.
It'll often be a tough choice, with each item having its own strong pros and cons. But sometimes, you'll be offered an item where the negative mods aren't downsides for your build, and the juiced up positive mods are very attractive.
Pog.
There are also some special new jewelry base types that you can rarely receive from this process.
105 strength, dude.
One rare and difficult encounter rewards you with an advanced
Are we gonna
version of
keep
the Star Fabric.
recombinators?
It allows you to bring
Then
your
it would
own
be
ring
nice.
or amulet, distorting and reflecting
No,
it with the
no.
same process described before.
It's like dog shit.
The mods are scaled up in value and some are randomly negated.
Unless these rares have actual good
The reflected
mods,
copy
this
has the
league is
inverse
dog
set
shit.
of negations. It will certainly be tempting to gamble with
You
some of
looking
your
at it?
best jewelry to try to
Yeah.
double the values that really matter for your build and negate the ones you don't care
The
about.
fucking minus 94 lightning res, dude.
If you're very lucky,
horrible.
you may find a special League-exclusive unique ring at the lake. Kalandra's touch mirrors the effect of your other ring.
Huh?
The Kalandra Challenge League has something for
Your scabs
everyone.
already.
It's an out-of-area combat league
That's
where you build your own
insane.
sequences of encounters. It lets you fully
So you
dictate
have
your
two of the
desired
same
level of
ring
risk
then?
and reward and fully
Or is it
customize
gonna
what
be the
content you
opposite
play.
of the other ring?
It features a powerful crafting system,
Yeah, it's gonna
valuable
give
rewards,
negatives,
and offers a
yeah.
glimpse into the lore of one of Path of Exile's most iconic characters. We can't
Huh.
wait to play it with you next week. In every
Good game.
expansion leading up to Path of Exile 2's release, we'll be improving Path of Exile's endgame
Shovel
with new
snake
content
fit.
to explore and new ways to customize your endgame experience. In the
That's
Lake of
true,
Kalandra
actually,
expansion,
wait.
we're introducing Atlas Memories. They aren't a League feature, they're part of the core game, affecting standard and persisting once the Kalandra League has ended. In maps, you'll very rarely find a memory item, which represents a set of memories that an NPC has about their past. Something special happened to them while exploring maps, and you're able to experience those events for yourself. Let's have a look at a couple of examples. In this Atlas memory, Kirik tells you about the time that he stumbled across a staging ground for a Harbinger invasion of Rayclust. Each successive map you play in the sequence has more and more Harbinger portals and invaders that you must deal with.
Holy shit.
This is a memory of Nico's, where he entered a sequence of maps that were entirely consumed by permanent breaches, like a Breachlord's domain. He survived to talk about it, but will you? Right-click a memory and apply it to a completed map on your Atlas. It'll mark out a series of adjacent maps that the Atlas memory will span. When you next talk to the relevant NPC in your hideout, they'll tell you about their recollections and will allow you to start exploring the memory. Each map in the sequence is provided for free by the NPC, and you'll be able to roll it like usual before running it.
Okay.
Because these maps are memories of the NPC, they are not affected by your Atlas tree. However, the content is generally as difficult and rewarding as a fully specialized Atlas tree would cause it to be. Each successive map in the sequence gets harder and more rewarding as the memories intensify. While memories are tradable, they're also very rare and valuable, so you'll probably want to complete them yourself if you can. For players who love lore, Atlas Memories help
Lightning
expand on
Trapper
the
League, dude.
backstory of key NPCs.
Very rare.
For
and
players wanting to
tradable.
try out different League mechanics at quite high levels of juice that they haven't specialized their Atlas for,
Lightning
Memories let them
Trapper
do
League.
this without a bunch of respecking. And for everyone else, Atlas Memories are a great way to earn some valuable items.
What is this
if you're
dog
strong enough
shit
to
build?
complete
He's on no damage.
The Lake of Kalandra expansion also contains a new unique map that I'm quite excited about. The Trial Master is back. This boss from Ultimatum, and more importantly the unique items he drops, have been sorely missed and will be making a return as the Tower of Ordeal's unique map.
Are we
Lake of
getting
Kalandra.
the items back
This
from
map can be
Ultimate?
created by completing difficult endgame Val content. We have not forgotten about the rest of Ultimatum and have a specific plan for how it will return in the future. Whenever we're improving Path of Exile's endgame, we take every opportunity we can to add new variations of rewards that you can find. We don't want to say too much about how these are acquired, but in this expansion, it's possible to very rarely find special foil versions of any pinnacle boss unique item. These have the same stats as regular ones, but are certain to be highly prized by collectors or wealthy players wanting to show off.
Oh.
Nice.
The Lake of Kalandra expansion contains 14 new unique items. In addition to the Kalandra's Touch Ring that is exclusive to the Kalandra Challenge League, we have introduced a new endgame pinnacle boss reward, a supporter
new tabla,
unique,
dude. Do you see
Tower
that?
of Ordeal's unique map, 6 new Grand Spectrum jewels, and even some leveling uniques. The first we're showing you today is Soul Ascension, a pair of gloves designed by Zizaran. They drop from the Uber Elder. Soul Eater is a very powerful buff, but it is usually hard to obtain in boss fights. This unique grants you the ability to gain stacks of Soul Eater when you hit a unique enemy, but also makes you lose those stacks if you aren't near one.
It's a boss killing item. Okay.
Ghost Wraith is a leveling unique which allows you to play as an almost
knew
pure
it.
energy shield character during early parts of the campaign. We'll reveal the other new unique items
What
in this
the
expansion
fuck?
over the next week.
That's insane.
Get the fuck out of here,
After
dude. What
the
the
array
hell?
of unique items
That's-
at core drop
That's
What?
tabla on
over
crack.
700 in fact.
Yeah.
We feel that there are
It's just
two
gonna
big
find,
problems
like,
with unique
what
items
the
at the moment. The first is that you find too
10C.
many.
Everyone's
And the
spamming
second is that
10C.
they are generally pretty useless when you do. Sure, there are some powerful endgame or build-enabling uniques that feel amazing to
1C,
find,
2C.
but the majority of unique items found throughout the game are rarely actually useful to you. In the Lake of Kalandra expansion, we have made a lot of changes here. We have
Rebalance.
reduced the overall drop rate of uniques throughout the game and have rebalanced and overhauled
What you
over
do to
100
those
existing
nine,
unique items, with an emphasis on uniques in the core drop pool, including leveling uniques and some endgame uniques. You're going to find unique items less frequently now, but when you do, they're going to be a lot more punchy.
No.
Nectar's Lantern has been completely changed from the ground up. Previously, it was trying to allow you to play a hybrid attacker and spellcaster, but it didn't really work very well. With the new design, it's a lot more elegant and delivers on this goal by simply granting high damage and the Battle Mage effect, so that your weapon damage is added to your spells.
Whoa. Trash.
Thousand Ribbons is an example of an item where we merely needed to tweak values on the existing mods to make it a lot better. We want mod value rolls to matter more, and this item now showcases that well.
Still trash.
They just
If you find a high rolled one early on, you're probably not
They just
replacing
increased
it for
the
a long
numbers
time.
by very little.
Malachi's Simula was trying to deliver the Blood Mage
Now
fantasy
that's
by
something
allowing
I
you to
wanna
spend
use.
life to cast your spells. This was meant to be special because the Blood Magic Keystone was far
Whoa.
away from the Witch starting location on the skill tree. Unfortunately, this item wasn't
20%
really
more
powerful
damage.
enough to justify its use. It has now been overhauled, and alongside Blood Magic, it grants a powerful multiplicative damage boost.
Fireball Ignite. Back on table.
With over 100 uniques rebalanced in this way, your play experience is now punctuated by quite large bursts of power when you find one. We'll continue to examine the power level and rarity of more unique items in
gonna try
subsequent
this.
expansions. The Lake of Kalandra expansion includes 3 new skill gems and 1 new support gem. Alchemist's Mark is a new mark skill. Igniting or poisoning the marked target creates burning or caustic ground underneath them, based on the damage of the strongest ignite or poison on the enemy. The damage of the ground effects also scales with Curse and Mark effect, providing a non-standard way to scale your build's damage. Hitting the marked target also refills some of your flask charges. This new skill opens up an extra source of damage for Ignite or Poison-focused characters, especially for Ignite builds that want an
What?
alternative to Flame Surge, or Poison builds that cause fewer, higher damage poisons. This high-level build uses Flame Blast, with 100% of the damage converted to Chaos, to inflict huge
Yeah.
poisons on enemies. When Alchemist's Mark is cast on an enemy first, that enemy drops Caustic Ground when it's poisoned, scaled by those big Flame Blast poison hits, melting everything into a puddle. Galvanic Field is a new shock-themed spell. When used, you gain a buff.
How
granting
did
a
he
small
get
bonus chance
100%
to shock.
fire to chaos?
When you next shock an enemy, the buff is consumed and the enemy becomes energized, repeatedly zapping themselves and nearby targets, a lot like Ball Lightning. If the energized enemy dies, then the energy sits at their location and continues to zap things. Galvanic Field's area of effect
That's
and
just
zap damage
Orb of
scale with
Storms
the strength of the
2.0.
shock on the target.
Yeah.
While Galvanic Field is great for any build that shocks, you can even fully build around it, and use a skill with increased shock effectiveness like Arc to shock enemies and kill them with a ball of death. Lightning Conduit is another new shock-themed spell. A wave propagates out from the target location,
That's
causing lightning
Arc
bolts to
2.0.
strike all shocked enemies in a large area. The damage is scaled by the strength of the shock on each enemy. Lightning Conduit cannot itself shock and won't hit non-shocked enemies at all, so the challenge with this skill is to find a way to consistently apply powerful shocks to your targets to make the most of Lightning Conduit's high damage potential and area of effect. This high-level build uses Wave of Conviction to shock enemies, before casting Lightning Conduit
might
until they're
actually be
obliterated.
good.
For longer
But
fights,
it's
it
a
can employ
multiple
Galvanic
build,
Field to
so
create a
nobody's gonna
constant
play it.
source of lightning damage.
What? Yeah, ED Contagion? Hello? DD?
Last but not least,
Yeah, but
Overcharge
this doesn't
Support is a new
spread
support gem that
across
causes
the map.
supported skills to deal less damage, but makes them inflict much stronger shocks and grants them a higher chance
It's
to
maybe an
shock.
Autobomber build.
Overcharge lets many different lightning skills
You don't
create
even know
powerful
the
shocks.
numbers.
Use this to take
You do
advantage of
insane
Shock's
damage
large
if you
damage
just add
multiplier,
chain to
or
it.
to activate Lightning Conduit and Galvanic Field. As Path of Exile expands, we often revisit previous leagues, reworking them so they stay relevant and engaging.
That's copium.
In Lake
bro.
of Kalandra, we are targeting 3 such leagues: Arch
No
Nemesis,
way.
Beyond, and Harvest. The larger context here is that we've been re-examining what role rare and magic monsters have in Path of Exile. The introduction of Arch Nemesis modifiers as the
Oh, no,
monster
no,
mod
no,
pool
here it comes.
prompted quite a lot of discussion about how often you should encounter rare and magic monsters, how difficult they should be to kill, and how rewarding their death should be. Previously, League content made fights hard by spawning a lot of rare monsters. A whole lot. In some cases 6 to 8 times the normal rate of rare monsters.
Oh, hell yeah. Look at that.
Now that we have better mods available to make fights against rare monsters individually
Tornado
challenging,
shot?
we have gone through the whole game and normalized the rate that rare monsters are spawned at. Some leagues had quite large reductions in spawn rate. You won't encounter situations with dozens of rare monsters on screen at once anymore. Alongside this reduction of how many rare monsters you'll face, we have improved their rewards and made sure that they scale with both difficulty of the encounter and any item rarity or quantity bonuses that you have.
One button Bobo.
During the campaign, you'll only encounter 1 and 2 mod rare monsters.
Magic
2 mod
Find buff.
encounters are a bit harder and have better drops. In maps, you'll stop encountering 1 mod rare monsters entirely, and will mostly encounter 2 and 3 mod rare monsters. It'll also be possible to encounter 4 mod rare monsters again. Not only are the innate item drop bonuses scaled up significantly on monsters with many mods, but we have made these challenging encounters rewarding in another way too.
Blazing salvo.
About a
This
third
is
of the
my
more
GG
powerful
memes
arch-nemesis
when I look at
modifiers
build
now use a
diversity.
special reward conversion system. For example,
Like, oh
if
yeah,
you
these
defeat
are
a monster
viable.
with a corruptor mod, all of its drops become corrupted. The Solaris Touched mod converts all of its item drops to maps.
Worth?
The Katava Touch mod will cause the rarity of its drops to be upgraded by 1 tier, so magic becomes rare, rare becomes unique, and so on.
They say they're making them more common.
If you're lucky, you can find these conversion modifiers on both the 3rd and 4th mod of a rare monster. This causes them to stack together.
You will have
So
less
if you
rare
kill a
monsters,
4 mod
but they
rare
will
monster
have
with
more
both
mods.
the Entangler and Katava
So,
Touched mods on it, its heavily
wrecked,
juiced
noobs.
drops will also be converted to jewels with their rarity upgraded by a tier.
Bossing League.
Due to the high amount of inherent item rarity that 4 mod rare monsters have, this may result in several unique jewels dropping.
well, at least it's rewarding now to
This
kill these
conversion
things.
system is fully compatible with your item rarity and quantity bonuses, as
Or at
well as
least
the
its
drop bonuses
perceived
from all
value.
other arch-nemesis mods.
They're making them
Going
harder,
forward,
though.
we want to make sure that a lot more item reward mechanics scale with your character item bonuses. Get your Magic Find characters ready. As a result of this
Headhunter
system, when you
buff though?
do encounter a rare monster with many arch-nemesis mods, you are well rewarded
True.
for the difficult fight.
Multiple mods on one guy. So you're getting 4 to 6 mods per kill.
We have also been listening to feedback about the arch-nemesis mods that can spawn on magic monsters. Too many of them had external visual clarity issues, like on-death effects. We have toned these down on magic monsters so that more of them are stat-based bonuses that aren't so spammy. Encounters that spawn a series of magic monsters now make sure to preserve the same arch-nemesis modifiers between the monsters rather than rolling a different one for each monster. This will further help keep the game state understandable in hectic situations. Beyond was introduced in August 2014, initially as a hardcore-only challenge league. It's 8 years old now and certainly has several issues.
Beyond.
Firstly, the art. Have you ever really taken a close look at a Beyond demon? It is literally a bandit from Act 2, dunked in red paint. The second issue is its balance. The number of magic and rare monsters spawned is so much higher than the rest of the game, and whatever problems that resulted in before are magnified now that rare monsters are meant to be more difficult. Beyond also spawns way too many unique bosses, which causes its own set of issues.
Beyond was
In Lake of
insane.
Kalandra, we have given Beyond much more than a fresh coat of paint. The Scourge have taken over the realm of the Beyond demons. The old bandit Beyond demons are gone. Summoning monsters from Beyond will now summon Scourge monsters and bosses. We have completely rebalanced the rate that Beyond monsters and bosses spawn at so that it's appropriate for modern Path of Exile. The new Beyond monsters can now occasionally drop the Scourge League's tainted currency items that allow you to modify corrupted items. We've also completely revamped how harvest crafting works. Rather than being
Bola,
presented
Bini.
with a selection of crafting options that must be used immediately,
Sorry,
you now
looks-
receive itemized tradable life force of the appropriate color.
Tradable.
This life force can be used later, in your own time, at the hoarder crafting bench in your hideout. Its crafting options are now priced in terms of this itemized life force currency. Tier 4 bosses are now encountered much more frequently and can drop a key to fight a Shabi. She yields special life force which can be used for a specific set of crafts.
Crystallized life
We have
or
rebalanced all harvest crafts for the new system and have removed a bunch of filler crafts and some ones with deterministic outcomes that were incredibly RNG gated before. Some crafts that provided access to exclusive content, like the special offerings to the goddess, have been removed because these items can now be found in more appropriate locations elsewhere in the game.
No, man.
The result of these changes is that when you complete a harvest, you aren't presented with 30 crafts which must either be used immediately or unsafely traded
More
to some
items
player
to
you
keep
found
in your
the community
fucking inventory
Discord
now.
server. It also means that every bit of life force you receive is going towards a craft that you actually want to use on one of your items.
You
When
could
you
Rip
take
make
it
it
out
harvest.
and then it's itemized.
Your interaction with the Sacred Grove is now far simpler as well. Just enter, pick your plots, defeat the monsters, and get on with your mapping. Like with Arch-Nemesis,
It's either
we
Rip
have also
TFT
addressed
or
the
Rip
monster
Harvest.
composition
Which one
of
is it?
Harvest's fights, so that it doesn't contain too many rare monster mods, and so that it is of appropriate difficulty for its rewards. In addition, the rewards for harvest now scale with map quantity and pack size, incentivizing you to juice your maps.
Oh my god.
Previously, the crafts you received were not scaled up at all if you played a harder map. Last week, we posted this expansion's character balance manifesto, which detailed the many changes we're making in Lake of Kalandra. There are plenty more changes, which we will include in the full patch notes that will be posted after this livestream.
What's up?
But on this stream, I'd
How
like
good
to
is
talk
the
about a few
RFD
specific areas: minion
gun?
itemization, exalted and divine orbs, and the trickster ascendancy class.
Very good.
Historically,
All
minion
your
builds have
shit
not been
goes to the
particularly
photograph
reliant on the
station
stats of
now.
their items. Most of the
Okay.
power of their minions came from their
That's
skill and
insane.
support
You don't
gems.
have to do
This led to a
hard
few
stuff.
problems. Firstly,
just
it
kill
gave
them
them a
and
bit of
leave.
a free ride compared to most other character builds.
Yeah,
And
rip
secondly,
TFT's
it meant that it
rip
was
now.
hard for minion players
Nobody's
to
gonna
actually
keep
specialize
that-
their
that wall
character to be
trading
really,
shit.
really good. We want to
Just
solve
rip the
both
hard
of these
stuff.
problems in this expansion. Path of Exile is a game about items, and that means that you will now be strongly rewarded for finding items that make your minions better. It also means that, like with other builds, if you find
This is
good
a good
items,
thing.
you'll be
This
far
will
more
make it
damaging
more
and
fun.
survivable than before.
Minion builds might
We
be
described a
fun.
variety of minion changes in last week's character balance manifesto. Today I want to show you the new base item types we have added to help your minion itemization. We've added a new ring base type, the Bone Ring. This ring has implicit minion
Ew.
elemental resistances and can roll minion related modifiers.
That's what?
We've added level 20 and 50 versions of the Convoking Wand, called the Calling Wand and Covening Wand
This
respectively.
is cool for leveling.
Like the Convoking Wand, these new base types can roll minion-related modifiers. Some new minion-related mods have been added to the pool available to these wands, and some existing mods have been adjusted or made more common. We have repurposed the bone-themed spirit shields so that they have minion damage implicit mods rather than spell damage, and can also roll minion-related mods.
Oh.
Alongside the stable of existing unique items, there's now quite a lot more base type support for minion characters, and good mods on those base types can stack up to some pretty large bonuses for your minions. I also wanted to discuss two of the rarest currency items in Path of Exile, Divine Orbs and Exalted Orbs. These actually have the same drop rate, but Exalted Orbs are worth so much more in trade because there's no easy vendor recipe for them, and because they're consumed when you craft certain meta mods onto items. Out of these two currency items, we would actually prefer the Divine Orb effect to be rarer, so that unique items with good rolls matter more, and so that players can exalt craft their items more frequently.
Oh my god.
We are making two changes that will impact this. Firstly, we are changing the cost of crafting meta mods so that they cost Divine Orbs rather than Exalted Orbs.
Let's go!
Yo. But they're
Secondly,
making it rare.
we are changing the 6
Yeah,
link
but you
vendor
still
recipe
drop
to grant
6 links a
20
lot.
orbs of
No
fusing
recipe.
rather than a Divine Orb.
See? You really think they
This
would
change
keep
will
that?
result in
No.
Exalted Orbs being far more available for crafting, and Divine Orbs less available
just
for
said,
re-rolling
yeah.
mods on items. It'll certainly be interesting to see what
Oh,
the de facto
no.
trade currency becomes next league.
But there's still the Divine Orb card. 10 Divine Orb card.
Next, I'd like to talk about
Sephiroth.
the Trickster Ascendancy class. We haven't been happy with the state of this Ascendancy class recently. While it used to be quite powerful, we moved its defining feature, Ghost Dance, onto the main passive skill tree. Since then, it has had a confused identity and hasn't met the power level of the other Ascendancy classes. In this expansion, we have reworked the Trickster, with a focus on establishing thematically appropriate defenses and ways to manipulate speed.
Pause champ.
One step ahead allows the Trickster to manipulate time in an interesting way. Enemies are slower than normal and cannot have their action speed raised above this value, such as through an acceleration shrine. Conversely, the Trickster is faster by default and cannot have action speed lowered below this value, effectively making them immune to effects that lower action speed such as freeze, chill, or temporal chains.
Whoa!
What
Whoa,
the-
whoa, 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 whoa,
Spellbreaker
whoa.
ties together
Hold up.
spell suppression and energy shield in a powerful way.
Trickster?
Spellbreaker grants some spell suppression chance,
Okay.
which is an effect that reduces damage
Oh.
taken from
Oh.
spells.
Okay.
The skill also starts your energy shield recharge half the time you suppress spells. Since Trickster characters tend to have a high evasion rating, you will be evading some hits and recharging on others, meaning that your energy shield recharge stays active most of the time.
Yeah.
Yo, check the
Spellbreaker
league.
also further improves defenses by reducing the damage you take from suppressed spells while on full energy shield.
Trickster, dude.
For those that want a different way to recover energy shield, the powerful Soul Drinker notable passive is no longer exclusive to Forbidden Jewels from the Uber-Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds. Any trickster can now allocate this skill. Polymath provides more bonus damage, life, mana, and energy shield on kill for each different type of mastery you have allocated. It reinforces the idea of a trickster being a jack of all trades, and will lead to
More
interesting decisions when
damage?
planning your passive tree, trying to fit in as many different types of masteries as possible.
Huh?
Overall, the new trickster is intended to be the Shadow's answer to the champion,
More
but
damage?
faster. He should be an exciting option for players who want to get a lot of evasion, energy shield, and recovery.
Dude, I have
with
to
the
go
Ascendancy
trickster,
class, while still being able to
fucking
melt enemies.
lightning trapper now.
Yep.
Alongside today's livestream, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Knight and Rogue packs. Each tier contains the
It's
pack's
trickster,
full face
dude.
value and points, plus several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available during the Kalandra League and will leave the store forever in 3 months. Every microtransaction you're about to see is entirely cosmetic and does not affect your character's progression or power. The Knight Pack series contains 6 exclusive microtransactions, including the full Knightmaster armor set. The Aetheric Mana Flask releases a burst of mana upon activation, then draws in energy from the environment as your mana refills. The Hoarder's Stash is a stash skin that can be used in your hideout. As you place items in the stash, they hover above it until you're finished, before being sucked into storage.
Eel.
This is the Knightmaster armor set. While wearing
Yeah.
its helmet, your actions are periodically duplicated by an ethereal copy of yourself.
No thanks. No thanks.
The Blood Scouring Cloak absorbs blood as you slay monsters.
I don't want
It
to
tracks
lose
your
another
kill streak
fucking...
and cleans itself off when the slaughter ends.
What the fuck is that?
Oh,
The Ring
that's
of the Victor
cool.
causes a podium to rise up underneath you when you are standing still, elevating you above other players.
Okay.
Okay, dude.
No, that's not a
Warlord's
rule.
Lieutenant Portal summons a warrior spirit who will greet you, cheer
That's
you
some
on,
clean
and commend
portal,
you on your
though.
actions.
That needs to be a girl, though.
Knight?
The Rogue Pack series has 6 exclusive microtransactions, including the Rogue Stalker armor set. The Beast of Burden Pit visually carries your items for you, becoming more laden with bags and packs the more full your inventory gets.
Yo.
The Collector's
Yo.
Serpent Shield covets the
That
treasure you
is-
find. Whenever you pick up an item, the serpent darts out to grab it.
Fucking rat.
This is the Rogue Stalker armor set. While wearing its gloves, critical strikes cause blades to appear and slice at your enemies.
Oh.
That looks...
Mid.
The Corpse Bloom footprints cause exotic plant growth in your wake. The plants especially love corpses and will seek them out and grow in larger patches around them.
Lagfest. That looks so cancer.
Yeah, let us make
On
sure
the other
that
hand,
nobody knows what the fuck's
Undertaker's
going on.
amulet inters corpses for you, burying them and marking their location with
Minus
gravestones.
9 million FPS right here.
The Unstable Explosives back attachment is not for the faint of heart. As your life gets lower and lower, it gets closer and closer to exploding.
No, that's based.
And when you die, your party members will certainly feel it.
That's your NPX.
As I mentioned before, these packs are exclusive to the Kalandra League and will leave the store in 3 months. They're available right now at pathofexile.com/purchase, and they directly fund the ongoing development of Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1 expansions like Lake of Kalandra. In addition, the supporter packs introduced with a Sentinel expansion are leaving the store forever in 1 week. Now's your last chance to purchase them, and we greatly appreciate your support.
Sentinel ones suck, except for that one.
Speaking of things leaving the store, the Kerrick's Vault Pass for Sentinel is only available for the next few days also, and will leave the store forever when the league ends. There's no penalty for purchasing the pass late in the league after you've wrapped up your map completion, so if you're pleased with where you got to in maps and Sentinel and want to lock in your unique skins, it's not too late to buy your pass. Next up, we've got the Q&A with Ziggy D. Once that ends, we'll post the full patch notes for Lake of Kalandra. Over the next week, our community team will post teasers for new and revamped unique items, upcoming quality of life improvements, and an announcement for the League launch race event. On launch weekend, we'll be running another set of Twitch drops, and expect to release the new Mystery Box and Kirik's Vault Pass in the days after launch. Thanks for joining us and checking out today's reveals. We can't wait to see you in Rayclast on August 19th. We'll begin the Q&A in a few moments, so please get your questions ready in chat.
Where my drop at, though?
Patch note.
I'm 40% away from getting those Wrangler rings.
How do you see?
Refresh. Or, yep, refresh. Or you can go to drops inventory.
40%.
Gotta watch another, what is that, 15 minutes or so.
G'day folks, Ziggy D here, welcome back Exiles. Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Excellent to have you back for some Q&A action after some very big announcements. Firstly though, super exciting news about ExileCon returning next year. It's actually a kind of a, I don't know if it was the same for other people, but it was kind of an emotional announcement because that was such a beautiful time for us last ExileCon, and you know, it's been a hard few years I think as well. So it hits kind of extra hard. What led to the decision to organize a new ExileCon now?
Well, we've wanted to run another one for a while, and it was unfortunate that immediately after the last one, there was a global pandemic and stuff, and that just made it too difficult to organize events, plus
$1
safety issues. But things are looking both a bit safer, and we certainly have a lot of Path of Exile 2 stuff to talk about. And this kind of fits into the overall marketing plan for Path of Exile 2, is that next year is the year that we start to reveal pretty much everything. We're going to go through every game system, we're going to show all the areas, the classes, like... So much has changed since last time we talked about it. Like, it has evolved to be a bigger thing, and we want to talk about that in detail. And so we're going to start the marketing. Everything's going to debut at ExileCon 2023. And it's an opportunity. People can play the basically complete game at that stage. We can announce when the beta date's starting. We can go through panels of all of the things. And then we can, you know, kickstart the marketing and show people in other territories. You know, I think there's Gamescom, PAX West, and so on, various other places that we can then take that to after ExileCon.
That gives us a pretty firm-ish timeline for PoE2 then, which is very exciting.
We won't be releasing it before July next year, that's correct.
That's true. We've been holding our breaths, I think, since last ExileCon. And that was like such a huge reveal then, but a lot of what was revealed has kind of leaked its way in games since then. So I imagine that if you've got a whole new ExileCon of stuff to show, then, you know, how much more progress has there been made since then?
Yeah. Well, don't get your hopes up. We're not announcing another new sequel. Like, the ability to announce Path of Exile 2 on stage was a surprise that was amazing, but we're not announcing a Path of Exile 3, obviously. This is all about Path of Exile 2 and mobile. And whatever Path of Exile 1 expansion is immediately coming out after ExileCon, like the next one in the chain.
I mean, if you want to grab some news headlines, just be like, forget about Path of Exile 2. We're going straight to PoE 3. Make headlines. Yeah. How cold is it in Auckland in July, by the way? That's in winter for you Northern Hemisphere folks.
It's not too bad actually. It's I mean I'm in a t-shirt today, right? Like it's pretty mild. It's not like the frigid suburbs of Melbourne or wherever you guys are. But seriously, for people in the northern hemisphere, I understand that your winters involve things like snow. We don't get that here. It's pretty much like 8 to 25 degrees C, you know, depending on what day it is, and it's not too bad. There are lots of good things to see in New Zealand in the winter. Like there's a really good ski, you know, season going on at the same time in the cold parts of New Zealand, but in Auckland it's no problem whatsoever. So we feel that having a convention during winter is not a big logistical issue.
Great. But yes, don't bring your, board shorts and singlet shirts.
When I get there,
bring some warm clothes. And make some considerations if you're cosplaying as well. I was originally planning a Tentacle Miscreation cosplay, but I'm gonna have to change my plans, I think.
Yo, Xander.
So, Lake of Kalandra is the new league this time around, and the mirrored lakes look incredible. I love the basalt columns rising out, and the reflection of the clouds and sun and stuff on the water. Is there some like new graphical tech here, or is this just finding some creative ways to use what you've got?
Well, the great thing about the way we're developing Path of Exile 1 and 2 is we get basically the PoE 2 engine and PoE 1 that we can use as we see fit, and so that means when we wanted like surface reflections for the lake, we just found an engineer and said how hard would this be, and the answer was less than 1 day. And so it's really helpful that we have like a world-class team of graphics engineers working on iterating, even though we're not using most of the capabilities in PoE 1. When we need to, we're definitely able to.
Awesome. Kalandra's such a mythical figure in PoE 2 as well, so like to do an expansion dedicated to her is a big decision, I guess. But without spoiling too much of a story, of course, because I understand you don't want to spoil too much right now. But how did you arrive at like the theme and flavor for this expansion? Like it's a lake and she's a bird lady.
We wanted to explore Kalandra for a while, and this is a perfect opportunity because it both fits the lore that we've built up for her, and also mechanically works really well with the out of area build a complicated set of encounters kind of thing. The theme of her or the lake being able to reflect various aspects of Raid class, fitting in with the mirror theme, and also fitting in with the fact that you're choosing encounters, many of which are League content that players have played before with a bit of a twist on it. It helps kind of justify the fact that you're, fighting breaches and that kind of stuff, not just arbitrarily. It's because she and the lake are intentionally able to actually manifest stuff from elsewhere in Raid class.
Speaking of like this zone building concept, this seems like a pretty natural evolution of Synthesis's custom map building, which I'm very excited to see a expansion on that concept. But you don't need to collect a bunch of physical things this time. How's your approach to designing League content like this changing?
Well, we see this one as similar to Synthesis, similar to Incursion as well, because you're building an area, and we like to think that we've learned from mistakes we made in the past, which may not be the same mistakes that Twitch chat would call out that we've been making, but we have certainly improved how we're doing it. Also, another aspect here is that the difficulty scaling, in this case based on Manhattan distance depth from the origin when you're playing, that is similar to what we were doing in both Delirium, where there was difficulty based on distance from origin, and also with Sentinel, where you've got empowerment scores based on a bunch of stuff. So we've learned various ways of juicing up the risk and reward together and using the same kind of math here. But in terms of how we're iterating on these area building leagues, we're trying very hard to not be too micromanagey with this one. You will notice it's relatively easy. You find your mirrored tablet, you put some reflections on it, and then you run it. And you could do a little bit of swapping stuff around to try to make the layout a lot better, but that comes at the cost of not putting a reflection on the tablet. And so it in some ways rewards less micromanagement than usual, just getting in there and killing some monsters. But there'll be opportunities, of course, where people can micromanage it a little bit.
Yeah, well, that kind of segues into my next question, was like, how do you balance something like this between the people that want to just kind of jump in and run some fun content versus the people who really want to think about it and min-max it and make it super challenging, that sort of thing?
I think you'll find cases where you want to opportunistically improve your tablet. So if you were to sit there just skipping lots of choices, trying very hard to get the things that move stuff around, you'd take forever to complete a tablet. And maybe you'd get one that's really cool and worth a lot, but you could have done 2 tablets in the same time. But you'll find situations where you realize, if I just swap this entrance location, it juices half the encounters on the tablet by a huge amount, and with one small change, or maybe moving one of the water tiles around to make a really long windy path around it, those kind of things there will let a person who's thinking about it deeply get a lot of extra value from the tablet. But to be completely honest, the way I'm playing it is slap some reflections on there and then go and struggle to complete them. So yeah, it's only really the skilled players who are the ones who are going to want to be juicing it all the way.
You want me to join your server?
How many maps does it take on average to build a mirrored lake at endgame?
So in the end game, there's approximately 11 or 12 blank tiles to fill in. The tablet size varies a little bit as it gets larger as you progress through. You'd normally get about 2 reflections per map, and so that's approximately 5 to 6 areas for each lake tablet that you want to build. So this is about twice as often as Incursion, where you'd be getting an Incursion temple every 11 areas or so. So we've doubled the rate that you're doing that, and these can be saved up. So it's entirely possible to just stack up a giant pile of maps of lakes, in your stash and come back to them later on if you want to. And of course, they're fully tradable. So if you want to run a lot more lakes, you can just buy them from the trade site, basically.
That's great. How does the mirrored lake building and running work for co-op?
Well, whenever you find a mirrored tablet, everyone in your party gets to improve their tablet. So if you're running through an area together, whenever you get the ability to place a reflection down, everyone can do it on their own tablets. And then at the point that they decide to run the tablet, all the party members can take part in it.
We've already got some questions coming in from chat. Someone asked, how does the edge of the terrain in the mirror of Kalandra area affect things like projectiles, like spark bouncing off them and things like that? Can you shoot over these areas? Is it like a hard invisible wall?
She listens to NPR.
I believe that there is projectile transmissibility over them, so you can fire projectiles without hitting a hard wall. I'll do the obligatory dev check to confirm that.
I was like, yeah, you probably saw
I know what's going on there. There will be some invisible wall far off into the corners of the lake, but it will not affect your gameplay.
Great. Crowfire asks, does the mirror ring for Kalandra mirror unique rings? Actually, I have my own question about this, so I might as well bring it up then now. How does the mirror of Kalandra ring work when you have a unique ring like Snake Pit, where in the right slot, it adds an extra chain, but then in the left slot it does something else? Does it mirror the right slot effect, or does it mirror what would happen if it was in the left slot?
It's exactly as though you had another copy of that ring equipped. One way to look at it is, imagine you took a mirror of Kalandra and you applied it to the ring, and then you equipped that mirrored copy.
Ah, okay, there you go. So probably not worth doing it on a unique like that then. But given that it can mirror theoretically the best ring in the game, I guess, so it does work on uniques, but you probably might be better off in some cases.
And it's dynamic as well, of course. You can take it, mirror your ring, mirror a different one, trade it to someone else. It's not locked in like an actual mirror is. But of course, only works on rings.
That's pretty awesome. Aldersberg asks, are there any Lake of Kalandra mechanics timed? Oh, any of the Lake of Kalandra mechanics timed?
Not that I'm aware of. We tried very hard to not have this be a timed league.
Great.
Are you aware of any that are timed?
Stuff like Delirium.
Yeah, right. Things like Delirium or Breach, where if you pop a Breach open, obviously it's going to close with the normal timing that league has, but there's no specific benefits of it going fast apart from everything, is a lot better if you play fast from a rewards point of view. Like, the game is already set up so that fast players achieve more stuff in proportion to their speed.
Nice, I like that. Ariador asks, how big is the lake arena, and will non-tanky characters feel claustrophobic? Or dead?
I recommend having another look at the footage that we showed in the trailer and the live stream. Each basically is broken up into approximately screen-sized arenas for each of the encounters. And so you'll be able to see the rough shape from some of the ones we showed there. There's little walkways that come up between them, so it can be seen as a gigantic grid that can be up to 5x5 in size, where it's roughly square-shaped islands, except that the shape of each one isn't a square. Like, it can be a square at most, but obviously there's lots of stuff missing around the outside to make it interesting.
This idea of like a screen-sized arena after arena of all sorts of different challenges feels kind of gauntlet-y. That's I didn't really think of it like that.
Yeah, honestly, they're a lot of fun to play through. It's quite a cool mechanic.
Awesome. I'm really looking forwed to that. I'm also really looking forward to the fact that there's new crafting mechanics. You guys have been messing with crafting a lot lately, and I love to see it. The ethereal reflection system looks quite awesome. But you also hinted at some unique bases. Are these separate to the previously announced new minion rings?
Yeah, there's 5 more ring base types that you can get from this league, and basically they crop up in the window when... So there's 2 crafting encounters. The first one will provide you with 2 rings or amulets, and it chooses. And the other one, which is much harder to get and much more valuable, is where you bring your own. And in the one that provides you, occasionally, and of course this is the kind of thing that's proportional to difficulty, like you want to be encountered this and harder.
Oh my god, Xander!
This, in proportion to difficulty, will occasionally generate one of these new base types.
One divide is gonna cost an Exile now, dude.
This is where I try to get
People should always look at the announcement page that we make, pathofexile.com/Kalandra, because we like to hide away things like covers for the base types and stuff there. So there's lots of extra
set up a farm for the divination cards that give you divine
one of those actual rings, so you can see what it does.
Are you doing any more like secret hidden things on those pages like you did that one time? I think it was with Scourge or something.
No comment.
People will sell them for early on. They will sell them for 1 or 2 kills each.
From the page
Not realize that they're worth more.
Players can find that in game.
Harsh.
People
Too
are
secret.
gonna
Okay.
be
Anything in
sniping.
there?
Are there any
some stuff in there, yeah.
new rare
I didn't check anything.
modifiers,
I didn't
or
check
is
the
this
jacket.
mostly about scaling mods beyond their regular
think
power
I've
levels? Like we
ever
saw
seen a
105
divine
strength on a
card.
ring, for example.
I don't know
Other
what I
than the
need now.
implicits on those new ring based types,
I know I need
of which there are 5
CPU
sets,
fans,
there are
right?
no new
And,
rare
what
modifiers
else
that
for
spawn on the
generators
items,
too?
and that's mostly because getting things
Or,
like plus 2
fans too,
skills
vents too.
and more than 100 life on rings and amulets is
Sparknado,
pretty
dude.
bonkers. So yeah,
Sparknado
like,
totems.
if the dream here is that you get one where the drawbacks, like let's say you're playing a Resolute Technique character and you
Use
don't
that
care
for,
about crit,
player
and you
fight.
also
Just
get
got
like some
Eagle
damage
Neck.
over time stuff, and those
All
things
three
are
murders.
reduced.
Check.
You weren't using them in the first place. You were playing some other
Eagle murder.
build,
Flick
and
that.
everything else is juiced up to more than double what it initially was. So you can definitely
Can
get
be
some
fish in the
really
lake.
powerful
Eagle Nick.
rings and amulets.
Thank
And
you
the other
so
thing
much,
is you actually get because you get a choice of 2, you kind of get 2 shots at it. Like if you're unlucky and the wrong things are picked, they may have also been positive on the other side.
Hmm. Yeah, that's gonna
think I heard a
and that's
scat,
gonna be
that's what
some
I said.
big gambles.
I see a flashlight.
Looking forward to seeing that.
Likely.
We know ahead of time if you'll be seeing the ethereal reflecting mist, which is the one that lets
Do
you
you
bring
think
your
it's gonna be
own
weighted?
version.
If
to
it's not
craft.
weighted,
or will
those
there just be a
rares are gonna
stash
be
available
insane.
there for when you need crafting mechanics like this?
So that one's only available
If
in
it's not
mirror
weighted,
tablets that are
those
assembled
rares will
from
be
maps, like in the end
insane.
game. And because of that,
It's gonna be
the
like
tablets
You can
are
still
items,
annul.
and it's always there for the encounter
Can't
that
you?
has it.
Yeah.
Or will
So
they be
basically,
mirrored?
Yeah.
you will be
Or
able
will
to
they have the
see
mirror
on
tag?
on a tablet
One
that
of
you're
them
about
is
to
mirrored,
run,
I
or one that
think.
you're trading for, that it has that. And this
Or
means
maybe
you can
they both-
either
I think
know in
maybe
advance
they
that it's
both
there,
are.
which probably means that
But
tablet
one is
commands a
for
higher
sure.
premium in trade, unless you bring an item in. Or, because you've got your 6 map portals, if you completely forget and you run into this encounter, you can, at worst, go out using a portal and come back in with the item you need.
Okay, great. The fact that you know ahead of time, I think, circumvents a lot of that
Or
sort
you
of
can
issue.
just you can YOLO mist one of your current items potentially, just take a gamble on your current amulet and see what happens.
Oh no, I don't advise that. Can you mirror
Just
an
cleaning
already
my
mirrored
monitor, give me a
unique, like a ring or
It's pretty
amulet?
dirty. You really notice it at night,
No,
you know?
we had a look,
You got dried
and
spit
like
on it and
with
shit.
recombinators, we wanted to allow crazy, where you
You
can
know
do.
what I'm saying? When you yell
Well,
out,
you've seen what recombinators can do.
you spray
But we had a
them.
look here because this is already doing quite crazy stuff with items, and we've had to disallow it working on mirrored items and influenced items
Yeah, I
and
just heard
corrupted items and
something on the,
synthesized jewelry. A
Yep,
lot of cases
yeah,
that would
yeah.
have been totally
Yeah, you hear me?
nuts.
By you.
Having said that, it can still do some broken stuff with
inside.
just general
Wait.
rares from the game. Like the ability to double half the mods is
That's your
completely
flashlight?
unprecedented, and you don't
Yeah.
really need influence mods
Oh,
in
that-
play
it's right there,
when
right
you're
in front
getting
of
vast amounts of life and resists and other
Right.
types
Oh,
of
I thought
damage.
that- oh, Jesus.
And there was a new oil
I thought that was
to
you. I was hearing that.
anoint mirrored items. There's been so many this league, and you're like, oh, I didn't oil it first. Is that like super rare, or is that pretty
All
accessible?
this money on
It's roughly as available as the tainted oil, but you don't need to
But you
complete
don't on
corrupted blighted maps. You can just get it from regular blighted
me?
maps.
Ew, it's got
And
slugs.
of course, the intention here is that now that there's a lot of mirrored amulets floating around
We don't
from
like those.
this crafting system, you don't feel like you're missing out on an anointment by using one of those.
Alright, I'll go watch the other intro.
Aula asks, is there a plan for the
One of
quarry
the
or
other
glacier
entrances.
run to the tablet mirror and not kill monsters? This is like quarry farming mirror. How does the mirror spawn? Like the tablet spawn, I should say.
My understanding is that the mirror tablet does not spawn if you are massively
How many
over level
scaffolds
for
do
the
you
area,
need?
which
We
is
could
what
go
we've
one
done
more.
for years with this kind of
okay.
stuff. That
One
may
more of
mean
my
that you
pistol
can
ammo, I'm all
essentially
done.
assemble pre-map
I've just
tablets,
finished,
right? I'm not sure of the
Aquarius
exact,
Part
like
2.
how punitive we've come
Oh
down
my
on that,
goodness.
but they won't
Yes,
have the
sir.
various reflections
one
that
raid
can
I got,
occur in
like,
map
10
content.
scav kills.
So by playing pre-map ones, you can't itemize
My
them,
drop
you
is
have to run them on
here.
the spot, because to stress, map and above tablets are itemizable. Campaign ones have to be played as you complete them. So it's not a good way of farming for trade value that way. Having said that, you may be able to still run quite a lot of tablets just for the regular rewards from them.
Yeah, we've mostly seen low-level farming methods like that pay out when the mechanic rewards a lot of generic currency. Do you think that'd be the case here, or?
What's
I mean, the
illuminated
encounters are
in there?
rewards, of course, but
Is there a lamp?
Yeah.
I've
the
got
rewards are generally
my
themed around the type of
wings.
content it is, right? Like if you're playing a breach encounter, you're getting splinters and that kind of stuff as your reward from that, which of course is,
Yep.
fungible with generic currency. You can certainly trade that. But my advice would be just push onto maps and actually play properly, and you'll get plenty of tablets. Like, we're not in a map starvation kind of system at the moment. Like, you've got
Yep.
drifts of white maps to play if you really want an easy encounter.
Speaking of mapping,
Jesus.
let's talk about some endgame
RB
improvements, in
Orb
particular
1.
the Atlas
Ooh, that's
memory
very valuable.
system. What
That's
sort of
actually
goals
very
did you have
valuable.
with this new system?
More
They seem like they would
valuable
help with
than a
both pacing
grizzly?
of the endgame mapping, but also
Better than
creation
ass.
of like a story thread to follow between chunks of maps. Not much
Yeah,
else
the-
is happening.
The Atlas memory stuff is really cool, actually. Like, I'm low-key as excited for this as I am for the actual league itself. It's just that
You already
because
leave?
they're quite endgame and, moderately rare, it's something that only, people that actually get into red maps and stuff will be interacting with, so it's not quite as broadly applicable as the league. But the important part is we
Red
promised
maps,
that every expansion
so
we're doing with
something
Path of Exile
Chris
2
will
was
barely get
to
into.
make some improvement to the end game. And so this is an alternate way of playing through content you're familiar with, but with a twist. And we've designed these to be fun, rewarding, and kind of crazy. Like, we're low-key hoping that certain team members don't actually check these out before release, so we can release them in a really punchy way, because I get the feeling that the fun police may try to turn a few of them down. So an example was, I was playing one yesterday where I was asked, can you please try this one, and let me know if you think it's over the top. And I join that one, and the theme of it is that there are gangs of rogue exiles that you find like in roaming packs that are trying to hunt you down. And the map I played had 100 rogue exiles in it. Now I can't promise it's going to release with that number, but it was certainly nuts. And so I kind of want to emphasize these aren't incredibly common in maps. Right? Like, you do have to play a bunch of maps to find one, and because there are a bunch of different types of them, individually, it's hard to actually get.
There's another one, right?
And so because of that, we can just go a bit overboard with the rewards. Like, we can do crazy stuff, and it lets us also, like, here's a key thing with the with the endgame stuff this year. You have to juice your Atlas to get full rewards for content, and that means that if you want to try out what is it like to have some silly breach stuff going on, you have to go and specialize your Atlas in breach, and that requires a bunch of respecking. With Atlas memories, you can just go and find a breach memory, and that's essentially fully juiced for the most part. Like, obviously it varies from one to one, but our goal here is you are not missing out on anything by not specializing, because your Atlas doesn't apply to it. And so you get some pretty nuts stuff going on. Some of them make you feel like a god power-wise, like the ones who are entirely about some cool thing happens to you, and you get to go and experience what that's like. You'll see some situations you don't normally see otherwise. There's some really cool stuff in here I kind of don't want to spoil, because I'm looking forward to the moments on Twitch streams where people find these that everyone's like, what is happening here?
Right.
Yeah, and of course it's a good opportunity to explain the backstory of NPCs, right? Like, an example is one of the people here who has Atlas memories. In fact, I can talk about who has them. In this set of Atlas memories, it's Carrick and Alva and Einhar and Nico are the four that we went with, and this means we can do more in the future with other NPCs. But everyone loves Einhar and his craziness, and his interaction with these things that he barely understands himself, but certainly wants to make friends with all the beasts in, is quite cool. And for someone like Carrick, for example, he's running the military side of the Atlas exploration. He's got a vast backstory of what happened leading up to his, ability to have this role at the moment. So this explores a few of the things he's done in his youth and interesting things he's encountered in all the mapping that he's done.
I'm really excited that you're expanding out like the lore and story of the endgame stuff, because we mentioned Synthesis earlier with Kalandra, but that was another big part of Synthesis, is it had a ton of lore for like characters and mapping and stuff like that that has kind of disappeared. So it's cool that we're getting back.
Synthesis is actually quite important canonical Atlas lore to a large extent.
Yeah.
And, it's not off the cards to bring Synthesis back. Like, us doing Lake of Kalandra doesn't mean we're not going to potentially do that. It's just that these leagues happen to be moderately similar, so it does scratch the itch a bit, but in a much more accessible way.
Cool. All right. You mentioned that this mechanic also helps a bit with like the concept of Atlas passive tree lock-in. Have you also given any thought to the idea of like separate Atlas tree loadouts or separation between characters and their different trees?
Yeah, this is one of those difficult challenges where there's a lot of reasons why we can't trivially just say, look, here are multiple Atlas trees and so on. In principle, this idea is not something we're in opposition to, right? Like, if people want trade to be a lot easier, we'll sit there on our little throne and tell them in detail about how wrong they are. But for this, we sympathize with the concept that people want to have multiple Atlas trees because they're running multiple characters in that league, or they want to have different loadouts and so on. But there are no changes at this stage related to it. It's something we'll keep discussing.
The Atlas memories give all of their maps for free. You can like craft them in their little window and everything, which seems like a nice buff to map progression. Sustain's not really too hard these days, but still getting those initial unlocks is good. Do these count as like your Atlas completion when you do these maps?
Yes. I should note, though, they only spawn in quite high-tier maps, and they are quite valuable, so you're probably going to have large completion by the time you get them. This is not a thing where you're completing a white maps with it. Like,
what's up,
I
y'all?
forget the exact tier they kick in at, but it might be like tier 14, for example, like a red map kind of thing. There's certainly very endgame, very juicy
People
stuff.
in YouTube chat.
Now, you have to apply it to a completed map, but the ones that it snakes out through, which generally goes up tiers rather than down where it can, My understanding is that can go through uncompleted maps and does give you
That's what they
completion
call
for
that side of this
completing them.
building,
Now,
roller
I haven't
square.
actually fact-checked that. That's more of a, this
Literally
is how
right
it's
there
meant to
was
work.
why.
And so, you know, we'll confirm. Like, we'll announce if it is not going to work like that. But my understanding is it should do.
Pretty typically.
All right.
Let's
Do the
see, I think
memories
I wrote
like
these
avoid each other on the
flags.
physical atlas? And does that mean you can do some weird like memory blocking or something like that by playing multiple memories?
We looked into
Memory
that, but
blocking.
instead we made it so that they can fully overlap each other. You can apply
Ah.
multiple memories to exactly the same starting map if you want to. They can go on exactly the same path. I mean, they probably won't because they snake randomly. And again, to emphasize it, you should expect these to not be particularly easy to get. Like, yes, people will have multiple running at once occasionally, but they probably had to trade to get those. It would be rare for a person to have multiple concurrently going based on naturally finding.
Hi.
How do you get them, by the way? Are they just a random drop?
Good.
Yep, they drop. Not often.
Yep.
Okay, now
They drop
expectations are set.
not often.
Very good.
They're
What happens
tradable,
if you
which
fail?
means
Yeah.
they're gonna be like Exile.
The Atlas memory map things.
Yeah.
Red.
I mean, you can certainly run out of
Where's
portals,
the
but you can
final
still play the
stairs?
next one in the sequence.
It's pretty
So
much
it
just
gives you
like
your entitlement
Expedition
of
Z.
having the ability to try to go
Like
for the
synthesis
rewards of each
maps.
one. Now, if you do fail out and don't have any portals left, or you die in hardcore, you're not getting the drops that you would from the rest of the encounter, obviously, so that sucks. But yeah, technically you can still go and play the harder ones, but I don't see how you're going to do any better at the harder ones in the sequence, because they ramp up a lot.
Sure. Maybe you just had a,
Lightning
a
Trapper League,
bad
dude.
day in one particular map.
Yep.
Will there be any changes to the Atlas passive tree for the 3 leagues?
I don't have to see the enemy to kill them. I just throw my traps and wait
That's a
for
good
them to
question.
pop.
So
So
my
I can do
understanding
infinite
is
harder
that we
content as long as I can
did
do them.
change it, right?
Beyond.
Yeah. So less so for Arch Nemesis, but for Harvest and Beyond there were changes related to the passives. I don't think we released the Atlas tree before release. I'm not sure. That's a good question as well. So either way, it's changes in line with the theme of what we've been doing with these leagues, so
Pretty
it's not
quiet.
going to be too surprising.
Yeah.
Okay. The
A third of the
Tower
viewers left.
Ordeals, the ultimatum boss fight. Yeah, it's back.
So far.
It's created
Poke my head
from difficult endgame Val
I will
content, was
get
the terminology. Is this like
3,800
Val Temple maps, or is it
experience
something else?
From this.
We want people to work it out.
Plus
Like,
point zero one.
it's a variety of
Rep
stuff.
with
So to
rep.
be clear about how this works, you do several pieces of content, you get some pieces that you can put
some
together,
money.
like making Harbinger uniques, you place them next to each other in the inventory, and it's, you know, go play some Val content, see what drops, post it on Reddit, you know. It won't be too hard to work out.
I'm
Maybe like a new
outside.
Oh, the
fragment set or
fragments,
something.
yeah.
could
Run
leave.
Val shit.
Okay.
I'm looking
Oh,
out
I
this
should
window
clarify with
towards
that Atlas
10,
tree
11
question.
right now.
The
Get the
details will
farm
probably be in the
Val
patch
areas
notes
with
that we're
fragments.
posting as soon as we finish talking, so people
Hmm.
won't have long to wait.
It sounds like there's
Oh,
some so
shit.
as there's like some sort of creation process here. Does that
Oh,
mean we
wait.
can influence the roles on the map in any way, or are those random and we get what we get?
It spawns random rolls, but it's corrupted, so you can't influence it. So that means if you want to try to get good mods on it, you'll have to, of course,
The
complete said
spam in
Val
chat.
content
Stop
many
talking.
times.
Give us patch notes. Stop talking. Give us
Right.
chat.
On new and rebalanced uniques now, we asked about the ring, so I can skip that one. But is the lower drop rate of uniques global, or is it specific to the newly buffed uniques? And does it affect unique drops from specific bosses at all?
So it doesn't affect guaranteed boss drops. It is a global change, but we've gone through and reassessed the rarity of each unique. Like, we've kind of taken the old system, put it to one side, gone through every unique and said, why is this one quite rare? We should have it be common, and so on and so on. And overall, this means that you are finding fewer uniques per hour that you play. But the difference between the uniques is quite staggering. Like, I would much rather find one item per time period that I can actually use or has some trade value, rather than, and hypothetically, a bit more than one item, which is probably useless. And so it does feel quite different now. And yeah, no one likes to hear the drop rates have been reduced, but the game was really spamming you with uniques, and it's probably gone over the
Nothing, huh?
top. And that's because we don't post in the patch
you
notes every
wanna-
time we implicitly increase the drop rate of uniques.
So MP's group is gonna get richer now.
When you make a change like this, do you think, people are going to have less alks? And then like change the drop of
Hey, level
alks or
15,
something? Or...
There were other
Yeah.
currency items I was focusing on this
12.
league.
Indeed. So you've got a long list of uniques getting changed here, but as mentioned that
I'm just
there
a
are
young boy.
many more in the game. There's so many now. And I think that whenever you do like a big list of buffs like this, and the buffs themselves are pretty substantial for the most part, people can feel a bit sad about whatever ones didn't make the cut, for example. I don't think I saw Voltastic in
Divine
that picture.
shards.
Sad. Is there any plans to give like similar treatment to more uniques in the future then?
Yeah, we will be. We plan to iterate on more uniques and other expansions. We're just not sure of the timing of it. I mean, we've done unique revamps in the past. This was an expansion where we happened to have balance capability lying around in the unique department that we could use for this, and it felt like the right time for it. So yeah, expect more improvements, but we're not promising that we'll do every other unique in the next one.
People want to know what the process is for creating unique items for Uber Pinnacle bosses, like their design, working with members of the community, and how that's all going. We had one new on this league, it looked like.
We have been running a league launch race boss kill event thing for the last couple of leagues, and the way that works is that historically for the last two, people who were the first to kill all of the Uber Pinnacle bosses got ranked in order and then had the ability to design unique items. And that's resulted in some really cool stuff, like the Zizaran gloves that are in this expansion and a bunch of ones in the last one. But we ran into some problems. The first problem was that the same people are having to make the same uniques, and while they have won the competition multiple times, the same people are getting to make multiple uniques, which isn't a problem from a fairness point of view because they're winning the competition, but it's a problem when Ben gets to make like half a dozen or something like that, because he will run out of ideas after a while. In addition, these content creators, and they're often content creators who are winning these because of skill and so on, often don't have the time to actually fully engage with our design team in the relatively time-consuming process of making these because there's other things happening. And so we only had one out of a backlog of, I think, 6 or 7 pending uniques actually make it in. And so we're going to be putting a bit of a deadline on it, where the creators who still have uniques pending there, we're going to release them in the next expansion with or without their input. Ideally, they will. We're contacting them basically, but yeah, ideally you've got months to actually go and get it, the process finished. But we are planning to actually release these because the players want their uniques, and we're going to give them. So the earlier and faster you can work with us, the more stuff we get in. Now we will be running another race event at the start of this league where there are some cool prizes, and we'll be talking about that this week, but we're not going to be giving out more unique design slots at this stage, partly because we still have a whole bunch we need to finish. And so we found some other cool stuff that people will probably enjoy.
Can I jump?
And we'll post about it in the news this week.
All right, get on it, eh? Get on it, guys. All right, let's talk about some skills.
Let's go, dude.
Alchemist Mark is one of the new revealed Mark skill, taking the Floss Charge generation off what used to be on Poachers, I believe, or I can't remember which one it was. Poachers. It also creates a ground effect based on like the biggest ignite or poison on an enemy. This seems very good for like ignite builds or big single hit poison builds, but doesn't seem very useful for most poison builds, which scale by stacking a lot of smaller poisons. Is this the case, and is that just okay?
Yeah, the goal here wasn't to just say all poison builds have an extra thing that they have to stack on in addition to everything else. The goal here was to enable builds to exist that use single big poisons and ignites. So we're trying to open up more space here rather than just buff an archetype.
Oh, that's true. Like we saw Flame Blast poison stuff. Does that mean Consuming Dark is one of the changed uniques?
The Trickster chest piece stolen.
Don't worry.
I think that all the changed uniques are listed in the patch notes. And for reference, I would much rather just say they're in the game, go have fun, but we have listed every change as far as I'm aware, so it's all there. Spoil it,
Check this crate.
Wow, so all the uniques are getting spoiled as soon as I finish the Q&A. Yeah. Let me just stall for a while longer.
We could stop right now and people would have that information, but instead we're going to keep going through the question.
I'm not going to stop until Bex tells me to.
I feel really bad for the person that has to write up all the changes if I was wrong and they aren't listed there, and then the community expects them, and that's their weekend gone.
Sorry, folks. So the new shock skills seem very cool. Though they feel a bit like PoE 2 skills. I've been noticing this a lot lately, where we will have a lot more socket and support freedom in the future.
Do I need
I've noticed this is a bit of a trend with new skills feeling a lot more like combo pieces, and like it really feels like you're butting up against the limitations of the current socket system. Do you feel that when you're designing skills at the moment?
Yeah, we are certainly designing content for PoE 2. I mean, like, this league is designed so it could appear in PoE 2 if we decide to. We're trying very hard to make sure that we are juicing both games at the same time, and that's why from a quality point of view we want them to be, top notch, and also, I mean, it means we can produce much higher budget stuff for PoE 1 because we're getting to spend PoE 2 money on it, and it also means that we're able to make sure PoE 2 launches with a much larger stable of content than other action RPGs in that generation will do.
A lot of stuff is going to take on new life when PoE 2 comes out, especially with, like I said, we've got so many of these like combo piece feeling skills that are just so hard to fit in builds at the moment. So
they'll find places. Like our team are very excited about these.
Yeah, absolutely. Overcharge support, I really like the idea of, but is there any concern that it could become like a universally used damage scaling tool? I've seen this in other games where they've had like a mechanic that you debuff an enemy with so that they take more damage, and the entire gameplay ends up revolving around them. Is this something you're like concerned about here?
So in order to get a good shock value, you don't want to put it in a 2-link with some random skill to shock enemies. You want to actually like increase that damage and put it in a 4-link. And so then you're facing the opportunity cost of every other relevant support gem or utility skill you could have in that slot. So, I mean, it will certainly have its place in trying to make good shocks, but it's not just something you put onto every build just as an afterthought because, you know, there's limited sockets going on there.
Yeah, right now, like, you have the option, I guess, of doing that, but it usually comes at a pretty big opportunity cost. Like, skitterbots, for example, reserving something is a pretty frequently used one. So I guess right now, if it's like, it's hard to get enough power in a build that doesn't really make sense, it's not going to be a problem. I guess it might be something you might have to review in PoE2 when people can throw a 6-link at it, even if they're like a melee build or something where it doesn't make much sense otherwise.
Yep, fair enough. I'm avoiding commenting on the availability of 6 links in that content, but people should know this.
I mean, as far as everyone's concerned at this point, we're all getting a 6-link on every single skill. Not a
instantly
problem.
On the beat.
Yep.
A whole lot.
Thank you for all the
coming
6
in behind you.
Well, speaking of 6 links, we've got the return of Tainted Fusings coming this league. I really liked those for easier, unique availability on
Tainted Fusings are coming back.
Awesome stepping stone.
Scourge items are coming
I'm
back,
glad to see you guys brought that back, but it's something
Beyond
you
is
wanted
Scourge
to
now.
avoid, or because you know they didn't stay around for a while, but now they're coming back. What are your thoughts on like that and the availability of 6 links in general?
We believe the rate that we've reintroduced them in is going to be safe because they're moderately scarce. It's certainly, you know, they're not dropping all over the place, so it should be fine.
All right, let's talk about the league revamps, in particular Arch Nemesis. I'm very excited to see big changes on the Arch Nemesis side of things.
You better ask the headhunter question.
Bluntly, I think Arch Nemesis implementation last league was not met with a lot of love for
Will
many.
we have more or
Didn't
less
really feel like an
mods per
improvement
map
for the
for
game
headhunter?
overall for some? How was your reaction to the implementation of Archnem, and how was the community's reaction to
What do
it?
you have?
So I played at League launch last time, which is relatively rare because usually we have raging server fires and that kind of stuff that I get to work on. But this time I got to play some Path of Exile, and I got all the way to maps without really feeling any problems with the Arch Nemesis stuff. And so I was a bit like, I had some cognitive dissonance with the feedback, but our design team like agreed with the feedback. Our design team looked at the builds people were playing, looked at the way they were playing, went through it and said, yeah, we need to tone down some problematic stuff, which is good because I'm glad they're the design team and not me. And so we really feel that Res in the early game felt too hard relative to Res later on. And we made a lot of changes to it in response to the feedback, and obviously that's stuff we should have had in there through more testing prior to the release. But there were some changes specifically around rewards that we wanted to do, but weren't fast to implement, so we waited till 3.19, and that's why it's one of the revamped leagues here, despite being so recent. And it was the ability to go through the entire game and make sure that the rate that you're encountering rares is appropriate for how difficult they are, and then making sure that when you do have a hard rare fight, you don't just get a pile of junk, you actually get some really good stuff going on. And so now people will hopefully look forward to finding monsters with multiple Arch Nemesis mods so that they may get really broken conversion stuff.
How aggressive was this reduction in rare monsters applied overall?
It varies. In some cases, there were no changes. Like, for example, the monsters in the actual just areas you walk through are generally relatively low. Like, you can play a map and only encounter a few rares if you haven't juiced it, you know, with old balance values, and that's left unmodified. Of course, you could, if you're lucky, encounter more. But the leagues spammed the ever-loving, like...
Is this the bag
there
you
were
want
some
me to look at?
leagues that gave a lot of rare monsters, Ziggy. Like, we had to turn some down like 6 or 8 times in some
You're going to be seeing like 400
and so that's
ES
making a big difference. Now you actually have some
items.
ability to focus on what mods you're playing against, as opposed to the screen being full of, you know, yellow
20k ES trickster incoming.
So yeah, there has been a big reduction for some leagues, and they've had to compensate. And this is why
And then also 50% chance to regen your fucking ES when you get the hill for the spell.
Where
so
the whole point is all the monsters are basically rare, or harvest, where they
actually gonna get a 2 to 3 million effective HP trickster, you know.
And balance entirely for those leagues in order to be able to turn the
What is this?
Chat's been spamming about Headhunter. How does this nerf Headhunter once again into the dust, Chris?
All these extra mods on rare monsters for you to take, I mean, that's a buff, right?
That's a kick.
You can't balance the entire game around Headhunter, and it's still a very
Fuck you. Headhunter nerfed.
Oh,
How much time do we have? 14 minutes?
Headhunter nerf.
So how does this change the balance between
Heads up.
base gameplay reward and specific league reward mechanics? So I guess now, like when a rare spawns from a league mechanic, it potentially is dropping its new reward system, whether it's like a bundle of maps or uniques or something like that as well.
Yeah, we want it to be consistent across both. We've had a problem long-term in Path of Exile that isn't fully solved, where the base game has one difficulty and league content has a different
Headhunter
difficulty.
10C unique.
If you were to fight a monster in an expedition, a white
Divine
monster,
Orc
how much
30X?
life it has compared to a
What
just random
happening?
zombie walking on the beach one screen over from the base game, there's a pretty big difference there. And we haven't addressed that life difference here. It's quite a large change to go and normalize all that. But
Oh my god.
we do want it so that league content is
Oh, the
Oh
Easter
my
egg!
god, Chad is spamming
but
melee,
not
melee,
to the
melee.
point where you just don't want to
Literally got a 100% conversion to cold,
yeah, a rare
fuckers. What
monster
else
is
do you want?
Do I need the hand
leagues
roll?
have interesting ways of
Yeah,
supplying you with
that
rare
fixes
monsters,
all
often
melee.
at a higher rate than normal.
No, it doesn't. But
the
it
same
makes
rate.
all
The
the.
rares are difficult to fight based on how many mods they have.
But it makes the ones that were converting to cold stronger.
Rare monsters themselves
You got those
drop
fortified
better
buffs.
items than normal. Each additional Arch Nemesis mod
But
drops
none
more
of
and more
them are
items in a
converting to
multiplicative
gold.
kind of stacky way.
Wait, Frostblade.
This, of
hold on.
course, all stacks with your player rarity and quantity, which does matter a lot more than before. Then some of the mods
shit, I
have
don't-
conversions that occur, and those conversions can stack together. And the goal is that player rarity and quant both affect all of these conversion things. And this means we have internal calculations now where for monster drops like this, your player rarity can actually convert currency items to better currency items. So if you get a currency
Whoa.
item drop and you've got a lot of rarity,
Examine it.
you're potentially having a higher chance of better currency in there internally. And so
My
we're trying very hard to make
Oh, you
sure
can
that
just take
killing
that shit
res is
then.
a very rewarding
There's a scratch in
experience to
there.
justify
I
the
needed a
fact that we
sandwich.
made them really hard fights. Like, we don't want to back down on the hardness of the fights.
Oh,
In fact,
toss
in
your
some
second
cases
gun,
with
take
the
this.
mod ones, it's a little
Now I
harder
gotta
than it
take
was
a
last
shower
time.
after this.
But the
fucking
rewards
thing
are a
ends.
lot better, and you're not being spammed with them.
If there's only one of them on the screen,
I got
I'm
it!
okay with that. The problem was more like when I couldn't see what was going on, when there was like 10 rares. So and there's a billion poison things trying to bonk me. So I like this. I like what you're doing overall
How
to
did I
try
get
and get
6.4K
Arch Nemesis to
XP? I
fit
didn't
into the
even do
game a lot better. However,
Killed two
I'm still a bit
players
concerned that like many
and
of the
looted a
specific
shit ton.
modifiers or combinations of modifiers that are just not that fun to have in the game might still be a problem. Like for example, the vast array of different styles of effects that slow your character down, except for tricksters, I guess.
Holy fuck, that backpack's actually
And
filled
like
with
the
some
constant
decent
running
things.
from like on death effects and things like that.
And there
Has
were
there
even
also
nicer
been
things
has there
in,
been
like,
much
Rig,
work to
man,
like
fuck.
improve or
I had,
change
like,
or
2 sets
remove
in
some of
Night
these
Vision,
mechanics?
Found in Raid,
A lot of the
Airframe,
work to remove and address unfun mods was done
Something else.
early in 3.18, but what's worth
Too much
noting here
loot.
is, with the way that magic monsters were working until
I
3.19,
need
they both had
fucking
the
3
full
more
range
morphines
of
now.
crazy on-death kind of spammy stuff, and often had a different mod each. And so the magic monster changes here are quite impactful because it means
Damn.
A,
I got
there's one
so
mod
much
shared
XP
between the
from
group
that
that
shit.
actually read what the mod is and then deal with the
Damn.
That means it's on death, you're dealing with some on death.
Like the fry and the fried bites back.
About it on other groups.
Oh,
And it
man.
also means that we went through and greatly reduced the amount of stuff like on death modifiers you can get on magic monsters. A lot more of them are just I'm harder because I do fire damage kind of stuff now. And so that means that you're not
Look at
running
the
into the
bacon.
stuff as completely frequently as you were in the past, especially with the reduction
Let's
of
do this.
the number of rare monsters.
Chat really wants to talk about melee.
That's a legendary
so I guess
song.
we're going to pause the current topic we're talking on, chat.
That really
Here you
is.
go. I got you.
It's like a Hall of
That
Fame
was about
song
melee,
right
but I'm not
there.
really sure what the specific questions are. So do you have any
Asking all the
generic
questions.
comments on
Asking all
the
the
state
questions.
of melee in Path of Exile currently? And then maybe I can read some specific questions from chat instead of just spamming melee.
So my interpretation of what chat's asking
Melee.
is that they feel that they would like to
Everyone's
see
just
buffs to
spamming melee.
skills.
Melee buff.
Me too,
Melee.
yeah, I figure.
Of which we haven't included specific reworks in this expansion, but what I'll do, and
Melee,
this is not a
question
promise, so
mark?
do not put melee on your internal list for 320, is I will make sure that when we're having our design meetings for 320, this is
Cyclone
brought
question
up.
mark?
There are pros and cons for this.
Level
And
35 Cyclone question mark?
I was recently having a look at how they're doing melee skills in PoE 2, and you will
Cyclone.
love that. As much of that as we can get into PoE 1, we will
Cyclone
try to
again.
do, but bear in mind, one of the major
Level
things they have
35
there is an
Cyclone
entirely
question
new
mark?
animation system that lets them do
Yeah.
really punchy cool stuff.
That doesn't do
And so
shit. for
the
Cyclone.
future is very bright
Yeah.
for melee, and I will make sure. I understand that it's not necessarily
Level 35
about the
Flicker
punchiness of the
Strike.
skills,
Oh,
it's also
woo!
about the builds being viable from a
Yeah,
damage
with
point of
the
view and so
Arctic
on.
armor.
And so I will
Arctic.
make sure that we do bring that up with the design team. I will
Cold
just do a quick
Flicker
dev
with
check
the
to see if
Arctic
there's any
armor
thoughts.
with the
Anything coming up?
Trickster.
Yeah, we're aware people would like us to discuss melee.
With the Trickster spell suppress.
Why did Cleave only get like a 2 radius buff?
I don't know. I found this out by reading the patch notes as well.
3% more damage.
Let it run.
Something,
That
a little
radius
something
is
else,
big.
maybe.
chill. Nice and quiet.
Radius has an impact, right? Like,
Sure.
it didn't sound bad to me. Maybe I wasn't wanting to be angry that day.
I think
need to turn in
the
one more
cleave thing
Iskra.
is funny because I think what it does is it's not so much that like buffing cleave's radius is a problem and that it's bad, but it highlights for people the idea
Need
that
that golden Zibbo.
it's like, yeah, melee's a problem. Here you go. Here's
Oh,
a
you
little
do?
fix, and it's like a breadcrumb. So I think for people that's what it's indicative of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so people want to see.
It's
People want
so
to see
shit
the
on me.
giga buff that
All
makes
this
them
money
lose
on
their
me.
mind.
Money
It is
on me,
hard when
put it
you
down
put
on
together a
me.
list of changes to understand that morning the meme that people are going to want changing is melee, and then when you throw a small melee thing out there, it wasn't big enough.
Put it down
it
on
makes us
me,
look,
put it
short-sighted
down.
and not reading the room or whatever. It's
Yeah.
hard to know 100% what the room wants, and we kind of feel that if we were to poll the community of, hey, next expansion, what do you want us to do, that wouldn't necessarily align with what we believe the game needs for the bigger picture of what we're trying to solve, because we are trying to work like a few leagues ahead in our head about where things are.
I mean,
Like,
it's
You're
quite
looking
simple,
at me,
Chris.
put it
Just
down on me.
fix everything.
Yes,
We will be.
that's what we
There we
need.
do, folks.
Good job.
There's a lot of
Version.
expansions between now and then, so we certainly will continue to improve as much as we can.
Mhm.
Excellent stuff.
Put
Going
it
back to the
down on
league
me,
content a
put
bit,
it down on me.
Beyond. So great to see a big
I love
Beyond
it when
update.
they put it
It's a lot of people's
down on me.
favorite, despite being very poorly aged.
I really
And
want
it's a
to
bit of a
send her
beloved
down on
mechanic.
me.
And it's good to see the monsters getting updated. Like you said, they're just painted bandits from Act 2. But I think there's still going to be a little bit of nostalgia for some of the old bosses. Will we see them again in some form or anything like that? Or are they just gone for good?
They're gone for good, sorry. They're literally bandits. Like, we made Beyond in like 1.2 or 3, and we had like 20 people in the company at that stage. Like, we have 20 people in QA now, basically. And we, with a 3-month cycle or whatever we were working to, it was very hard to get that content
That
ready in
tech
time. And this
tape?
is when we're doing 2 challenge leagues at a time. Like,
Is that a streamer item?
Anarchy was with...
Just called Tech.
I forget what was with Beyond. Rampage was with Beyond. So we had to work on 2 leagues at the
That's
same time. I
lame.
understand they were smaller then, but when we needed monsters, the answer was take
You're
something,
lame.
paint it red. And that held up for 8 years. Like, it's kind of embarrassing. Yeah, we're not going to be using those assets again, unfortunately.
Oh, goodbye, Hast. See you, mate. It's
spamming hard mode. Cool. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
You keep throwing a fine. Well, what's going on with hard mode, Chris?
Oh, we're
What's
working
going
on
with
that.
hard mode?
We're working on that. No promises, but it's coming along.
All right. When do you think we might
They're
hear a little
working
bit
on
more
hard
about
mode.
hard mode?
I mean, in the next few months, you're probably going to hear some stuff. We got to make sure it's like good before we
Xander,
release it.
I could
Damn.
spend the
Baker of
last
good and hard, eh?
my million right now.
It's interesting to see that you've effectively
buy
used
another
Scourge to update Beyond. Was this always the plan for Scourge?
No, it wasn't actually
What do you
always the plan.
think?
For a while, we were thinking of
Not a bad
removing
idea,
Beyond.
to be honest.
You think I should do it?
Literally going back on his words, he said he will just release hard mode, and he doesn't care if it's good or not.
I'm
Like-
doing it.
Beyond is a funny league because when it was initially released as a hardcore league.
Wait, I need.
Okay, so when it's always
Chris
and
literally
it's level
said
and not
No, no,
everyone
no,
we
but they're
will
calling it-
make changes in hard mode before we make changes in
if
the
you
real
trigger too many
game.
monsters, you die. And so even
So it was supposed to
my
be some
God.
sort of a test role
medium
for
What?
drops.
players, they had to be careful to
ceiling
not
foam
accidentally
layer.
have
Hard
Hast all
mode
over the
was
place when they were playing maps.
Hard mode was supposed to
So
be
my experience
a
playing Beyond way back
test
in the day was
test
kind of fear,
realm
wanting
for
to engage,
mods
like
and
flirting
shit.
with the edges of it, but
And,
often
like,
just getting wiped out.
magic
So in
and
the
rare
hardcore, that
items.
made a lot of new characters.
Yeah, that's what
And then
they're doing
nowadays, where
internally.
people's clear speed can just deal with Beyond,
Us.
and they're probably not playing hardcore, and they can control when it's on and just stack it as a juicing mechanic.
For
It's a
them
totally
internally,
mandatory juicing mechanic
Like they would
where
see how shit
you
felt.
just have it on your maps where you want
Yeah.
a lot of extra monsters, and it spawns
like
tons of them.
80,000 more.
And so
I
it's
guess there was some
basically
fucking
kind of thing.
back-end
The new
issues that
version
they
of
need
it
to
is a
fix.
lot more well considered.
That's what he meant
It's
with
still
the
a way
He
good.
never
of
said it
boosting your
was
content
coming
and getting
out
extra drops.
this
But
week.
it's done in a way that's a bit less
He
usable,
mentioned
and
that
ideally
it will be
something that
ready
people will
for the next league,
not feel afraid of using if they do find it
I do
challenging.
not remember.
or one of the few
How much
leagues.
is
Previously,
that key that I have?
the
He said,
way it
yeah, it'll
spawned
be ready
monsters
soon.
was very
Like-
consistent. It would consistently
Yeah.
spawn
Next league or
rare
the
and
next one?
kind of like
30,000?
It
you
is
see
coming
those
out.
like dropping out constantly. Does that change the mechanics of how that works now? Like, I understand the bosses are replaced with Scourge bosses, but how does the like spawning work now comparatively?
Yeah, we've
Time to take my
taken that back
stamens.
to the drawing board a bit with making sure that the numbers and so on have been tweaked, and I recommend people just try it out. I don't really want to itemize the exact list of mechanical changes behind the scenes. Play the league, see what you think, get some good currency.
It's different.
Just to see.
Alright.
I'm trying to take that at a
Chat wants to know how
cocktail.
they will get the Steam achievement. To
What are we gonna do here?
Now. Some people are big on achievements, Chris.
What's our game plan, Duffner?
It's gone.
Go on.
Trickster, of
The
course.
people who already got it get
400
keep it.
ES.
What do we play on Trickster though?
That is a very good question.
We need to see patch notes.
Go on. See your chance.
Yes, but like,
hundreds of people in the company because
what skill do you think would be a Trickster skill?
Yeah, I would never think.
Oh, Xander!
Anything,
Harvest
right?
changes.
I got another
Huge.
one.
Hell yeah, man.
Huge.
Dude, money is
We might just see some players who are essentially
Need
banned
to
the mechanic
crit, right?
returning
If you
to
had
it here,
flea
maybe,
market,
hopefully.
you could have made half
Also,
a mil
like
on that rate.
myself, for example.
Oh, yeah.
Also, we got
if
the
I had
long
flea
awaited
market,
change
I
to
would
remove
be-
third-party trust trading too. How do
Half
these
of my
changes? How do
shit
these
would
changes
be
come
gone
about
by
after all
now.
this time?
We
I'm just kind of hanging on.
had a
to
few
stuff.
issues here. The first one was the observation
That I could
that,
sell
and
for
this may
more.
sound a bit hyperbolic, but it's also kind of accurate. You would do a sacred grove, and you would end up with a bunch of trades,
Yo, this
and you would then
shot
be forced
tastes
to,
so
on
good.
the spot, either do those. Sorry, you find a bunch of crafts, and you'd be
Two
forced to either
junk
do those
boxes.
crafts
You're
on
gonna
That's my
the
die
second
if
energy
you're
shot.
having some kind of
45.
plan for what you're wanting to do, and a whole bunch of understanding.
You're
and
gonna be
looking at the wiki and looking at half a
45
building.
with a
so on
fucking
and so on.
splint in your
Yeah,
heart.
it was a lot. It was like 30
Okay.
in some cases. Crafts that you
Do I really want to live the last 30
trading with
years?
people, because if you walk out of that grove without using the craft, you've lost the value. And so it's useful
Alright,
for
I'm
someone,
gonna live.
and so you have to go
Okay,
like,
here's my prediction. I'm gonna live till
"Oh,
55,
or you want to
and the
spend
last 5 years till 60 is gonna be painful.
Then, like,
Bro,
you know, I mean,
you could-
everyone,
bro, you
everyone,
could
like,
live,
you know,
like, a
likes to hate
good
on
life
TFT, which was serving a
until
useful
90.
function
Your
for the
hobby
community.
is
And
sitting at
it's
the
just
fucking
like
desk.
it
Like,
is
you
better
could do
that
that
that kind
till
of thing
you're
is
fucking
handled
90.
internally in the game where possible.
So I'm just gonna
So,
replace my
the other
body with
problem we had
metal.
with Harvest was that it had dangerous deterministic
Problem solved.
crafts, and we
I'm
feel
gonna become a
dangerous from the
cyborg.
point of view that
Actually, no,
for
that's
making
not
the
how
best
it
items in the game,
Actually,
you
not a
often
bad
had
idea.
to
Wait, let me write that
use
down.
Harvest, and this meant that
I'm
there was
literally
systems that
waiting
was a
for
real
them
pain in terms
to
of it interrupts your
release
mapping for half an hour and involves
cybernetic
multiple
joints.
humans, and
The
it was kind of
longer you
mandatory
stay
as far as
alive,
people were concerned
you
for making the best
have
items.
exponentially more
The
odds
only
of
thing
that.
I need to replace is my joints. That's the
And
only
so
thing
now
that
it's still powerful.
is
It's
weak on a
Yeah,
human body.
hard.
significantly
What
more
the
streamlined.
fuck?
You basically just
Heart's gonna be
do
fine.
your- pick up your
Being
currency
fat
that you get
fucks
now
all
and think
your
about it
organs, like
later.
your liver
And at
your
whatever
heart,
point you wanting to
especially.
craft, you have
Yes,
a look to see
but
if you
your
have enough life force. If
joints
you don't
don't allow you
trade
to
for some
move
more
much anymore
using
when you get
traditional
older.
Trading tools. If you don't like Harvest, previously you had to engage
stay
with it
alive.
unless you turned it
I
off.
have
And now you can
19,000
accumulate that life force. And if you need
Okay,
some
okay,
chaos,
I'm
just trade
working
either
out
of those
already.
chaos whenever you need to.
That can change in
Right.
one run.
So you have seemingly.
I'm working out right now with this device I sent you
every
yesterday.
option of crafting
One scab
unlocked
run.
at the
That is
beginning
not a
now.
workout.
Do you just have to like? How do you balance that out for like the really rare, powerful?
It is
crafts? Do you
uh
just have different
It's
life force.
not.
That you
I
have to
can
work for them,
literally
or is it just
literally
you've balanced it based on
decimate
quantity,
a wall
simply?
with a 1-inch punch, alright?
So, pinnacle crafts, the exalt crafting require you to kill a Sharpie.
I am fucking
And
dead.
some of the more valuable ones do require you to go through the tier 4 beast, a Sharpie chain in order to get the life force, or trade for it, of course. But
Need to lose
we have
fat
gone through
to
and
diet.
How do I lose fat?
made changes
Two
to what crafts are
energy
available.
shots.
There are
What's
some
what's
that
an anti-fat food? Anti-fat food.
usually
What's a
ones
fat
that
burning food?
shouldn't have a purpose anymore.
Just eat less calories.
Ones
food?
that shouldn't really have existed.
Fat
in the first
burning
place.
food,
Some things
dude.
have been moved elsewhere, like the
That's
special
not
offerings to the
enjoy.
goddess you now get from the labyrinth itself, rather than having to go through Harvest to get that.
You just eat less,
There's some
motherfucker.
I am eating less, but it
Bridgehead
doesn't
style
help.
You're
really
not.
relevant
You said you were
content
eating
rather
less.
than
You
from
showed us
Harvest.
that plate with
Yeah.
fucking 1,000 calories
sense.
on it.
That was
Overall, how
when?
much
A
has
month
the
ago,
balance and
too?
power of harvest crafting changed for the and,
Are you
like will
losing
the
weight then?
average endgame player?
I
lose
lost
weight, do
like
you think?
6 pounds.
It's still going to be a good way of improving your items, but
That's
I will
not expected
hopefully
weight
see
loss though. I
that
should have lost
it is
12.
mandatorily listed on the plan to get every
8.
single best item.
12.
rare
6
crafting
pounds, and
before.
that's because he
This-
took a shit before he waited.
There's subtle changes here now.
Like,
Previously, one of the good crafts you could
Yeah.
get was the ability to exalt a mod.
Not
That's now a
ironically,
null
yeah.
exalt,
That's
and so you lose a mod before you gain one. And so there's
just
a bit
spent
less
all my
determinism.
money on
So you can
another
still have
junk
good
box.
outcomes, but it does
Oh,
involve quite a
Lord.
lot more risk than before. for
I
some
have
of those.
How's the new
19,000
update? Was
Frostar
that
asks
was
what
the new
happens to
update
their
all about?
currently stored crafts that they have at the
So, like,
moment, banked,
35
all their
megabyte
thousands
ones?
of exalt items crafted.
Yeah,
You
and then
should
they
release
came, and then they
those
made
now.
another 2 megabyte one.
Oh,
I have no idea.
frenzy, let's go.
I
Good luck,
believe
Standard.
that you should use them before the
Fuck
league or before
Tarkov,
the
man.
new
They
league
need to
comes
bring
out.
streets already. They need to give us a
Okay.
fucking full game
Well,
already.
they
Also,
should because they'll make stuff that can't be made in the
the future.
Dude, I want
Alright.
streets.
Have fun, stand place. I
want the full fucking game, bro. I want
to Omega.
I had all these little teasers and shit they like to show you, and they take forever.
Now, so it doesn't take long for them to all to be spawned.
Yeah,
Even Lighthouse patch, we were supposed to get the Lighthouse guy.
And as I mentioned,
we didn't get our trader. There's promised a trader. In-rate trader.
Going to be quite so dangerous.
In-rate trader, you would go in and then trade with him and then try to get off with the stuff.
After like various other things.
That sounds awesome,
Good
actually.
That's what they want to do at the and once the game releases, all the traders going to be in-game or in-rate.
Itemization changes. There's some stuff, really good stuff in there that seems really good, like the itemization stuff I'm really excited about. But some of the other stuff like Necromancer's rework being met with concern. I'm not really sure about everyone else, but I have a hard time picturing the overall state of things with all of these changes put together. Can you kind of like lay it out for us, Chris?
So maybe they're going to add some save zones.
Now, like other Path of Exile builds, your build strength is moderately proportional to how good your items are. Before, you could, to some extent, get.
It's gonna be like the Bandit Cam in Rust. You shoot anyone or touch anyone, you get a fucking decimated.
Ability to get into the end game without actually having to find items was, you could view it charitably as tutorial for the game or something like that, but it really meant that there was a whole group of characters that weren't having to really engage with what Path of Exile was meant to be about. Finding really good items to improve your character and getting rewarded for it. We also felt that minion characters were just not good enough. Like, we felt that at the end game, they could be more powerful. And the problem is the way to make them more powerful was buff the skills. But it's one of the things where we wanted to be better,
what skills are you buffing, Chris?
And so we've realized that by giving far more itemization options, it's now possible for them to be significantly better than before. And so, it's one of those things where we've taken everyone.
Enough of Q&A. Give us a patch note, please.
3 out of 10 like everyone else, but they have the ability to become a 10 out of 10.
Doing that bullshit still.
The other subtlety to it is
enough.
Previously, the Necromancer ascendancy skills were where you got
patch
a lot of
notes
power,
are already there,
and we've essentially moved a lot of power now to your items.
Look,
this means that if you're playing a minion build, you don't have to play a Necromancer because it's not quite as powerful as before, because the power's been made up elsewhere on items.
That's a different game.
Ascendancy classes get access to the items. You have the ability to play a variety of different ascendancy classes and still play a minion.
What is that? Is that a DayZ mod or something?
We're gonna.
It's a Diablo 2 remake.
Chat because we are running out of time a little bit, but
talking
about
Diablo
Exalted and Divine changes.
PS2
Chat's been asking a lot about Divines and Divine Shards.
You should get in on that. You get addicted.
Happening there.
You'll get addicted once you understand the game.
This is along the lines of the reason why we don't want gold in the game is because we don't want there to be a single homogeneous trade currency that's.
You need like. You need to learn like 3 PhD worth of material to understand this game.
Shards for the big ticket items that can be easily got.
The
motivation behind the changes here is that we would like
to do what? Get a PhD to be able to understand the game? What did you say?
Oh,
fuck.
You have to go or learn 3 PhD worth of material to understand this game.
Items actually matter. When you find a unique or a rare with good rolls, that's something which, yes, you can still change it with Divines, but it is actually a more important thing. And so it's in line.
I don't think nobody
playing ranges on some of these
doing all this shit is going to be playing games.
Some very powerful.
They literally love this game for it.
We want to make sure that Divines aren't quite as common. We really shouldn't have been handing out Divines through a vendor recipe in the way that we were, but at least with this change here, we can make sure
hard enough to understand sometimes as it is.
We aren't changing the drop rate any of these. The result is
take that times 10 for PoE
as much as they would before.
Fuck that. How is that enjoyable?
Items probably
that's absolutely enjoyable. You get rewarded for knowing things.
So prohibitively high for exalts.
Well, yeah, it makes a lot of sense because like the order of crafting would be like you exalt the item and then you divine it to finish it off, but they were the reverse way around in terms of value. And the result of exalts being so valuable was that they would never get right clicked. So do you think that's going to change dramatically? Do you think exalts are going to be worth like 7 chaos or something?
I don't know the ratio and I don't want to speculate, but yeah, I would expect that it's going to change the values of trade for items. But Path of Exile is already good at that and capable of dealing with the fact that the stuff is arbitrary in the first place.
Decreases traders'
Rise
cash
PT
prices.
asks,
minus
with Divines becoming a lot more rare,
200%.
Obviously. What's going to happen to the Divine Vessels?
What
in
the
this?
fuck does that even
Make those? Are they going to still be very rare, or are they going to be?
Yeah, those numbers are real. They go down a little bit, but not on 200%.
We haven't changed the recipe at this stage.
Very expensive recipe now, potentially.
It's fucking Russian, bro. They got this. The way they explain this shit in this game sometimes
approximately
is
equivalent to
the way they
Divines will be
word the
worth
quests.
approximately what
Oh
exalts
my
were before
god!
in terms of
I
difficulty.
don't know what I'm reading.
Probably.
Yeah, that too. They make everything a little
110C Divine Vessel recipe.
200%. It's like they're paying you to buy shit.
Questions here. Chat folks ask.
What is that?
Confirm that MTXs don't deal damage or pick up items themselves. Yes.
That's
Well,
correct.
I'm level
Like,
13,
the new
bro. I'm
MTX
almost
are
there.
exciting because they look like they're going to help you in the gameplay, but they really don't, right?
The
Like,
trick.
yeah.
This is like the best trick that you can pull is like make them look like that. Oh,
I'm
they're
waiting for
giving you some
someone to
sort
write
of
into-
advantage, but they're
Yeah,
not.
I'm waiting for someone to write into customer support, all angry about the fact they thought they were going to be able to like cheat by buying these micros. We do try to make it clear that it's just cosmetic, but they certainly do quite exciting things. Where if those things were real, then like exploding on death and killing the monsters would certainly be something special.
I've been curious about
scab
PoE
jump
Mobile.
box.
It's
I
been
feel
all
like a
quiet on
man.
that front until today's ExileCon announcement. How's
2 of
development
them?
been
Oh my
going?
God.
And if you're happy to speak about it, is it still aiming to be quite a different experience to PoE Desktop, or
Invite
is
a
it
girl
going to be
over
like
and
a
be like,
direct
"Hey, check
port,
this
or
shit
how are
out."
you kind of progressing
Show her
there?
your stash on
Progression's
Tarkov.
going good. Yeah, we've got a lot to show, and
Oh
we're saving
my
that up for
God.
ExileCon next year.
You have 2
The
jump
direction
boxes?
is what we talked about before.
Holy shit.
I don't know if I described it as quite a different experience.
pretty
Like,
rich,
there's certainly
huh?
like mobile versions of
Yeah, I
games
don't
that
like
play
to
like mobile
brag.
games, and ours is trying to
Sure,
represent
my
as
rig
much of
was
the
like
full
20
PC
mags
experience
in
as
it.
we can
Holy
do
shit,
while
you
still
got
actually
max
being
for
playable
days.
on a phone. And so, I mean, the ability to go and get a bunch of items, go do, build a character, go and do some maps is still there, exactly like you would, except you're doing it with your hands on a touch device.
With the focus on endgame changes lately, is there still plans to rework the acts as was started briefly?
That requires a lot of work, and we are finding better value improving everything else in the game. I think there'll be some light progress on that, but it's not a major priority for us internally at the moment.
All right. Well, sorry we can get to all of your questions, chat. I appreciate you asking them, though. Chris, thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure to chat to you today. I look forward to checking out the new expansion.
Than's very much for hosting.
You going to play at launch this time, depending on the amount of
very
fails?
hard to. Yeah, this is a good one.
Great. All right. Thank you very much, folks. Cheers.
All right, thanks.
Just more palatable, so that's good. It's probably weaker, but it's gonna be better to play, right? So
I think it'll be better. I hated like you have to craft now.
yeah. Well, I'll let you go pee. So
Yeah.
but yeah.
Also, I think they're up. Yeah, they're up.
Okay. There we go, boys.
All right. I'll see you later. Good luck.
Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, without me leaking anything, let me fix my camera. Here we go. And we'll open the notes. So you guys can actually see PoE stuff, right? Start with the flashbang, man. My bad. It's you're literally not up. No, when it's up, we're good. All right, let me just turn my camera on here. That's cool that they hosted me. What the heck? I wasn't expecting that. That's so nice. Me. Okay, here we go. Activate. Hey, I'm back. Hello. Alright, let's see. Start with the flashbang, man.
Alright.
My bad. It's literally not up. No? when it's up, we're good.
Time to DDoS this fucking Path of Exile website with all the other people.
I wasn't expecting that. It's so nice.
You're ready for these patch notes.
Hey, I'm back.
The website's already dying.
So good.
120,000 people want to access the website at once.
Yeah, how do they deal with that? This shit just gets DDoS.
You can, I mean, the best way is to use a web socket that lets only through certain people, and all the other ones get blocked. Like, pretty much generate a funnel.
Yeah.
But,
that might be what's happening.
Yep. So first come, first serve, pretty much. If you refresh, you'll get put back at the end, so don't refresh.
Bro, one step ahead, the action speed one.
Yeah.
Enemies have 92% of their base action
So
speed.
they're less 8% less faster, or yeah.
Yeah, and I think it negates haste.
Their base value becomes 8% less, right?
At most, enemy's monster action
At
speed
minimum.
is at most 92% of base value. I'm
So
reading it.
yeah.
That negates haste. It should, at least.
It might.
It should.
How do you
Their action speed
increase
is at
that?
most. Oh wait, if haste increases their base, then it won't.
It only adds. Yep. There it is. Cloud Flare is jumping.
People sent them to streamers. The streamers have it. %30 less damage on seismic.
Dang it.
Fixed a bug where lightning strike could hit enemies twice. A bug.
Lightning strike.
Yep. Minus 50% damage.
Where are the patch notes? I want to watch the YouTube again.
Exile. You have wandered far to arrive at the shores of my lake. A hidden realm I have overseen for longer than time itself. These waters harbor deadly secrets. Rayclast is reflected here. Reassemble it as you see fit. But the mirror distorts reality. Beware the image that strikes back.
What up?
Varu Nostra with Trickster.
Varo Nostra. How many masteries can you have? Like it was like 8 or something at most. Reasonable ones. Let's say you have 7, so it's 21% more damage. And you get 21% ES, life, and mana on kill or something like that? No, not 21. I mean 8. 8% or 7%.
They're saying Varu Nostra so you can take even more of those masteries. Trickster doesn't have a lot of ink.
Hold on. Let me add another window caption. Not browser. No. Add another window capture. Call it POV. You got the link for the patch notes, but I can't get in. Letucan has arrived. Oh, somebody posted a paste bin. I guess we can look at that. Galvanic fields, lightning conduit, overcharge. Support any skill that hits enemies, granting them a chance to shock, but causing them to deal less damage. Glismer. Only 15 new cards.
Here's the thing though, like Trickster is crazy, but there's no damage on it. Like you get a little bit of more damage, but that's not that great. Like you need a ton of ink damage for that to matter, right? Like
yeah. So you get more damage. What if Trickster poison with the spiders? Because that gives you 300% increased poison damage. And he has... Does he still have the chance to deal damage as Chaos? What was it called? Where are you, Trickster? Harness of the Void or something? Did they remove that stuff? You know
Helix. Helix
Trickster
is unchanged.
Helix.
Helix is unchanged. It's over.
Trickster Helix.
Helix. It's over. Helix meta.
Try again in a few minutes. Working on it. We got a reflective oil. What else? Butter. Lower the number of rare magic monsters encountered through the various league encounters. Valley of Darkness. Beyond the Scourge, and Scourge is drop in the painted currencies. Everyone gets a 6 link now.
You ready for Helix League?
Lightning Trap is my league, dude.
Dude, it's actually Helix meta.
I don't like that skill.
I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying it's actually Helix meta. That's fucking horrible.
I feel like it's gonna be poison meta though.
I agree. That skill is dog shit. Helix is good for poison.
Spectral Helix, eh?
Dude, Helix. People are racing with Helix, probably.
Let's see.
Ben just looked at it and started fucking crying.
Poison Spectral Helix by Odilo. Not gonna trust that. Easiest Delirium Farmer by Tripolar Bear. Poison Spectral Helix Pathfinder. Spectral Helix Poison Assassin is now a Trickster. I forgot to check my winning numbers for Cash for Life. Didn't win again. We get him next time. We get him today. Fiendish. A rare beyond. We still have beyond monsters, or what? Or no? They're just Scourge, but they're still called beyond.
Rage Vortex might be a meme.
Yeah, no.
Ben is hyping it up. That might be what he plays for the race, but it might be Helix though, because it didn't get nerfed.
Strength stacking.
I think he was expecting Helix to get nerfed, so he was gonna do Rage Vortex.
Mm-hmm. BRB. Okay. Gonna get in now? Yep. Alrighty then. 5 new ring base times. Confirm reward.
Amount of raw exalts for all divines. With the exalt recipe gone, or sorry, the divine recipe gone, divines don't have a shard. All you can do is farm diff cards. That's all you can do. So we'll see. I mean, I think Selfbound is gonna have like fucking no metacrafting, and instead it's gonna be much more like you're not gonna metacraft to like Veiled Chaos, a prefix for a ring life mod. You're just gonna slam Ashling and hope it works out. You're just gonna fucking send it and pray, because you're not gonna have the divines to do that kind of stuff. We'll see. Can I zoom in a bit? Yeah, it is kind of zoomed out. What are we thinking? 125? Alright, don't care about any of this. So as for this, I typed in chat earlier, Lightning Conduit, the damage value on this actually is kind of high. Like it's like I looked at it on this site. On this thing. It's actually kind of high. Like 58 to 174. I think Arc at level 28, I think has 58 or 57 base damage, I think. And then it has its 1.6 multiplier from what's it called? From like the chain mechanic. Whereas this is like 58 to 174, so it's like fucking 130. And then it has 100% more damage effect. So like the actual damage value of Lightning Conduit is pretty high. That it might be a viable like 2-button rotation on like bossing for lightning skills. It's possible. The way it was announced in the video was more of like you can just like pro-lift and like one-shot packs that are all shocked, which is something that lightning builds literally never need. Like think about what lightning skills are, right? It's Arc, it's Spark. These skills are insane at clear, and it's the archetype that has access to impulses. Like the best pops in the game, pretty much. Well, Not really, but they're really good pops. So it's like, in that sense, like this skill existing as a supplement to Lightning Clear would be worthless. That archetype doesn't need that. What it needs is single target. And I think this single target actually might help. I'm gonna do some POB work later. We'll see. Overcharge sucks. Galvanic Field is too complicated for me to understand. I need to play with it to see. This could be good for certain poison builds, but poison as an archetype, that kind of fucked up, dude. Like the Seismic Trap nerfs like sideswiped a lot of poison builds. All right. 14 the uniques. This is the unique, the Rage Gloves. This is Scissorin's unique, also gloves. Lazy, shitty humans with no creativity that couldn't get it done in time. Feels bad. New diff cards. One of these is mine. The one that was mine is Gem Cutter's Mercy. It's another exceptional gem diff card. I have one more diff card that I can create, and it was going to be a primary grading lens, but then someone created a regrading lens diff card that's in the game now. So maybe something else, we'll see. I don't know if they want the diff cards to be done super fast, like they did the uniques. Divine Orb diff card? True. Yep, true. That's it now. There's no fucking Divine Orb diff cards at all, are there? Alright. New ring-based types. I saw some of these. One was increased duration, which is cool. Yeah, I know Sephiroth exists, but I've never tried to farm it before because there's never a reason to. Sister's Stash. Give me some divines. Alright. These Atlas memories, maybe there was a question asked in the Q&A. I'll be totally honest. I was like DMing people on Discord and talking in Twitch chat for most of that. And I might have missed it, but like, did Chris talk about the actual scaling of the rewards of this? Because to me, my Atlas not working on it makes me immediately not care about it at all. Unless the rewards are like actually cracked. Like if I have every single breach node on the entire tree, a breach in my Atlas gives me a lot of shit. A breach in these memories needs to give me like double that to even consider it. You go to the full Atlas of that type. Yeah, the thing is though, a full Atlas has like 6 different mechanics that are fully juiced. Not just one. And I know some of these have like multiple things. We'll
So
hopefully it's really good.
Pretty much they nerfed Forbidden Shackle.
Like it makes sense why they had to do it this way. Because if you had to reselect your Atlas for memories, that'd be really lame.
No idea.
So like this is necessary.
Never even looked at that item.
Hopefully they
It's the flicker item, the flicker helmet.
On this and understand
You cannot roll for Ice Bite anymore. You really have to find it as a drop, or it's gonna be costly to get the flicker helmet.
We'll see. I want to go in here to one that has a harvest plot. I click.
Flicker Striker is actually gonna be a Mirature build.
6 plots. They all activate at once, not just one, and 2 Oshabis. And then if I survive, I get like 8 reproof, which more likely. That's what I want.
Bro, Seismic is only nerfed 30%.
Seismic actually got hit in like 7 different ways, so. Just shiny. I feel like the way these are gonna he implied these dropped in like there was a method you had to find out to drop these. I feel like it's gonna be the challenges from last league. It's gonna be doing these mechanics like doing these fights with like flawless mechanics or some shit. That's my guess. Trial Master's back. Cool. Collective Oil. One thing that I wish they would just like temporarily for one league just let us apply Catalyst.
But all the other shit got hit though too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like this league is
like
kind of
everything around it got hit.
But like Catalysts are really fucking important. And those just like not being in the game basically. For this league, for these items, like kind of feels bad. We'll see. Obviously, if you get a really good mirrored item that just has like 3 negative downsides that don't matter at all, and then like 190 life and 58 dot multi and like whatever other stuff, then you'd still use that even if it wasn't fertiled. But like, what if it was also fertiled? You know it's better than 180, like 218 or whatever that becomes. Yeah, so they definitely removed harvest divines too, right? with that stuff.
Increased all problems. No, let's leave it up to experiment.
I mean, just thinking about harvest, I think
all these fucking. Oh my god. Okay.
You're going to use pretty much every single purple seed is going to be on Reforge more likely. Every single blue seed is going to be used on Reforge Keep Suffix and Prefix if those are still in the game. I didn't see them in the teaser. And yellow seeds don't really have like a single clear best craft. So maybe you just slam some life Reforge still.
Oh yep.
Without Reforge,
Heist is gonna be the only way to farm divine orbs.
It is so difficult. So
looks like.
Farm divine.
Yeah, with the you know that Heist trinket modifier, regal orbs drop as divine orbs.
Oh, there's no way they didn't change that.
They did lower it and make it more more in the same realm as Exalted Orb.
Items start to finish in harvest.
That's cringe.
My life force is competing with Reforge.
But it's still high. 4% chance for Regal Orb to be a divine orb.
Reforge Keep Suffix. I don't want to ever use a Reforge, which means Reforge Chaos. Those blue crafts used to love. A lot of opportunity cost there. I'll use it to get like early like resist, but yeah, like essences.
All right, I'm going through these rebalance of unique items. Let's see if I see something nice.
Talk about Rog. I will ban you. He's trash. Okay. Moving on.
Elberon's Warpath now causes your skeleton warriors to be permanent minions instead of giving a +1 maximum skeleton.
Didn't mention Lava Lake. So Lava Lake didn't spawn that much. They didn't mention the other Katava either. And the other Katava actually spawned a ton.
No longer has gain on a
14, Coward's Trial was crazy for sure. Whoa, that's a huge change. Metamorph's gonna be so much safer and so much less rewarding for like general loot. Because like this is what made Metamorph scary. Like if you died to just like a solo Metamorph, it was probably because you did some dumb shit or your build was bad. Like that's kind of like the only real way you ever die to those things. Like -60 chaos res, click chaos mod, die. Like if you were playing it properly, usually you only ever died when they spawned a bunch of rares that like had auras or just like did shit that killed you. Like a bunch of revenants. It's like they're gonna be way safer. That's cool. Exotic stronger. Yeah, there were some builds like Call of Steel builds that loved this, but like I'm not scared of Metamorphs at all now. And you can clip this, and if I ever die to it, you can like rub it in my face. But that's nice.
Apex Rage.
Metamorphs no longer spawn minions.
They're nerfing a lot of like the generic map juice stuff. I wonder if the softcore trade players are pissed about this, like beyond being changed, and not on the device, and this stuff. I wonder if they're upset. Like this doesn't matter at all.
Metamorph doesn't spawn minions anymore.
This in Self-found.
Damn it.
This occasionally.
That's big.
Never, except for Delirium Juice. They're always pissed about
because it would spawn rares and shit.
True.
That's a nerf. Already is.
It's not. What?
Oh.
Yeah, bro, those Metamorph minions are so juicy.
Instead of just removing it. Because the reason this was so good.
The only thing they were good for is flash nodes.
Means you kill more monsters.
Flash charges, that's it. Other than that, they just made it more dangerous.
So it would die in 2 waves instead of 3.
True, but all I'm hearing is head on the nerf, head on the nerf, head on the nerf.
Like die faster or something instead.
Oh, hopefully I get Mage Blood instead of Headhunter this time.
True.
Bro, another person was talking about how they got Mage Blood on their first heavy belt, like me. Frog champ.
Arakutiki.
I wonder if this is gonna be data mined.
SNF Mark.
We'll see. That's good. All those are good. I'm definitely still concerned that if I play a build that's like not really, that doesn't have good single target, that some
Ash color got upgraded.
It's just gonna just destroy my character. I'm gonna have to like just run away because I can't kill it. One thing that they didn't touch at all in Archnum that really is the biggest problem that I still have with the mechanic has nothing to do with Archnum killing me. It has to do with Archnum being unkillable. Like, the tank mods are just overtuned.
Beast for Shaw.
50 avoid damage, that's fucking ridiculous. Should be 30 at most. Chaos Weaver gives max Chaos Res, like 40 Chaos Res, and immune to Wither. Fucking immune to Wither. Oh, did they?
Beast for Shaw.
Let's see. Sentinel. Oh, so they have like glancing blows now? That's good. But every single resist mod is still too powerful, and
they nerfed the block shit.
Or whatever the avoid damage.
It goes through 20% of the damage goes through blocks.
What about?
So Expedite, you can't brick your expeditions anymore.
This is nice though. Like Flame Strider was really annoying. Cool.
I completely.
Why not just make corpse that are not in the game? No one would complain. Oh, it's only not in packs. And no Inferno Bolts, but the Inferno Bolts didn't matter, it was the Burning Ground that fucked. Oh, they did Rift Reckoning.
Bitter Dream.
Okay. The Bristle Matrons are still gonna teleport onto you and slam you. Always fun. I don't think I even need to read the Beyond stuff really. Oh, you can't stack it anymore? Oh, yeah. Dude, softcore trade map pieces are gonna be pissed. This is gonna be like when they remove fracture mapping.
A lot of corruption in the game.
That fraction of the player base is like 0.1%, so fuck them. Like 90% of softcore trade is not doing that shit.
Bramble check.
LS is dead, Hammy.
9.1
Bramble check?
You know what those harvest changes did? Those harvest changes fucked me. Probably.
What?
I'm pretty sure harvest is gonna be worse than it was before. By a little bit, but easier to use and more focused. But like, you know, it's gonna be worse for me. Like, anyone that was using harvest to its full potential last patch is probably gonna be worse off this patch, so is what it is. Oh, I forgot to control that.
There has to be some shenanigans you can do here.
Oh. Interesting.
Nightblade?
I really thought the one thing they were gonna do to Nightblade was to look at the masteries on dagger and claw nodes and make those type specific. Like, the fact that you click dagger nodes on a claw build is weird. That's weird.
The Brian Crown. +3 code.
Alright.
Bring offering.
Exotic section of the currency tab. Ooh. Do I have to pay money for that?
Poison Nightblade helix? Remember the build chart Polar Bear was doing?
Yeah.
Wait, what did they change with poisons?
Interesting. I mean, for me, I love this. I hated Beyond.
They changed
And
minions for poison. They gave them
It was like, oh, here's
Unholy
monsters
Might
that spawn after you kill a
with
pack, and you have to
Necromancer.
fight them with the
But
pack to be dead, and they don't drop
another
shit.
thing they did is
Juicing that they don't drop shit.
you get increased
But this is
poison
like
damage when you have
now
Arakali's Fang instead of the spiders.
It gives me rewards that actually matter.
Yeah,
Currency.
the spiders now give you a buff that gives you 300% increased when you have all spiders. 300% increased poison damage.
The only time I
The
ever did
tripolar
Beyond
bear
was
shit
when I was
is
doing
still
like a berry farming for like 10 hours. But that was like the least fun I've ever had playing this game. Like juice maps are so boring.
Clay Shaper, what they do to that?
Yeah, I love the painted currencies back.
Hated
Monsters
currency.
are guaranteed to multiple. I wonder how hard it's gonna be to get a Beyond boss spawn. Oh shit. Okay. That's an important line. Ooh, adjustments. So you're not coin flips anymore. I think this might not matter. Thankfully, the 6-link change means strongbox farming for 6 links and 6 sockets is gonna be really good. You're gonna get a lot of
Okay.
these. That's nice. Yeah, skirt items were cringe, so go on. Oh, and this is just better now because there's less Beyond stuff.
Wait a
Is it
second.
demons? It doesn't say bosses, so that means demons can drop it too. This means all your maps have a 10% chance to have Beyond, and Beyond is static, 15%. No longer stacks. Yeah. I like the Beyond changes. Much more frequently.
Sibyl's Paw now has
That was fast.
increased cast.
I had like a second to do that. Ooh. Alright.
The rest is Courage.
First
The rest is
stuff got
Defiant.
saved. Easy. Chris said this was for Exalts.
No longer
I wonder if
has
they're all
any
listed.
properties and has cover 5%. Death Rush gives you good adrenaline. What did it give you before?
I'm pretty sure this is like the best change.
Onslaught?
for
Onslaught
Harvest.
turned
Like,
into
the 99%
adrenaline
of players that didn't like current Harvest, they could have never
on
done it.
that ring. Remember the Death Rush ring?
Yeah.
It gives you now adrenaline on
Just
kill
click
instead
Harvest
of
modes and just
Onslaught.
sell Life Force. It's literally
Yo.
there's 3 items that drop. Okay, maybe like 5, right?
Isn't
There's
that crazy?
Purple, yellow, blue Life Force.
I have to look at
and this blue
adrenaline
Life
to
Force
see how
is
crazy it
all
is.
I think Champion
That's
is
it.
insane
And you
because
just sell
of
that stuff.
adrenaline. Like,
They're
I-
just,
Adrenaline
pretty
gives
sure I
you
saw that
8% increased
$50.
max life and
And
6% attack
some
speed
other
while
things are
leeching.
50, so
It's not that.
and it's an item in your
Oh,
inventory.
that's
so
dog
like,
shit.
you can just
It's only good on
your inventory.
Champion, as I said.
Yeah, that was the
Because
stat
Champion
size, yeah,
gets
so
the
it's like,
you know,
the cap is as many.
All the other
as
shit
many
with it.
times
recover
as it
life.
seems.
Yeah.
That's cool. This is cool. We'll see how it plays out. Hopefully, it feels good to use. In theory,
Harvest might be poggers.
TC definitely
Actually.
needed. TFT, yes. TFT is still going to be needed for like selling betrayal crafts. But
Deer Stalkers, what do you do to them?
They got buffed. I think, right?
Yeah, Sakura gems are now supported by level 15 instead of 11 trap. But they removed the life on it, so it's some sort of an error.
Yeah, yep. They just drop life force. Yep.
What were people using on Deerstalkers?
Add to the stash tab. God bless. Oh,
Deer Stalkers go all the way to mid league. Or midway
out.
to your trap
Yeah,
build.
what were they using on it though? What is +4 to trap?
Hardcore skill Helix. I mean, Helix is gonna be really good. Discord for Viper answer on LS. Oh.
I don't know. Let's see.
Oh shit, that's huge. They need to like tweet that because like that is extraordinarily unclear. Or not tweet it. They need to edit the patch notes like
Huh?
That's a.
What do they mean with that? Yeah, they need to be more specific.
It was clear in the Q&A. Oh, did they answer in the Q&A?
With the harvest?
Basically, there's a bug with Lightning Strike where you can hit.
Each craft costs a certain amount of life force. They can be used as many times as you like, as long as you have the necessary life force.
Yeah, all the crafts are in your harder crafter, and you need life force to craft with them. You buy the craft with life force.
BLS.
Mm.
Oh, so Lightning Strike's still playable.
Wait, LS might still be good.
It's gonna stay good.
That's cool.
Omni got nerfed.
LS unchanged. Yep, that's still gonna be a good build. Omni's worse. Reservation is worse. Divine Blessing is gone. So we'll see.
Disqualification.
Y'all wanna know what the best build is? Rage Vortex. Bean saying it.
Lighty says the best build is Rage Vortex.
Like strength stacking or just straight up Rage Vortex?
I have no idea.
It has to be strength stacking.
I'm surprised he said that because of race.
Reading this patch note really just shows
he practiced his shit off stream because he didn't want people to know. So maybe he's trolling.
Boss, what should it drop? Oh, I don't know. Just give it a bunch
Fury
of
Stamming is more.
Lures.
Oh,
makes sense. It's beast, right?
Fury Scorn.
Yeah. Now it's crystallized life force. Like infused engineering. Like what is this shit? Oh god. Oh, yellow gives lenses. That's the craft I'm gonna use a lot of yellow seeds for.
Yellow gives faceter lenses.
And GCPs. If they're still in the game, that is. This is good. This is really good. One thing I hope they change is
lab buff.
The Atlas nodes.
The Eternal Labyrinth, yeah.
Yeah.
It just says area contains an improved offering.
Doomfletch.
If that told me what offering it was, I would actually take those notes. But I'm not running through a fucking piercing truth for a
Doomfletch. What the fuck? Doomfletch Trapper incoming, dude.
Oh, lures are just gone? These were kind of good. That means the Crush Claw crafts are gone. Alright, if these are gone, does this mean that Crush Claws can just be removed from the game and just not spawn?
You know what Doomfletch was, right?
Like, I don't want to fight them.
Yeah.
Weapon Fizz as extra random element. It is now Weapon Fizz as extra of each element. 100% extra of each element.
Yo, what? Wait, that's gonna be insanely rare though.
Dude, this node's actually useful.
There's no way.
Doomfletch miners and trappers incoming. Like,
how are you seeing that?
I'm on the patch note site.
I feel like
you want the link? You can try to get in.
No, I am in, but where?
It's like further down.
You're just not even gonna
rebalance of unique items.
Did they mention the travel nodes? Okay, yeah.
Just make sure you show all spoilers and then just type in Doomfletch and you'll get there.
I saw so many Atlas trees that, like...
I'm just reading every single item and making a mental note of what it's broken. Doomfletch is broken.
And just not take this.
Deerstalkers are
really good. Like,
okay now.
Travel nodes. New ones, also really good travel nodes. Really good travel nodes.
It's just the leveling unique though. It's a really good early on level 5. Like, Deerstalkers were like 5 link early on. That's all they were, and they're gonna stay like that. Now they just do a little bit more damage.
Why is this in the harvest section?
But Doomfletch, dude, like, what the fuck are we doing there?
That's in the harvest section. But
Doomfletch. Eternity Shroud builds incoming. Like, there's no shot it is not.
This is a really good change. Oh god, get fucked. Cannot roll caster? Oh my Jesus. This was so amazing how cheap it was for annulling
Yeah.
Sucks if you play
It's just the faded version?
Yeah.
Oh, so
what does that
so
mean?
Exalted Orbs do still have
No, it only drops now the Doomfletch.
for some crafts, but just not for meta.
They removed the other one. Or the old
They're
one.
probably not going to be like 7 to 10C. Probably going to retain a little bit of value just because of these crafts. Because there's no fucking world where you're going to craft.
What do you mean?
Exalt craft, and then you're going to divine it afterwards, right? You're just going to keep Exalt crafting over and over again as a divine orb for that craft. So
yeah, they removed the.
And you're not still just gonna like.
Yeah, so they're bringing it back.
Them repeatedly. This one used to be 50C. Yeah, but there's a million times more Exalt in the
But it's the faded one. What does that mean? Why does that make it worse?
Way more. They just had better uses in the past, and now they don't.
The Fated version had the gain fizz as extra damage of each element. And that was removed with Prophecy. Now it's back.
That you craft.
But now we have all the other shit too.
It's like Business Fire, which is like 7 to 8%. Duration Unveil, which is way fucking worse than it was before. But and the thing with Duration Unveil, if you're playing a build that wants to craft Duration Unveil on your helmet, you want to unveil it. You don't want to
100% of weapon physical damage, and it's a bow.
Speed suffix, there's cast speed
this
suffix.
isn't Void Fletcher.
Yeah, conversion mods. Yeah, there's still a lot of mods that we are gonna.
Doomfletch is a fucking bow.
Doomfletch is a unique bow.
Yeah, and it's eye level 28.
Same cost.
It has dog shit fizz damage.
I definitely expect Tusion to
What was his face? Was doing a
more popular.
trapper with it. Arrow skill with a trap, and it was being chaos converted.
Because I'm not gonna have harvest reforged.
Wait, that's insane.
Rog and
Wait, what?
Base items, and then you can use harvest to finish them off. Still. Well, not still. It's different last patch.
Doomfletch Trapper. Jungroan. Oh no 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 no.
Doomfletch, Trapper, Chaos, Poison.
I have a lot of thinking to do. A lot of thinking. Y'all remember the old risk drop rate from like 2015? Where like you would finish one of these div card sets like every 2 days. Now they just don't exist anymore.
Hey guys, new video here.
Every other game was
Storm Rain.
Risk. Yeah, it was so common.
Doomfletch. This is the tree. This is the gear.
Dude,
these are my skill gems.
I really
I hope
wonder
I one-shot everything.
What the drop rate of this is going to be. So there's 2 reasons why this is important. One is that blue maps are done. Like, the blue map meta is gone. Like, I'm chiseling and out my maps now. So I'm going to get more stuff in general and more loot from boxes. And more 6 lockets and more pieces on the ground and everything because of higher quantity. And if I'm doing a
It
strong
now
box,
has 50% chance to score
so
enemy.
many 6 links. From Strongbox and like
Fox
Valsad.
Shade also has
I'm pretty sure old Geomancy is still better than this was. But like you're gonna get a lot of fusings if you want them. Why? They changed how like Archnim worked.
Grove Cold
All
Pile.
of the new Archnim rewards scale with quantity. Harvest, the amount of harvest crafts you get now scale with quantity. Expedition.
Grove Cold Pelt got a decent bar.
To divine orbs. Fusion is a really good way to get divines, whereas exalts came from like 30 different sources with shards and stuff. So expedition more important, and that scales super hard with pack size and quantity. Harvest more important, scales with quantity. I don't know if harvest scales with pack size.
Where are those map device changes?
I always thought Harvest had a fixed number of monsters unless you had the node in the tree. But it's possible that scales with pack size? I actually don't know. They said it does now? Okay. Yeah, pack size and quantity are really important. The only important mechanic that is not affected by pack size and quant now is essence. But no, 2 out of 3. Beyond gonna be a play? For me, no. So there's one important line in the Beyond thing that means I'm not gonna care about it at all until I've been proven wrong. But to me, this means tainted fusings are no longer a coin flip on if it goes up or down. It means there's gonna be waiting. And if there's waiting,
Rim Sorrow.
I mean, get away from me.
Harry's Truth. What you do to that?
I do with the actual odds.
Bow attacks have Culling Strike.
I'm not gonna fuck with it.
Free Culling Strike.
Is this where all the uniques are listed? There's no hover over, it's just this? Alright. Let's get it. Let's get it. This means you can convocate them. But
Rage Vortex.
maybe it doesn't.
Ice Tomb unique.
This actually could be a match.
It now has a 20% chance to freeze enemies for 1 second when hit.
Skeletons was that they didn't have a leash range because they didn't follow you, which made them naturally aggressive and really good for clearing, like off screen, basically.
Self-hit
If this
builds.
gives them a leash range and makes them convocatable,
Gonna freeze everything now.
it should be a nerf to their AI. But it also might just make them permanent duration, but still have the same AI. I'm not really sure. Were Harvest Lucky Divines erased? They didn't say they were erased, but I'm like,
wait,
90%
what?
certain they're gone. If they removed Leo Divines, they had to remove them, because those were so common. But they also couldn't be used on unique items. So like, maybe they're not, because they're, like, the only reason it's not 100% is because you can't use them on uniques. That's the only reason why I'm not saying they're for sure gone. Yeah, like, Bestiary was rare only too? Oh, if Bestiary was rare only, yeah. I'm pretty sure Harvest is gone. Alright. I don't care about that at all. Oh, it's still crit based? I thought they would change this to hit based. Meh. Meh. Apep's Rage.
How many attacks per second do you need for permafreeze if it's 20%?
One of the best ways to scale poison duration was removed this patch. With the helmet mod being nerfed, so I'm not sure about that. It's... yeah. Gain elusive... Yo.
Immortal Flash. Unique now.
Crippling Fever to hit low life. Cool.
Whoa.
Like, dude, duelist leveling in the campaign with this and Adrenaline and Crippling Fever is gonna be so fast.
Adren plus elusive while on low life. Elusive phasing, sorry. And Death Rush.
Isn't this just them taking...
What the fuck? Calm Sign now gives you level 10 Enduring Cry.
Trigger S wrestling kill. And way more flat damage. Yeah, leveling, dude, leveling is gonna be crazy. With like quick items, you're going to dumpster the game. Which is honestly what it should be for like second, third, fourth characters. That's
Kikazaru rings give you 3 life per level. Regen.
like you
Leveling uniques are busted now, dude.
Like, you're resist capped, you have damage, like just go kill everything.
Yeah, thank God.
Lightning Coil unique body. What you doing to it?
Even though the order of operations for minus flat damage taken is really,
Now has 50% of physical damage taken
that's a lot of damage.
as lightning damage. 50%.
Makes it more competitive than just using
Here.
That is garbage. It's really playing into like the overleech thing with Trickster. But like, no. 10% increased damage taken? No.
Malachi.
No. Take more damage to have better recovery. You should never even fucking consider this. Recovery is fake. It's not real. I already saw Bitter Dream. That one's cool. Ooh, so Bitter Dream was kind of meh. Like
Mark of the Red Covenant.
What about Replica? Immolate, Unbound.
Wait a second.
Ice Bite. Inspiration, Innervate.
Every SRS build needs his helmet now.
Slayer's fake. Well, Slayer takes reduced damage while leeching and gets good leech. Like, Slayer's not a bad ascendancy. The issue is Champion exists, which is better in every way. So, and then for other builds, Berserker exists, which is actually better in every way. Berserker is so good. You know, I talked about like a few hours ago how like all of these problems are literally just damage, nothing else. You know what Berserker does not have a shortage of? It's damage. Berserker is like 190% more damage than no ascendancy for a lot of builds. Berserker is so good. Oh my god! Just imagine Twink leveling. Level 1, you leave the coast with 15 to 25 chaos damage. Your 1,000 ribbons on, which gives you like 40 flat damage of attacks and spells. And third, oh my god. Dude, early game campaign is actually, it's like really crazy.
Knowing my luck, I will get Blackheart from our boy.
Why? Dude, like all of these early game unique changes are like changes so that people that were complaining about campaign for the last 5 years are like, okay, I can actually do campaign in 3 hours. Like these Act 1 uniques can be used until Act 10. Like easily now. You don't have to do gear upgrades, you don't have to do shit, you just play the game, do the campaign, put on your in-game item. So and with this level of gear and never having to
Obliteration
do throughout the entire campaign, doing it in like 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 4 hours is like a super realistic goal. When you don't have to do any gear changes, you don't have to do any bullshit. It's like gear management is one of the biggest time constraints of campaign. But if you just have 50% move speed and you one-shot everything, like, and your resist capped always, like, nice. Now has more life. I'm gonna one-shot Bruce with this.
Okay.
Yo.
Relocation patience. How does that work? What flicker strike? Are you stationary during flicker strike?
Mana regen. We don't care about that. It lost cold resistant cold reduction. So now it's just a ton of armor. Like an actual ton of armor in ES. And life. And freeze immunity. Still has that. And it has 3 max cold resist.
They just improved the fucking boots, the relocation patience that you use to max your charges. No, you just fucking swap it in and out, like, and you have all the charges maxed. It now causes your minimum frenzy, endurance, and power charges to be equal to your maximum while you're stationary. Before it was giving you either charge per second.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, so all you have to do now is swap in and out and you can boss fight immediately. So bossing will be absolute breeze with these relocation boots.
Yeah, but you're not going to use them.
And that's my cue to get it.
Fucking those speedrunners will use them though.
Crazy.
They'll get 9 charges for free just for swapping in and out.
Voice still cracks.
What is this? Rainbow Stripe. Huh? Always freeze, shock, and ignite.
Whoa.
With the unique amulet.
Wait. Always freeze?
Always freeze, shock, and ignite.
Wait. What? How does that work?
Alright, I'm back.
Bosses as well, or what are we talking here?
Alright.
Is there like
This item's cool. Never seen it
a
before.
chance
I
to
thought it was
freeze
a
threshold or
bacteria
something,
unique.
maybe?
By reading the name, but I guess not. Okay.
There's been a
Anyway, stop.
threshold.
I can stop. What are you doing?
You'd have to do a certain amount of damage to freeze something.
Like,
Bro, Bringer of Rain?
this needed to be an actual support gem.
Bring of Rain is an absolute clap item. Don't talk about that.
Maybe.
That dude's insane. What do you mean?
Yeah, but you can't use a
Like, make this fortify.
chest piece, I think.
And even, like,
Isn't that it?
even then, it's like,
Really?
Yeah, can't use chest armor.
like, you're giving up the ability to cap suppression, basically, to do this. And 6 gem socket, or 4 gem sockets, like... This item used to be so good, but... Didn't blind get buffed.
There's
It's not real. It's not a mechanic that ever matters.
other item though. Looking a little spicy. Always freeze, shock, and ignite.
And weird. So far, these... Like I said, when I saw the picture... Of
Like if you have a chance to freeze, or
that
like...
were, like, in-game
It had 5% chance. Now it does it always.
leveling for the most part. It's like day
Now
one.
you always freeze, shock, and ignite. The duration is what I'm
Maybe usable
trying to figure out here.
game for some builds, which is good.
If you have a attack that hits, I don't know, 100 times per second,
That's a lot of damage. It's still worthless though, right? Because like,
can you perma-freeze
you can
bosses?
just roll like +2 and like so much stuff. Yeah, like all minion base damage is pretty cracked.
You're definitely freezing
Okay, that's good.
every single.
Actually has some value. It has +1 golem, right?
What the whole? I don't know.
Clay Shaper.
And every single golem gem got changed in the patch notes, and I haven't ever played golems before because they require.
This fucking unique amulet is a little confusing.
Yo,
I didn't even read the
yo, look at Clay Shaper.
Clay Shaper was okay.
Or what they mean. You know?
Bro, Clay Shaper was like better than fucking Cold Iron, wasn't it?
If you had a certain amount of golems, it was better.
Bro, but do you see how much it got buffed?
Yeah, it just gives you golems now about, what is it?
Added fizz,
140 fizz damage?
dual Clay Shaper, dude. That's insane, Hammy.
140 DPS or 140 damage, flat damage per Clay Shaper.
Hammy, that is insane.
2 extra poison nerfs for seismic. Very substantial poison nerfs for seismic.
I think, right?
Yeah, and the dagger mod is not global anymore.
I'm not sure.
We're all playing shooter builds. Rage Vortex fucking owns, dude. Rage Vortex owns.
It feels like a 10%, maybe 15% buff to damage.
Bro, added flat.
I don't know how to do damage Trickster.
You know, don't we have a lot of that?
From what? Minions don't get that.
Lightning Strike still owns. Helix still owns. So. I mean,
it's all increased. It's all like 1,000% increased damage.
It's just not even nerfed, right?
And then it's huge.
Right? Like.
Wish it was on all minions. That would be insane.
But golems are crazy this patch, I think.
They did get some nerf, but they're no tankier. That's the only thing, right?
Stone golems, remember?
Stone golems are tankier now, yeah. All the golems are tankier. They have now 20% more life.
That doesn't really mean shit. But for stone golems, like that's big damage. We need to wait for the game report, Hammy.
Yeah.
He'll tell us. He'll tell us how to feel about this.
I'm just trying to find a unique for my lightning trap, and I cannot see one yet. This might be one of them, actually.
Bro, that lightning. Wait, we looking at something that gave 60% lightning, 60% of damage taken.
Of
lightning.
Reflect
50. 50% of physical damage taken is lightning damage. Red Cage. It now has up to 300 max life. 100% of fire damage from hits taken as physical damage.
I don't know about that one. Is this still a level 1 item? 225 ES leaving the coast?
That makes no sense. That's some meme item. What the hell is this thing? I've never seen that one before.
They should put a stash in the Twilight Strand after you kill Kataba for the first time so that Hillick can just fucking get what he deserves.
Sacrifice 10% of your life when you use or trigger a spell skill. What?
Yo, 20 life per hit.
Does that count as self-hit?
Gucci? You trying to be invulnerable on BFBB and do no damage? Does this even have a damage mod on it?
Roughpith Globe.
Right.
Give a chance. Close fire will not. This modifier will not kill the player. Okay, the mod is worded similarly to Dark Pact, and both share the same mechanics for low life characters. That's sacrifice life one.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
This one is weird, and I would never use it because suppression. You know, that's a suppression slot right there. No, wait, what? Wait, what? No longer has any of its old properties. Wait, there's no way it's actually a 2 mod item, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking for Death Rush.
I mean, Adrenaline on Kill is way better than Onslaught was. This is way better than Onslaught ever was. This is so much more powerful.
Repentance.
But like, this item used to have 60 life, 450 armor, and like 25 chaos res on the suffixes.
Restless Ward.
Hopefully they. I mean, I feel like
Whoa.
they actually did remove everything and accuracy too. Yeah. Hopefully they just like Onslaught and Kill to these 2 mods, so we still have the other mods, but. Like, just give it a fucking life roll, man.
Well, there's a Trickster chest body.
So weird. Just give it. Like, like it had a life roll.
Restless Ward, dude.
Just don't do it. Just fracture the life roll and change everything else, man. Are you fucking kidding me? Why? This is just a nerf. Did they include a nerf in the 100 buffs to uniques? The fuck?
Insane Gearstalker got nerfed.
This is one of the few uniques that was actually usable.
Yeah, but like
It lost a life.
you would still use it though. Early on.
Yeah, but what do you get for plus 15? Like, what does that plus to traps even give you?
From 11 to 15, that was your main skill. It would be your 5 link early on.
Ah. Yeah, but is trap support, does that even give that much?
Let's see, trap support, PoE. What's the difference in damage?
For me to care about this mod at all, it would need to be like every other attack doesn't.
11 to 15, you get 3% more damage.
Like deterministic.
And 4% more throw speed.
That is dog shit. And they took away the health.
I wonder.
Yeah, didn't need it anyways.
That's a nerve.
Is this item actually gonna be good now? Or like not good, but like usable for like some.
The health is way more important than that shitty damage.
Yeah. People are still gonna use it, sadly. It's the only
That's a nerf, exactly. It's a nerf.
You're still forced to use it, even though it's dog shit now.
That's a nerf.
Yeah, it is.
They snuck a nerf into the 100 unique buff. 99 unique buff.
Deer stock. What else does it give? Let's see.
Like, you
can see a
3%
crap ton of evasion.
3% more exang damage or fucking 50 life.
50 life. That turns into like 200 life almost. Or like at least 120 life.
So far, every single unique that I've seen, this is the best one.
Fuck the exang damage.
Even if it's not just
Bro, this fucking thing got nerfed in the past. Before, you used to get a 30% movement speed when you threw a trap.
Oh my god.
This is gems, right? It's not skill gems.
That was insane. What the fuck?
Giving 30 quality to a support gem is not easy. In this game.
Dude, I am interested in this Rush Kaldor's patience. Fucking always freeze. I want him to get there. He's getting closer. I want his fucking reaction to that shit.
Alright. I think there was a change to life 7 years ago where they made base life higher and nerfed life on the tree to make life on the tree less important. They need to do that again. Base life needs to get tripled per level, and life rolls on every single piece of gear need to be a third of what they currently are. Because, like, what the fuck is this? Like, if you really think life rolls shouldn't be on uniques, should they be on rare items? No? Why are they on rare items? Just fucking get rid of them.
Doom Fletch.
Oh, another one. Another one. Yep, get fucked.
Did they give anything in return? They gave you a bunch of evasion for it. That's it.
Isn't this just like what the faded version is? They remove faded items entirely. Reverse chill ring is still in the game, right?
Come on. Get to the item. %25% reduced max life. Well, that's a dead sword.
Big number. That is big. I think it is kind of big. But it's got a bigger life penalty. I think somebody, probably Mathel, is going to do something with this at some point. It's good. I'm not going to do it, but... Claw Knife Blade is better. Yeah, but a lot of people do shit because they just want it to be different than what they've already done. I think that might be possible.
I agree with Mathel.
And like an ES build. I don't know. I was like, finally, they got rid of this insane downside.
Dude,
that is so brutally punishing.
Lighty is actually the best PoE streamer to watch.
Now it gives stun immunity.
Because he's constantly talking about the game and
Stun
like
immunity
he's
at level 1,
always
instead of golden if
explaining
you want
shit.
it.
Yeah.
You learn
With
so
AoE
much
and
from
more
watching
armor,
him.
Dude, Roas are gonna stand no chance. You might even be able to kill Roas with cleave. If you're immune to their stuns, have 100 armor, and have AoE, this much AoE might mean that your cleave has a longer range than Roa's default attack. I'm not sure, but it might. With the +2 radius? No, unfortunately, the +2 radius is only at max level,
Well,
right? It's not at base
you
level.
can be touched by tormented spirits. What does that mean?
They can they can go into you and buff you.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Wait, what? So they're not removing Torment from the game? That's surprising. And what?
What? Huh?
Headhunter.
I assume players are gonna have the same restrictions that monsters do, where you can't be touched by more than one. Like, monsters can be possessed by more than one spirit, they cannot be touched by more than one spirit. Touches small monsters, possesses rares and uniques.
New goal. Wait, did they change the goal? They did it.
Gold wasn't a faded unique or whatever.
But you're unique? Bro, your build came from PoE Ninja. You're not fucking unique. Alright. %, chance to Scorch. Oh, it already had Scorch. That doesn't matter. No, my movement speed! Oh, my movement speed! 30%?
More movement speed. What the?
Jesus! I'm gonna be so fast.
Fox Shade, yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait, is that for
second
rage
character,
weapon?
I'm pretty sure is gonna be like 2 hours.
Oh, it's for leveling.
If you have like the full unique
What's
set,
up, boys?
Campaign, it's gonna be like 2
What's
hours.
happening?
Talking about Path of Exile shit.
About what?
Path of Exile shit.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna look into that game. It sounds pretty fun.
Like, it's fucking complicated, but it's.
Yeah.
Are you into ARPGs? Like
This used to be
Diablo
a
and
really
shit?
cool build.
I used to be, but I mean, I haven't played like games like that in a minute.
Yeah. It's pretty much like the ARPG.
I used to play what's that shit called?
Wait, what?
World of Warcraft. I used to
Does
play
have-
that shit a while.
Is this baseline fade already in the game right now or something?
Yep.
I don't know if it's like World of Warcraft. If it's like that,
It's already baseline
nah, right.
faded in the game. I see.
Yeah, just
It's not like an RPG game.
Diablo.
Nah, it's like Diablo.
I played Diablo, but Diablo was like a slasher. Like a slashing game. Wasn't that the Diablo we're thinking about?
Yeah. You just run around, kill monsters.
Get rid of this
Yeah, that's the Diablo I remember. I don't know what Diablo you guys talking about
So
now.
got rid of the +1.
Yeah, this is like
This is like Diablo, but if you want to make your items, you would need a PhD.
it's a different it's a different game, but it's pretty much like just the best Diablo type game there is right now.
Okay.
Giant Spain.
I'll look into it.
What the fuck is this? Isn't this is what I think it is? I'm not.
Well, so with Tarky, you guys play the new update? What's new on it?
No idea.
I haven't touched it.
Yeah. Y'all gonna play that on tonight?
Probably.
Probably not.
Probably not.
For
I'll
me.
be on. I'll be on later on. I don't know, dude. I haven't played Tarkov, man. I'm like bored of that shit already. I'm looking for a new game.
Oh, your AG.
Yeah.
It happens with me every wipe though. I play the game till I reach like level 45, 40, and then that's it. I just
Yeah,
stop
max
playing the game.
traders, and that's when I stopped too.
Same here, dude. Once I get max traders, like I just don't care no more. I mean, I still got a shit ton of tasks I can do, but they're just stupid killing people tasks that I fucking hate, bro. I'm not too good at PvP. I hate that shit. Every time we get into a PvP fight, I get fucking clapped.
I'm waiting for him to get to this one item, dude.
And then I like that little severe game. It's pretty fun, but it's buggy as fuck, man. They need to fix this.
No longer has ES, now has better recharge.
I know. Too. Was it you that got us the little up? What was it called? Who was it that helped us get the game?
Yeah, that's me.
That was you. Thanks, bro.
Zero C Richard.
How do I do that shit though? How do I do that when they get an update? Because I was in their Discord fucking around playing with some dudes in there, but I don't know how to get like. Because they are working on the game. I mean, it looks like the game is going somewhere. Hopefully. So when an update comes out, what I have to do? Just search online for the game and then like torrent or something.
You would have to go to that website that I got it from, like make an account and shit, and then just watch it and see if someone posts it.
Oh, okay.
And then you redrag and drop the files into it.
How I can
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Teacher.
That's just pretty cool to have, like, when you start the game fresh, all the way at the end, you got equipment 1 through 6, all the way at the end it says test. And you start off with, like, fucking 1,000,000-something rubles. And a bunch of good kits and shit. So it's cheesy. It's like just to test the game out. It's pretty fun. Because the task bugged out on me. Like, I was playing the game last night, and I did a task, and I came to the thing to return the task, to like turn in the task, and it wasn't showing tasks for any of them. Like all the tasks were gone. So I'm like, oh shit! I restarted the game, and it's the same shit. I went to sleep, woke up, and it's the same shit. So I started a new account, like not a new account, but I started a new slot in the game, and it looks fine. But the last slot is bugged. I don't know what happened.
That sucks.
If you have, like,
they say to like back up your saves and stuff constantly.
Converted to
yeah?
fire and
Yeah.
hold as extra fire.
Yeah, it figures.
I'll be right back. My food's ready.
Sets of non-chaos and chaos, right? This should have some play. It's weird.
How do you back up your save?
But
figure this shit out.
Maybe. 2? Isn't it all cold damage? Then the cold damage just being converted to fire, and then, or I guess it'd be 2, but the second one's bigger. Not sure. What is this? This is one of those items that I've identified and vendored a lot, and I've never read it before. Not like consciously. I was like, wow, that's garbage, and then just vendored it. Yeah, I mean, like, the way I scan uniques is the same way I scan rares, and it's like, you're looking for certain keywords that can be impactful. And if you don't see any, then you roll over it. You just keep on clicking reforge. And for this, there's no keywords, so you just vendor it. None of these matter. +2. They fucking nerf Deerstalkers. Like, why? Okay. We're going through. The Frame Star change is really good. We already know what this one. It makes it easier to have physically cold. Berry gloves. Why? Like Deer Stalkers had life on them, and they weren't OP. They already got replaced by bears in the end game, anyways. But yeah. It just doesn't. Ooh, 50 crit multi. Big number.
Bow attacks are Crilling Strike.
Freeze when hit, but you can't prolifit like you can with Arctic Armor. Yo, light radius! Yeah, I mean, still, like, all of these changes, I mean, this is a good change. Although, does this item suck? I mean, it sucks, obviously, but... Does it still have the bad penalties? No, it doesn't. This used to have minus max res on it a long time ago. Look at this shit. Minus 5 max res. What the fuck? I can't believe this is ever in the game. That's unreal. But,
How do you back up save the data?
40% increased armor, 140 HP.
Should be in documents or
What was that?
somewhere.
Yeah, I see the data file, but it doesn't let me open it. There's data.
So,
There's
perfectly
the file, but
designed, fertile.
when I try to open it through like
life regen.
through the thing, it crashes for me.
That's actually a lot of regen.
Maybe I gotta download. Is there like a app that you
like-
can actually open those
And it's not
documents
missing
with
a
and
life
edit them?
roll. Only when missing
Besides the
1% life
regular
roll.
window one.
For what?
Minus resist, it's not minus max res. And
But the
SMR.
He's trying
data
to
thing,
open.
how do I save the data on
could
the
see
game? Like,
some
let's say right now, if I want to go
setup.
back to the
Just
data
divine
where I
it.
was
No,
playing,
just buy one that dropped perfectly. Like, it's
How
not
would
good
I-
enough that
how would I be
everyone
able
is
to do
gonna
that?
play this item, so just buy one that's good. Like, well rolled.
That's a complicated one.
no, I know, like I have an idea kind of because
Like,
there's
some
there's a
Inquisitor build with
file
some really
on
good
the
RF
folder
setups.
that says data, but when I try to
Some,
open it, it tries
rage
to open it
glove
with
users that need
WordPad,
regen, like,
and it just says WordPad not
Oh,
working.
I
no.
think there's a reality where
You
where
probably
this
wouldn't
item's
be able to
equipped by
go
players
back.
intentionally, which is a step up from the old
So,
version.
but how can I make a new save then? Like if I
Well, hold
start a
on.
new
Wait.
game.
Right click it and then go to properties.
Okay, hold on. Close, cause right click it, go to properties.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there should be a previous versions tab if you have that. Does it say anything there?
Previous version. It says what, like on general?
Yeah, at the top.
Really
Yeah, the tabs.
eating into
At the top, there's tabs. One says previous version.
Yeah, previous versions. Yeah, I do. There's
Only
nothing
usable
previous
with
version
blood magic.
available.
Yeah. Okay. So you're just screwed. I think.
Yeah, fuck me.
What else is on this item
Damn
right
it.
I think in the future you would just make copies of that file and save
How do
it.
I do that though? How would I do that?
You just right click it and copy it, and then save it somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
I feel like if they just removed this line,
And then you
from
can
it,
like
just-
change the name to say
Yeah,
when you
better
saved it, and then when you want to add it, you
or
have to change
like
it back.
this
to
should
data
be
.win.
fire.
Yeah,
as
because this is
everything else.
open
This should not be
open with
conversion.
WordPad, but it says you could change that. I'm trying to open the file. Previous version.
It's a goofy low number. It used to be higher, but it got changed because it enabled full fire conversion with consuming darks.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the data is not in a.
Level
I
10
think it
and
was a
Dragon
bug
Cry.
in the game.
What?
I don't really think it's nothing to do, but it might have to do with that too, though, because now I can go back to that point where
That's
it
actually a
was
lot of
working.
regen.
You know what I mean? The game still works. Like I log into the
A
game
lot
to
of
that same
regen.
account I was
So
playing,
some of the regen you need
and
to
I'm able to
activate
play.
with the
It
new
just
life
I
level
can't turn
overview,
none of
'cause,
my
like, life
tasks
reduces
anymore.
stuck on gear, and that
They're
rolls
not
fire,
they're no
that's cool,
longer
I guess.
visible for traders.
Long
Like you
rest
click on the
life.
trade and you go to task and it doesn't show you nothing. It doesn't show anything.
Yeah.
But then you
I don't
click
know.
on J, you open up the menu, and you check on the task, and it
This
still
is just
shows
like
you the
the
task
one
that you gotta
thing
do.
that just,
Like you can still go to the map and complete it. You just can't turn them in. It doesn't give you the
This
option
doesn't make
anymore.
any
It's
sense.
weird.
I think you're just screwed. Honestly. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I kind of went to their Discord and was asking around, and yeah, I'm probably screwed.
More EHP.
I think
Sure.
I got to test little things.
They
so we
made
can
this item
test it out.
an item that
I
specialized
have to
in,
worry about.
you know,
I was
first
pissed,
hit
man. I got
reduction.
far as hell in that little game.
Better in
Played
the
for like
scenario where it
24
was already
hours.
good,
I
and
had
worse
like
in the
24 hours
scenario
gameplay on that.
where it was not
Got
good.
pretty far.
Which means that as an overall item, your character's weak points are lower and your strong points are higher. But your strong points don't need to be higher because they're already high enough, and your weak points need to be higher because that's when you're actually at risk of dying. So like it's just worse. Like it's more thematically accurate to like what the unique is trying to accomplish, and it's a worse item. What is this shit?
That's AG best in slot now.
So why does this one get a life buff?
What?
And the other
Learcast.
items get life removed.
Learcast.
Is it actually a coin flip? I think it might be. I think it actually might be.
Is that not just a buff? That's insane.
Whoa, 50? Okay. It still hits. It's not all, but 50 is actually a fucking insane number. Dude, I saw Coco Flame and I was like, alright, that's kind of cool. Sucks that it has no stats and no life. But 50? And this item, you know what they didn't do to this item? They weren't like, huh, let's remove the fucking life. We actually still have life. Right? Please? Tell me it wasn't removed like last patch or something. It still has life, right? It still has life. And it has good armor evasion. This is actually really fucking good.
It is.
They missed it fresh in an hour. I hope not. But like, it's on the chest slot. It's on the chest slot, which is really fucking hard to ever consider using. It's harder, or sorry, it's easier now.
This guy added him.
Gone,
Oh no, rip him.
but like, there is a. If you don't like Determination and you think it's lame that everyone's playing it,
This dude in chat added Ben.
Like, just don't.
A sin.
Use Lightning Coil. Use a 16.
His rollers don't at me.
That's already 2/3 conversion on physical.
Let's see if he gets
he,
removed.
You buy a watch them
pretty much reads every message in chat anyway.
Yeah.
Are you playing the game right now, Hemi?
Like,
no, we're playing the reading.
Patch notes came out, and there's like a fuck ton of changes, so we're just watching people talk about them.
Oh, you're watching like like the same shit Tarkov does with
What
the
about early attacks though?
Yeah.
Get some max res.
Okay. Cool.
Get some max res.
Yeah, if you start playing streams, I want to see it.
Early attacks. The few that do exist.
Rigwald's
really
charge hitting sword has
But
now
like, if you're not playing armor, you're probably
15% increased move speed will
Red,
kill.
so.
Red kill.
Like, this is definitely real.
Retaliation.
The biggest issue with this, it's not that like converting off of armor to lightning or stuff is bad. It's that if you're not an armor build, you don't have a guard skill. You just have shit. So I really hope they buff guard skills in Molten Shell. Like, Immortal Call needs to have its mana cost reduced by 75%.
50%.
And then it's like pretty much usable.
But they took away spell suppression though.
Maybe.
So on those builds, you just get hit by a
Then,
fucking spell and
Steel
die.
Skin just needs to be like 80% bigger, a little bit lower mana cost. The mana cost is just like insane on non-molten shell guard skills.
Yeah, that's. Like if you don't have spell suppression, like you're just fucked.
Why on kill? What? This item is worse. It's fine. This item was bad anyways. If you're an attack build, Ondar's is way better. So.
Magnate, we saw it.
This on hit instead of on kill.
Molten shell unchanged, by the way. Yeah, that's so cringe.
The Magnate buff is cool. Magnate is like, if this item had a T1 life roll like some of the other belts do, like Roslatha's does, this item would actually be usable. It would be a good item. Now, if it's double corrupted with good corruptions, it can be a good item, but that's about it, I think. Very close though. Very
no
close.
life on your belt, Jesus.
You have 400 strength. You have life from the
That's all this
strength,
one.
bro.
Blood magic is just still too much of a
That's
downside.
not how that works.
Unfortunately. Defensive auras, offensive auras,
XDD.
blessings are still in the game, just harder to use. Blood magic, the downside is just kind of massive.
20% chance. Yo, this is gonna shotgun with
the
the
vortex, add in divine blessing, and just do more damage and have more defense.
seismic trap is a spell.
Not quite.
Malachi Simula. 20% chances deal double damage with spells.
Sometimes the meta of the game pushes uniques into a spot where they just
Traps are
their
spells?
design philosophy just can't work, and that's what that is.
No, but Seismic got hit.
Yeah, but they gave us this item, so it's 20% more damage now.
True.
All right, on to the weapons. Are they actually useful? Alright, first instinct tells me this is a nerf. But I haven't checked yet. With math. But I'm like...
That's absolute nerf.
Worse. At least with the
Maroyarchy.
downside. Same DPS, no support. Is it actually the same? It should be a little higher top end, but it's slower. Alright, same DPS, right. So the top end is higher, same DPS, no support. Yeah, it's just worse.
That's dog shit.
Lost AoE.
They're just preparing for future changes, that's all.
50% higher? Maybe that's high enough that I'd consider it in some cases. What's the top end now? Because like Sunder, you want like no fucking attack speed on Sunder. Earth Shatter still goes with attack speed. Sunder,
Earthquake too.
Attack once per second on Sunder. For Hydrosphere. 1k top end now? Yeah, but like with old Pulverize, it was already 1k top end, right?
Corrupt and get some flat fist.
So it's like the same thing, but less mana cost, I guess? Still running Pulve? Yeah, but Melee's worst gem was Pulverize. In a lot of cases.
Reverberation Rod.
That's gonna be so slow. But actually, it's probably gonna be too slow.
Reverb Rod got now 10 level 10 control destruction and
I guess if you actually get rid of Pulve, then like it's
level 10 arcane surge on top of having
it's a mace.
level 10 spell echo.
Use an axe instead. It's better in every way, usually.
What?
You know the reverb rod? That was the spell echo rod.
The mace?
No, wand.
Oh.
Yo, Alkaiser.
Look at this.
Log in. Base breakers are back.
So now just imagine there is level 10 arcane surge and control destruction on top of it.
I'm pretty sure this is just worse than Darkness Enthroned in every way, so...
So it's a semi 5-link, I would say.
100%.
5-link
That's
rod.
a lot of knockback distance. Oh my god. Most fucked up thing about this is this change actually could have made this item usable for bad builds. Only bad builds. But like, there's a chance, right? It's like dual strike, heavy strike, double strike. You can't afford to actually ever socket melee splash into your gear because the gem shouldn't exist. Like melee splash as it is shouldn't exist. It's so bad. So like this made it possible, but then it's like this is just these are downsides. Like knockback with distance means that you're gonna push the monster out of your range. Like oh my god, that's fucked up. That's actually fucked up. Knockback with bleed. Yeah. But do strike skills ever play bleed? There's reverse knockback still. Yeah, you know which item slot in reverse knockback is on? Unfortunate. So that's some more recoup his mana. Still terrible, I think.
Rigworlds, Crest, no, it's trigger 10. On kill.
I mean, you could never wear this item intentionally, like permanently in hardcore. You'll just die. But
Rhyme Gaze.
maybe you
No,
could.
multiplier.
Is this strong enough with catalysts? You can just click more life nodes and just be fine.
Rise of the Phoenix, Lost Life. God
Like,
damn.
This is insane for like wearing to pre-stack one shot like an invitation boss.
What the fuck?
But like, is it good enough offensively that you can offset the defensive loss and just
Rise of the Phoenix has now
fine?
200
So
life per
doesn't
second
Wings
instead of
have,
20,
like,
but lost a 60 life.
a ton of chaos res or like some other good supplementary stats? Yeah, it does. All right, so let's work 2 of them, right? We're losing 2 Vermilion rings that both have 2 in life on them.
Saffel's got buffed,
only about
more all res, more
minus
block spell
2000
damage.
HP. But we gain 120, which becomes.
Turkey just released a video.
Chaos.
Lake of Kalandra looks kinda awesome.
And we have to offset that with like 25 passive points of defense.
Nearby allies gain 4%, previously 2.
I think there's a chance.
Shaper Seed.
Like this number is big enough with Catalyst, there's a chance. Because it solves your Chaos Res too. It's not like it's entirely useless. I doubt it.
Chevron's Relevation.
But for like some like Fizz Poison build, maybe.
Ring Slot.
In softcore, fuck yes, dude. Oh, hell yeah. I got 3k life, that's fine. Yeah, the difference with Mings is that this stat is actually strong enough to consider. Like, think about how fucking absurd this stat is for a poison build. Like, this stat is 72% more damage. And then assume you have Physis Chaos from Force Shaper and from a shield. This stat's still 60% more damage. That's a massive amount of damage. So downsides can be offset with other investment. And then you come and look at some other gear that had its life removed, and it's like, it's garbage. The mods that it gives are barely useful in the first place, and then it doesn't have life on it. Whereas like, this mod, it's a big ass mod. It's possible. Possible. Imagine if it was non-chaos chaos. It'd be so broken.
I want him to look at Rush Kaldor, dude.
This is chaos. Is
We have a whole week.
It's a chance. It's a chance.
Prepare.
Unholy Might's not easy to get though, unless you're in trade since Rebirth, I guess. But still, 144 is a little different than 30. They finally made this item like better than just cosplaying as a facebreaker build.
Dealing 50% of the life as fire damage?
Not sure.
It's a meme build. Nah, Hussein, how'd they do to my boy?
And obliteration is 40%. Yeah, that's real. This item was already usable.
Gave it some extra
That it gave,
flat, that's it.
This makes playing non-occultist chaos builds substantially more viable. That's the chaos. I meant poison. The chaos. Poison, Shield Crush, Pathfinder.
Double Ming, double
This is now
obliteration.
the new best unique in this whole list, I think.
How much fucking extra Physis extra chaos is that, dude? It's 144 plus 80.
Oh, they buffed Ondars? That is so much flat lightning. Using this item already felt so good because it gives 30 attack speed. Now it gives that much lightning. Oh god, what is Prism about to do? What is Prism about to say?
No hands.
I can't wait to do campaign. On like the reclears, it's actually gonna be badass. How fast it is.
He's getting there. What's he gonna say about it has no always
Your
freeze,
minimum
shock, and ignite?
Equal to your while stationary. The way this works though, right, is when you move, the duration just starts ticking down. Like this is actually an item.
It's a boss swap item,
It
man.
has 30 MS now. I love the lightning coil change too. Like that one is real. Oh, this has resist on it too. Jesus.
Bro, the standard economy.
I'm just trying to think like what build.
Standard economy. No one cares about
Getting charges.
the standard's dead.
That's just permanent all charges.
5,000 exalted orbs went from 100
No, you don't lose them when you
to
move.
10.
When you move, they start ticking down. If you look at what people used to do with shields, you lose them when you move. Where does it say you lose them when you move? The item? Oh, on here? Oh. Rip. The actual item says that. Cringe. Cringe and bad.
Yeah, it was always a swap item.
I'm pressing the delete keybind and it's not working.
Yeah, we're never supposed to move with the boots on. No, you don't have to wait for the fucking charges to come in
Dude,
every
downsides
second.
like that are just like so bizarre. Because I didn't know about this. I didn't know about this downside, right? And reading this, I wasn't immediately like, oh my god, it's so OP, I'm gonna use it on every build. I was like, wait, this is actually a thing I can maybe use. But then it just has a downside that like guarantees that it can't be used. Like, give it 280 life, and then maybe I'd use it with this downside.
No way.
280 life. Get out of here.
The reality is you set up fucking auto hotkey.
Relocation,
swap while stationary, get your charges, take the boots off, and then put other boots on, and then move.
XDD.
Can you not move with the item on your cursor?
They nerfed the movement speed?
That's what? No.
That 100% money back.
That's what I will do, dude. I will just hold this fucking boot in my fucking...
They were like, you know, boots...
I hold the
That is
boots.
dog shit.
The boots would have my... Okay, so this is how I would do it, right?
Yeah, but also
boots have my aura.
Yeah, I'm not playing Spectral Helix. I don't like the skill. Also, yeah, I would click the boots and then move.
What does it have now then? Does it only have spell block?
All I'm saying is it's pretty good for discharge memes, okay?
Right.
I guess it was to like move the identity away from being an ES item and instead focusing on the block as why it's a good item. I mean, it's not a good item, obviously, but...
Alright, here we go. He's reading it.
Like,
Rush Caldor's patience soon.
Where the core theme of the item is...
It now always freeze, shock, and ignite.
Have defense mods. It needs ES or life on it. Like, if the...
What's he gonna say to it?
Give it fucking defense.
Give us your input. Oh, great, Ben.
Big Ben.
Always freeze, shock, and ignite. What is this item?
Yeah.
Oh, this thing. If they just said weird green triangle thing, I would have known what it was.
I've never seen that item.
I've seen it once.
They got rid of this line. They got rid of these two lines. always freeze.
Shock and ignite.
Yeah, but freeze?
Isn't this really OP? Yeah, it's not all damage can freeze. It's always freeze. Yeah, you still have to deal the right damage type and do enough damage to apply the minimum freeze duration, which is 300 milliseconds.
Doom Fletcher, this thing. Doom Fletcher and this thing. You have all three damage types. 100% as extra elemental.
True. We need to wait for POB update.
You're gonna have ignite on them, and shock, and freeze, and then you have this one item. It gives you additional damage if you have certain ailments on them, or increased damage for each ailment on the enemy.
Means? So there's two things.
Oh, what one was
Hex
that?
Blast has.
That's the necklace.
Wait, I think
it can be a necklace.
Same wording. No, I think Hex Blast has all damage.
Increased damage with ailments.
Sure
DOE item.
Can freeze. All damage can ignite. All damage can shock. But this is always freeze, so you still have to do the right damage type.
Increased damage
100% chance, basically.
per ailment.
Obviously, for like
Come on.
Hex Blast, you already have like full chance to do all these things.
How do I find this item?
I think the amulet slot is too powerful. It's way too powerful to ever consider using this. But if it was on a different slot, no longer has minus 50 or 20%.
Oh yeah, Yoke of Suffering.
Now has 300 HP and 100% taking this 100% of fire. From
It's an amulet.
Yeah. What I'm saying.
Oh fuck. Azuri Flame Blast would actually kill every character in the game with this on. Has move speed. I really wish they just unlocked it.
I'll be right back.
The only way to like ever consider using this, I think, make this all damage, like Cloak of Flame, not just hits. And then like maybe, because then you have the benefit of not needing fire resist at all for anything. But like this is an insane downside. It's actually fucking insane. You convert dots like that? Yeah. Cloak of Flame. See, 40% of all physical taken as fire. Tempered by war. It's 50% of all cold and lightning taken as fire. It's not hits. It's specifically all. Like some are hits and some are all. And they use it kind of as like a balancing tool. Because obviously all is better. But in this case, it has to be all. In the case of Cloak of Flame, it doesn't even have to be all. Like that could just be hits, like Lightning Coil is. But if it's 100%, but you still have to cap fire resist for dots, then it like I don't know. It's like you need so much fizz defense to ever do this. Yeah, like Ignite would just do so much damage if you weren't gonna cap your stuff. Oh, you mean all is sketchy as in to be scarier? Yeah, I guess you just add it to fire dots, right? You have to be immune to Ignite and Burning Ground. Is there any other source of fire dot that is not Ignite or Burning Ground? There's like Scorching Ray Burning debuff, Burning RF. Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, I guess you pretty much have to be a Fizz DR based build, not an armor based build. I don't know. I just like there's a reason Fizz to Element is really fucking good. It's because we have higher elemental defense than phys defense by default. So converting off of physical is usually correct. Going the other direction is probably bad in most cases. In almost all cases, it's bad. And it only has 300 life. I don't know. It's really weird. Maybe there's something that somebody knows about that I don't that would make this like a thing you consider, but like it's just like really weird. Sacrifice 10% life. Let's say you had a reasonable amount of HP for an Alkaiser build. 10,000 life. 500% increased crit, 500% increased damage. Sacrifice 10% of your fucking life. How about that? I don't know about that. What else is on it? Oh, it still has life and block, some ES. It's like specifically spell damage too, because this is actually useful for dot builds. It's actually useful for dot builds. But I'm not sure. Does sacrifice count as taking damage? It's not life tap. You're not spending life. It doesn't? Oh. $500. Wait, how much? Oh, it lost a flat roll. Has increased strength on it now. Lost this, lost this. Has increased strength, 500% increased armor and evasion. That's like what, 700 armor? I mean, that's good. I think they removed this because of the changes to Divine Orbs. Same for the Duressus Defiance change. 860 armor and 261 ES. It lost the flat roll. This item has 24 ES by default. Assuming this is right, it's the old wiki. It's better. Like, any build that already was playing this item, you know, is happy. I don't know how relevant this is. Instead of a downside, it has like an actual upside, maybe. Nobody's play it? Yeah, they used to. I haven't used it in like 6 years at least. Iron was in the tree. Good point. Good point. 4% per frenzy. Okay. Still bad, probably. If you want to go for some crazy life regen build, the rolls you can get now in all your gear is like with some of these new uniques, pretty high. I don't know why you'd ever want to do that though, because press a life flask. Speaking of which, life flask. Fuck. They didn't nerf the no suffix tech. I really wish they did. Did I see Seismic? Yep. Seismic lost 29 duration, 30 CDR, 30% damage, and the Helm craft is half as good as it used to be. The Helm craft used to give them like 70% more damage or something like that. And they also lost the global poison chance on dagger, so they'd have to have like Code Shrapnel now. So that's a lot. That is a lot. I don't care. it has to do with blind. I don't care. Wait, it has friendly charges? Amulet. I don't care.
Roth's Reach.
A little more cold dot multi, lost some increase, lost a ton of ES. I think this item was already decent on cold dot builds, right? Pretty worse than like well rolled helmets or gloves for 6 links.
Scouts a chain.
Or for pseudo 6 links, but it's probably still a good starting combat helmet. You apps, oh my fucking god. This item's worse. So this item and Deerstalkers and a few others are items that are just strictly worse than they were before. I guess like you could argue that regen is a stat that matters. And this is actually a lot of regen, but like
bro,
this is 200
adrenaline.
HP.
What are you on
This is
about?
200 HP. If
What
you
is
kill the item,
adrenaline, dude?
It probably kills you.
Are you
because have
dumb?
250 fucking HP.
100% increased damage,
used for?
25% increased
What, using
attack,
RF on
cast,
builds
and
that aren't
boost speed,
Inquisitors?
10%
Like it's fucking
additional phys
2014?
reduction. That's insane.
Got more armor in ES now as well, I guess.
I was
Yeah,
looking at the
fresh
wrong
guy.
thing.
Who cares? But like, just like, if you're an RF build, you do less damage.
What did you
25%.
say it was?
You have less
It
damage.
was like
It was a
5% more
notable
attack
that-
speed.
I looked at the notable instead. Because there's a notable that's called adrenaline. I didn't look at the buff.
2 chains.
Yeah, it's 100% increased damage, but it lost everything else, right? All it has is what?
That's a big number. They didn't revert the max res on Sapples, which used to be 5. A 30
Death
or
Rush,
30
Death Rush,
res.
Death Rush. It only has recover 5% life on kill and adrenaline, which is 100% increased damage. 25 attack speed and cast
like
and
a
movement
huge thing.
speed.
Just because no attack block is kind of a steep penalty.
Okay, POB update went.
For some builds.
Probably in 3 days.
The shield slot is just so powerful. Like, shield slot has received an absurd
There's
amount of
way too much to
with
change,
items.
like
All these mods that used to only exist on Uniques is just...
way too many numeral changes.
So.
I mean, they can get it done in 24 hours if they have like 6 people working on it. But I don't think they have 6 people on right now working on it.
Do you get... You don't get the ally buff, right?
Singularity, Scepter did. That was my...
Hey, did Death Rush with it recover 25% of all life on kill?
Count.
What Death Rush
Not your own
gives you
ally? I'm my own ally.
on champion.
You do get the buff. No. Maybe. Yes.
When you gain it.
What do you mean?
Recover 25% life when you gain adrenaline. You have to lose it to regain it.
That's convincing enough for me. Log in and check.
You think?
Which chat wouldn't lie to me.
Yes.
Everyone's telling the truth right now. They're all telling the truth.
Are you sure about that?
Whoa, wait. That's actually a big enough number that you'd feel it. And it'd be nice. Like, stuns would last, like, what, 140?
We need a way to get rid of adrenaline.
Chevron's Revelation.
What does Warbanner do? Warbanner has something to do with adrenaline, I think, right?
Isn't left ring
Area
slot
of
cannot regenerate
increased
mana,
RF.
and right ring slot is cannot regenerate? Yes, or no? I think that's backwards. Not sure about that. It was like 315 all over.
Yeah, it just gives you adrenaline for 0.05 seconds.
Wait, well-rolled uniques are gonna be worth an insane amount of money.
Yeah.
If you know there's like 200 skills in the game, 150 which can clear Ubers and software trade. Maybe not.
You ready to pick up all your uniques, Sammy?
I've been picking them up. For the alchemy shards and all that. I'm not gonna pick up like fucking chess pieces that I know are trash or going to be trash, and are like weapons that are going to be trash. But
How do you get
if it's rings, amulets, helmets, boots, gloves,
if you were gonna use the gloves to convert, it's already 100%.
The only thing I had on my filter were jewels.
yeah, you have to have the fucking jewelry on it too.
That's weird.
I did not.
What they did to my southbound glove?
This item was close to usable already.
What?
I forgot what the
What?
total mod count was on it.
Southbound glove?
Yeah, that's what I thought. This. Wait a second. Wait.
Whoa.
It even helps with divine blessing.
That's good.
Singularity, dude. I was using it for my trapper.
T1, right? 100% increase.
I was using it on my trap. Dude.
So it's like decent stats. And it helps with divine blessing. This could actually be used in the early game before you have like vertex. Like worse than T1. T1 goes higher than 200. So fucking high. But this actually like.
It's busted now.
That's a perfect example of what every single unique weapon should be.
It's a really good, unique.
Like Starforge and Zeus' Favor and
early on.
Urki and every other garbage weapon. Like a good rare will beat this. 100%. But I could see myself wearing this item intentionally until I make that good rare.
What about the skull head? No longer has 70 life or mana. 20 positions.
Oh, is the range really bad? 150 to 200? You should just be lucky
What?
when you drop it and have it be 200. Come on.
Trash.
No Starforge buff, by the way.
Skullhead no longer has life form. Springleaf no longer has life.
It's like the most. Dude, I hate it, dude. The dev team must just like hate the players. Like, there's no way a ton of shit doesn't get fucked because of their bias. Even if they try not to, they must resent the players at least somewhat. Like Reddit and shit. Like Reddit probably mainly.
Stormcharger uniques, boots. What they do to them?
Not really, because it's an amulet slot.
Unaffected by Chakron, nobody cares.
Wait,
it can roll all the way up to 40 movement speed.
They're giving it a move speed roll like it's a fucking lightning damage mod.
Increase lightning elemental ailments, duration of ailments.
The triple
Sunblast, what you do to him?
You're right. The first triple one in the league.
My belt. No.
What are the odds? They're pretty low. The odds are pretty low. But yeah, if you have a pair of these that's 40 MS, it's just like still worse than 7 league stats.
The fuck is this?
Unless this item has different. Also, God, there's so many uniques. I'm not even to the third spoiler yet.
What they do to my belt? Throw up to 3 additional traps? Like you throw 3 more traps, or skill switch throw traps? Throw up to 3 additional.
You'd get all these, but quad 1.
Maybe it's like a flat chance. Like 33%. Repeating, of course.
Yeah, the same thing I'm confused about, man.
How much reduced trap vision can you get?
50 here and 40 on your clusters.
They removed the rest of it? Oh, okay. Because if they didn't, this would be brokenly fucking overpowered. Not for cooldown traps. Cooldown traps consume all the charges if you do this. 25 for mediums.
Just
it's
equip
still
2 builds.
possible to get any amount of extra reduced separation at all in the entire game.
Yeah, you get them with some fucking jewels.
Mediums are gone. I'm pretty sure it's all going to be gone. They wouldn't create this if they didn't remove all sources of this from the game. Because it would be absurdly fucking broken. Like, actually, better than Seismic ever was.
Skitterbots aren't enemies?
But default trap duration is,
True. Skitterbots trigger your traps when they attack.
Yes. So the issue is every single boss in the game
it
teleports
throws
around like
3
an asshole,
until you hit
like,
the
all
limit,
time,
probably.
just non-stop. So you throw a trap, and it doesn't even like start doing damage until 2 seconds later, after like an arming time. Explain why. So if you have Spark linked to trap, you throw it. You throw 1 trap. With this, you throw 4 traps. Now there's a gem in the game that does that for you. It's called Cluster Trap, where you throw 2 extra traps. This is 3 extra. But that gem has a downside of like 50% less damage. Or like 55% less damage, I think. This is 3 extra with no downside. This is just, you know, you do 4 times damage, basically, is what this mod means.
Mm-hmm.
Up to? I don't think it matters. That's for cooldown traps? Yeah. Or if you were like at the maximum or something, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Yoey shit.
Yeah.
I think this is.
Yep.
I think
Looking
for
at,
spark
patch
traps,
notes
this is still
changes.
going to be really good.
Dude, Sunblast, I want it.
It's not going to throw 3 extra every
My
single
lightning
time.
trap is
99%
saved.
certain it will throw 3 extra every single time. User distribution. Skill effect duration does not affect totems or trap duration. Or poison duration, no, I don't believe. The reason why Spark is because with prod speed and duration scaling, it doesn't matter. Like, picture you're fighting Maven on Spark. It does not matter where in the arena you are.
Cheap construction can no longer drop.
Off every single wall back and forth non-stop and just hit everything. You would just like throw traps in the middle of the arena and they would just expire. Or not expire. They would just proc on their own. I think this item is actually going to be good for Spark traps and maybe for like some other traps.
Fuck this shit.
Mapping? Oh yeah, for mapping, this would feel so garbage. But I don't know. Like I think
Quality on Swift Assembly. Oh man, come on, man.
it also puts a hard cap on your trap like throwing speed. Like you can't, because you can only have like what 16 by default ish, I think. That's fine. That's not that bad.
How do we get reduced trap duration?
Yeah, for mapping, yeah, it's like swap the belt basically. I think this item is. I think
They have to.
this, assuming it works the way that I think it does.
They have to be missing something.
With Spark, maybe with a few other skills.
Craft of Exile.
But it would need to be skilled like auto target or something, and have long range. That's such an insane damage multiplier. One thing though is like spammable traps already had pretty good damage multipliers. They have a really good mastery. Swift assembly is really good. Sabo has 25%. I guess that's rearm. The rearm stuff still works with this. Yeah, I definitely think I'm going to fuck with this in some way. Are the traps triggered when they expire? Just 2 seconds after you throw them. So it's like playing this while mapping is not even allowed. It's so bad. Because you throw a trap, which has a trap throwing time, which has a travel time, which then has an armor time, duration, which then has a activation time, which then does the skill. Like, fuck that, right? That's like you throw a trap and it kills the pack 3 seconds later. Like, no.
Summon and chopping, which will trigger trap into your minds.
Sabotage reaction is, I believe the wording is when a trap is triggered by an enemy, nearby traps trigger. And this means enemies can never trigger traps, so it would never be able to proc, I think.
The scribbles search for traps and mines you have laid, and trigger and detonate some of them.
Would work. When your traps trigger, nearby traps also triggers. So there's no enemy distinction. So as soon as one expires, they would all blow up. Still, I would never fucking play it while mapping, ever. But it would make it feel a lot better on bosses. Like a lot better on bosses. Even on builds that aren't Spark.
What's poppin'?
Yeah, I think this is actually super OP.
I bought another Scav junk box.
What else is on the item?
I spent all of my money on it.
Have nothing else on it.
You trying to watch that that half in the bag?
Oh yeah.
These two mods. So it's got a resist mod and light radius.
I'm gonna
dead base.
feed the cats and take a shower first. I just got back.
So you lose about 1,000
from
HP
the gym, pretty much.
to get a fucking absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, I'm down.
I would be
Okay.
surprised if there's not a lot of builds that.
You said you gotta take out Yuki?
I gotta feed the cats and take a shower.
Oh, okay, alright.
I think
The scribbles search for traps and mines you have laid, and trigger
give it
or
like
detonate some of
a
them.
6, maybe 5 or 6 out of 10. It was alright.
Yeah, I give it like a solid 7. It was good. I liked it.
That's and then also while you're at it, just go ahead and reserve Petrified Life for Aura. Don't run Petrified Blood, obviously.
Where's the rest of it?
Actually, the fighting sequences were good in it, man. And just
they were.
When your
the
traps
variety
trigger,
in kills
and
kind of
nearby
elevates
trap
it. Now that I think about it.
No longer has any of the mods that it used to have. Pretty much.
Might be somewhere between a 6.5 and a 7.
When he overhead pressed that bear.
Oh yeah,
that was insane.
Yeah, actually.
With like an essence mod and then undead +2 crafted +1.
Okay. Should be back in like 15 minutes.
I'm not sure how insane this
Okay.
scales. I know flat jumps usually scale pretty well, but does it have life on it? Why did I ask? I'm so fucking stupid. I'm actually just
no trap duration.
asking. Still, if you were to find this early game, you'd be pretty happy about this. Brittle is not a lightning helmet. The effect should be pretty good. In the early game, yeah. Like, this fits the theme with a lot of the other items where it's like, it's pretty good if you were to find it on day one and its unique theme fits your build. Good. But you'll replace it. Because increased effective ailments, you get 40% from mastery, you get 30% on amulet, 30% on boots. A lot of lightning skills have like a little bit of effect already on the skill by default. So like you'd be really happy to have this item if you were playing like some sort of like lightning caster on day one. But after that, I think you'd have better. Day 2 maybe. It having no life is always just one of those things that is just sad. Give me a life roll, man. One life roll. One. It doesn't even need to be crafted. Just like 40. 46 life. Just enough that I like can cope. Oh, a dual recoup item. Cool. Does it have life on it? Yeah, we saw this one already. This one's pretty cool as well. I wonder if this is actually going to be a thing. For anybody. No shot. I'm thinking like supports or minion builds. But it doesn't have a Moosey roll at all, right? Oh, no, it does still. Jesus, 400. I think this item was actually close to being usable at one point. Let me double check. So it's got 12% life. $400 regen, like some armor and resist. A lot of regen. So another one of those uniques where it's just like, here's 4 times the regen. So that's cool. I'm almost through the uniques. This has been like an hour of uniques only. What the fuck? More of this, that. One thing they need to change, they need to change Blasphemy. Because right now, Blasphemy gets 0 to 76% increased AoE as its form of scaling. Over the last like 4 years, they've modernized like every skill in the game basically to instead scale with plus radius instead of increased AoE, so players can still scale AoE afterwards. Whereas with Blasphemy, it's like, it's fucking garbage. You just can't even scale it because it has so much baseline. Cannot have non-Spectre plus 2 Spectre. But you lose plus 2 all. What else does this item have on it? That's like plus 2 is a... It lost these two. So it literally is like plus 2 for your meat shield minions. And then plus 2 Spectres. That seems good. Like, one of the biggest things with more Spectres isn't necessarily just like more damage. Oh, you can't have meat shield? Right. Cannot have non-Spectre minions. Plus 2 minion gems. So what is that like? Bone offering? Is there any other like convocation? Like, it's literally, yeah, it's a helmet that gives plus 2 minions. Which, to be fair, a helmet that gives plus 2 Spectres, I'm pretty sure in early game minion builds, I would happily play. Because when you have more Spectres, their AI is less shit. They have better coverage than, like, that won't be used. It won't be used in in-game BIS POBs, but neither will 99% of these, and also that's not the goal of any of these changes. They don't want uniques to exist in a state where the best in slot item is just Spectres. Just non-stop, or not Spectres, it's just uniques. Because it's boring and lame. But is it usable in the early game? I think definitely. It's not even going from 4 to 6. Isn't 4 to 6 when you have a chess mod? Or is chess mod 5? I forgot many counts. Zombies are better early game? They might be. They might be. I have no desire to play minions.
I'm trying to make that Infernal Mantle work.
The only
maybe
thing you're excited
Muko's
about from
Embrace.
gearing is you have gearing now. Instead of just make a helmet, make cluster duels. Having shields in a ring.
Okay, set and forget gives what now?
Feel better on minion builds for sure. Instead of just wearing life resist gear.
It just has 15% increased area effect.
2%. Okay. Okay.
How long do trap last?
So weird. This is like enabling leech for like deadly ailment builds that have like literally no hits. But like, that's weird. Winterweave not a faded unique? Is that just a unique you dropped in the game? Or is it called something else? I thought that was a faded unique. You heard of the faded version last leg? They might have. I'm not sure. Alrighty, finally, on to the next section. Jesus, dude. I understand why they don't want to make these kind of patch notes, but players want these patches anyways. That was like an hour. Like, that was a lot of information. Like I'm like exhausted. Alright, on to the next stuff. Remove and replace with skills that make it more like a divine specific master mission. Oh, is this the old Watchstone mods? Oh fuck yes, dude. Oh, this is amazing.
Yo.
Just like the mapping existence is gonna be so much nicer. Like you're just gonna blast through, collecting your life force from harvest, killing monsters, not getting swarmed with a million fucking Archnin mods from random mechanics, and you get the master missions you want. Like, oh, are these notables? They're notables for grand design as well. I wonder if they're all in like one spot, just like the oh, this is actually so amazing. Like this is so amazing. I'm fairly confident the wording of this means that if you have a mission that says completing a map has a plus 4% chance for a bestiary mission, having this will not be able to like make it juice. It's still just like the base ones, the base spawning, and the base from completing a map. Why are they so good? Because it helps you focus all your efforts. It's similar in power to the blocking modes, where it's like, you know, you block breach and you get plus 2% of everything else, which is like really powerful because fuck breach anyways, right?
I'm gonna go back up to the items.
Instead of getting these worthless Nico missions,
God damn, how far did I go down?
And these nerfed Einhorn missions that don't even give anything.
Holy shit.
Like Alva, like fuck off. Seriously, Alva, who cares? So instead you get Dunes. Because guess what? You're not gonna have the Divine Orbs in Self-Bound to be able to Suffix cannot be changed, Veiled Chaos, or Ashling.
Deep Storm gives no more elemental risk. That's
I need
it.
to farm a lot of
Close
fucking
ribbon.
I need to farm an Ashling. Like,
the fuck is this thing?
That's good. Like I'm gonna have this clicked always. Well, not always. Once I'm done with my Atlas for a league, and I no longer require
Thunder Fist
for my Atlas. It's this 1 in 30 maps. No, it's not. It's like 1 in 5 or something, or 1 in 4.
Yo,
it's very common. Defense balance. I assume most of this stuff is like probably just copy pasted for the manifesto, but every now and then there's extra things that just kind of show up, so might as well go through it all. You're not to respawn them. Your maps are too slow, and you think you do more maps than you actually
Time Clasp,
which is like the side effect of doing juice maps. When you're spending 15 minutes per map, and you get 1 master mission per hour, so you get 3 over the course of like a day, then it feels like they're super rare. But when you map like you do in Self-Found, where your maps are 2.5 minutes, it's real quick.
Victorious Flight, Normal, Mana.
Suppression change for tuna builds. It's a little annoying. Oh, I do want to see how they did this. If they gave more info on this.
World's Vision.
This hasn't changed at all. if you want to make your build as good as possible and have any chance of killing Ubers like Deathless, this has not changed. Like giving Ubers like 15 to 40% pen and no suppression penetration, guaranteed that this stat would be mandatory forever. And it is still possible to get.
Instead, it now has a debuff and expire 100% faster.
Every single build, basically. Including 2-end builds. Like for me, most builds that are
has 25% cast speed, 20%
like,
attack speed, 20%
be
reduced
a
skill
normal
effect
build, going over
duration.
here and like doing a bunch of stuff with mini builds, and then I get rid of my 10 worst nodes, and I do this. And you either take this mastery if you can, this one if you can't. And that's just it. Some builds can get enough with Mage Bane and Reflexes, most can't. But as long as you have one cluster, either Entrench or Instinct, for builds that are like top left, just make it to Instinct, bottom right, make it to Entrench.
Did it? I don't think so.
It's enough to get capped if all of your gear is full T1s.
No, I did not.
Fuck me, it's a pain on the ass.
Maybe it's further down, I don't know.
It's not a choice, so.
It's not.
You need shift formation to be enough.
What's the official wiki now?
Got enough from
PoE wiki. PoEwiki.net.
Some abilities do. Like Maven Cold Trails at 15 pen. The Fireball's like 30 pen. Shaper pen on his balls go from 25 to 40 when you go to Ubers.
At least that's what everyone uses now. Instead of the fandom.
Annihilation from Exarch has 15 pen. Eater has no pen that I know of.
Wonder Trap unique boots.
I think Elder Slam might have.
What were the maces you would use?
Because Elder Slam isn't
for
actually
being overcut
in PWDB.
Nebulous.
Damage for conversion.
So I have no
damage for conversion.
The penalty's damage is.
Yeah.
But I think it has pen.
Would it just be Eternity Shroud? That seems.
Don't ever anoint Panopticon. Ever. It's
yeah, what they do to my boy Wormsmold.
It's not pad. It's basically like
fire 100% fire to chaos.
It cannot be evaded.
Eternity Shroud.
Yeah.
But so for like the logic behind anointing Panopticon is the same as the logic behind clicking your flasks and pathability.
What would you use?
If you have greater than 25 million DPS,
big fizz
you
damage
can the boss
skill,
instantly.
Spectral Helix. Okay.
You can click flasks and you can anoint Panopticon because the bosses are dying instantly. So it's just like
what the fuck did they do to Wormsmold?
The target faster than anything else could do, right? It's like from 6 to 4 seconds.
It now has 500 to 1000 increased total recovery per second from life leech.
If the boss gets to fight back and you're actually doing like real content, Panopticon is like always bait. It's just always bait because your totems die. Like one tick.
So
like any mechanic from any Uber boss kills your totems basically. If your totems are not resist capped, they're not alive. It's just PvP.
Wormsmold seems like it's something broken.
Where'd Ollie go?
What is intuition?
There's all.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh.
It's total recovery, not maximum recovery. I was about to say it, dude.
Are servers gonna be offline all week?
No, shouldn't. They just turned them. They just turned them off for now, I guess, because they expected thousands of people logging in.
This made me lost 1 tier of suppression.
I wonder what he's doing with Rage Vortex. Should he even bother?
8 to 10,
Should I
11
just wait?
to 13.
Servers are up. You can log in now.
No, but if I was doing Rage
16,
Vortex,
17,
I'd be in POV right now anyway.
That's 5 tiers. Didn't we have 6 before? Or was it 5?
Wait, how much do we have? 7 days and 20 hours. Yep, releases on August 19. Fuck me, dude. It's 8 fucking days, dude. 8 days of suffrage.
I know.
I'm gonna fucking rent a car and Uber all day, all week, dude.
That's good.
Defense got touched. Sure, nice, cool. Next. Arctic armor is no worse.
That's the best part.
No, it's not.
What? Wait, really?
My Hex Blast build was like easily over.
Oh shit!
That are nearby.
They got History Channel?
Like, not over.
They got some bangers.
Actually, it's fine.
Vindancer, the most picked keystone for Trickster.
If your divines are bad, you just click more. Right here. But the version that paths to Entrench, the endgame version, the Chainbreaker version, exact 100%. No ability to get a single extra point of suppression anywhere. So, but the Chainbreaker version supposed to be generous and just like pretend it's still a 20% damage loss. Which means effectively, if you farm this gear level, and let's go over what this gear level is. +1 dot multi chance to poison. This character would need Coda Chapnel to replace that chance to poison. But a 5-mod dagger, Business Chaos Shield, Unveiled Helmet with 51% effective despair, and the enchant and duration. Pure defensive chest.
Look how fucking kitted this shit is, man.
CDR didn't matter that much, so like Business Chaos. +2 dot multi-neck, multi-motor with throwing speed, and anoint. Wrap throwing speed belt with CDR. Defensive items here. 2-3 modules. If you farmed this gear and played base game instead of Gauntlet, you would be about as powerful as I was last patch at the about 18 to 20 hour mark from a fresh start. For a reference of how much worse it is.
Time to go to PR Ninja.
The total number reduction went from right about 1.53 million to about 600k. So, cut in like close to a third, but maybe like it's like between like a third and a fourth, right? So, still
Huey
playable,
Ninja.
but
The trade.
you can make a better build with this gear level, basically, which is good. So 11 stop lifetime blessing. You can. This POB hasn't fixed it, which is a good point. So if you also get rid of Malevolence because you haven't fixed your ability to run this yet, then you're down fucking bad. Like you're really down bad. But you can still run Malevolence. You just need like.
She was smart.
You need 2 reduced mana cost per on your gear, and
trade
like a reduced mana cost flask and like a divergent inspiration, and like 2 extra masteries for, or like this or something to like have extra mana pool. It's still runnable. It requires a little more investment. It's enough of a nerf that I have no desire to consider POBing or playing Seismic, which was the goal, and I'm glad, and thank fucking God. Like, if you just love the skill, you love everything about it, it's still playable, but I'm not gonna do it. Devouring Diadem now, so you can do Divine Blessing and so is the Veiled mod. How does that enable Divine Blessing? Just because you have some ES? But you don't have life as ES anymore. You're not going to have very much ES. And do this Ghost Shrouds. Doubt it. Another nerf later in the patch notes? I doubt it. But let's find out. Ever to focus 2? I already counted that.
Why is the auto stopping? I don't get it, man.
How much compensation is here? 29% on level 20, 10% effect. Yeah, if you have ES. If you have a Devouring Diadem and no
what?
You're gonna have like 250 ES. 300 ES, right? Not very much.
What?
You need like a little bit of investment still. Like an inspiration and like something probably. But losing Ghost Shrouds is kind of huge. I'd rather use 2 hybrid ES pieces and still use Ghost Shrouds and just use a different skill. I already know about this. I already know about this. Maybe they buffed some of these by more than was announced originally. Every single number that I see is the exact same as it was.
What? Fidel Castro.
This was to make it a little less easy to use with Divine Blessing.
Dude, no way. That's unreal.
What is this? Oh, it's this item. I remember.
Oh.
I'm not smart enough. Someone tell me if it's good or not. What's the deal with Hateforge? Someone said when I was talking, like during the announcement, that Hateforge is bad now. They were just like a Twitch tip chatter, right? Or did it actually get changed after the patch? Does it change after ult? I'm not sure. I know it got nerfed mid-league.
I'll be right back while I figure out what to do here.
Mid-league nerfed and reverted. Yeah, the flask nerfs are definitely better Pathfinder. The ability to self-permitting flask? I have no idea. It was still against VLS. So right now on standard, those like infinite VLS builds are still in the game, right? Like, that's kind of all that needs to. Like, I need to know. VLS is half damage now. If VLS was the one that was triple hitting, yes. But that bug fix in here refers to triple hitting, not double hitting. I think there's no standard players in here. Like nobody actually knows if Hateforge is still good. I already talked about Trickster. Oh shit! Hardest to avoid is still in the game. It's just the Uber Jewel only. So Charles, does that mean there's no infinite VLS spam next league? In league? Correct? Okay. F. Along about Trickster? It was before patch notes. Before patch notes, after the manifesto. Still the same. I really wish this node was just like 15%, but then capped at because it has to be low because of how broken it is with armor stacking.
I saw some of those reviews.
I think this is like Juggernaut's bit. They're like all like I think the defense. If it was like 15% and then capped, I'd like it more. Going past like 100k armor is weird.
So
Sucks.
gotta find.
Still sucks. They nerfed Pathfinder, the worst ascendancy in the game. And this is still just the Omni nerf. Melding got -4 max res. And it's harder to divine now.
Lightning trap.
You can start. Do you know like what your build is and shit for that?
Yeah.
All right,
Attack,
start doing
focus,
practice, run,
unique
Sammy.
weapons with shock-related stats.
I want to see that
I swear
5-hour
to fucking
Act 10.
God. If I open this spoiler and Starforge gets nerfed. Okay, we're good.
5-hour Act 10 should be easily. Yeah, I don't know about easily, but should be achievable.
Alright, let's do it.
6 hours is acceptable.
Let's do it live on stream.
If your Act 1 to 2 is more than an hour, then just restart the run.
With innocent. Oh, plus 15 instead of that. Instead of plus 10.
Nothing like a brisk dip to start the day.
Best build, Rage Vortex, obviously. Always has been, always will be.
Is it possible
the best
to
build
murder
actually,
someone who's
it's just
already dead?
Nightblade, Helix, probably. Last Lightning Strike. I haven't POB'd that build yet, because I wasn't going to bother until I saw patch notes to see if it was nerfed or not. But like, you know, Blessing being changed, plus this being removed changes things for it. This Chainbreaker sucks. Oh fuck! I forgot they removed Chainbreaker when they nerfed it. I forgot about this. Fuck. Alright, so
It's nice not being dead yet.
this shit is
Ooh. I got an iron ring. That's huge.
like Chainbreaker got like deleted and was 314, right?
Lana,
And then it's like
goodbye.
it's a buff. This is not even close to a buff. This is so far from a buff. This is like absurdly far from a buff.
Stay sharp out there.
Like previously on a melee build, right? Because Rage is a melee mechanic for the most part. It's bottom left circle oriented, right? It's melee. On a melee build, I could reach 12 Rage per second with 3 suffixes on my gear total and a boot enchant, which puts my character at like 50 mana regen. Now,
Take care.
now I need 300 mana regen.
What the fuck?
To have that same level. Like,
The furnace down at the slaughterhouse. Yes, that's what this place smells like.
but that's fine because the Chainbreaker version of Rage Vortex, I never planned on reaching. It's like super late. You need clarity. Yeah, you need that clarity, some veiled rings for flat mana regen, and also mana regen. And it's so much for that version of Chainbreaker to beat old Chainbreaker. You need so much investment.
AVP had one. That movie's stupid.
Shut up, AVP.
Yeah, that movie is.
Shut up, AVP.
He always seems
When you have mana
harmless?
buff,
What?
your defense stat of mana regen doesn't go up.
What?
Like, this is better for builds that are extraordinarily invested into it, which is really hard to do on builds that Rage is good for. So, like, this is worse for builds that Rage is good for, and better for, like, some weird type that Rage is good. Like the hardest rules.
I'm impressed by how much this place wants me dead.
New cluster where it used to be crippled through lightning against shotgun enemies. Okay. Above failed functions. That's kind of cool. Doesn't matter to me. I can do the POV stuff first of a lightning caster with the lightning gems soon. By soon, I mean not sure that.
Some people were thinking skitterballs, but they were on the right track, but they were not thinking big enough. So the problem with skitterballs is that you can't get the shock effect high enough. But with Necromancer, what you can do is you can have Desecrate, and everything around that gets struck and chilled. And then you do that crazy effect that we were doing on DD. Now you're doing boom, 60% shock that never go away. So you can put down a Desecrate and then go like boom. And that's shock.
I'm trying to think about what's possible. Because, like, we stack every source of easily accessible lightning effect, or ailment effect on that build. We already had it all. And our shock was 37%. Getting from 37 to 60, I'm sure it's possible. Does that exist on computer? But it's harder to clusters and a few other things. It's really hard. Overshock instead of faster casting. That doesn't work on Desecrate. There's no gem that can help you because it's an ascendancy thing fighting there. Mana increases shock value mastery.
Yeah. Yo, they added more shock effect to the tree.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I think I'd rather just play a though.
DD.
Like,
it's back on the menu.
That or like Storm Brand.
Copia.
I'll just do it.
It's been back on the menu.
No, you
Oh. It lost like 40% more damage or some shit.
Did they remove Katarina from the game?
And I'm telling you right now, DD did not do enough
They
damage.
didn't remove Katarina.
for
We're
that.
good. Katarina still has 50, right? This is better.
DD could have lost 20%. No, because it got hit by everything else too. No, it's just not.
That's good.
DG, yeah. DDD needed to get buffed. to
Although
stay
I
for the
really wish
meta,
they would
honestly.
address stun and ways to get immune in general.
Or not touched at all.
So I feel
That'd
like
be cutting
the
it
fact
really
that
close.
every build is like that can't just get immune from Narcensi. The solution is have 7 jewels, farm harvest. It used to be farm harvest for about
Clearing is
150
probably
hours.
still something.
That used to be your solution, but that's fucking lame.
God forbid you do a boss.
Yeah, I wish the stat increased stuff threshold existed in more places and at much higher numbers. Like really high numbers.
Low on mine.
On gear. Like all of those items that like hybrid, like Armor ES for example, it rolls hybrid with increased stun and block recovery. Instead, just make it like 50% stun threshold instead of like 17% stun block recovery. The 2011 mechanic, yeah, stun is garbage. Stun is so fucking bad. Like your character should just like naturally become immune to stun. Like 1% chance to avoid stun for level. And by that I mean 100% chance at every level. That's cringe. That's stun. Like, stun immune. Alright. What? I never noticed that before. Style breaks is available in every single instead of only when breach is active on the map list. Or possibly? F to innovate. Monsters are now unable to evade reflecting. Monsters. But it keeps players. It wouldn't matter anyway. I wonder when this was relevant. There's no way it was stacking itself, right? I wonder what this means. Permafrost was fucking OP. It did so much damage. I mean, the pet was getting evaded. I mean, if you're playing on a Pale or you already had like a stick cap or stuff, I don't know. That's why I did so much damage? Maybe.
Going, dude. Okay, okay.
Why is it a sound? The fuck? He didn't fix the splitting audio for this? Look at his face.
Do I like that? I don't know if I like that.
Your VODs don't sound? Does that mean the clips don't either? So like, when it was live, it...
Oh,
It's so bad. I mean, we just have less Minecraft, you know? But we have more Drew missions. I'm not too worried. And all of my PODs have failed previously. Don't be lucky.
I need more pockets.
What? No.
I watched like half of that movie and I just put it down. Oh yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? The Scorn Essence made him read the crits?
He said he had powers because he was autistic. Oh, yup.
That about didn't work? I think it did here. I think what this is saying is the loathing.
Oh, yup. I like that one. That was cool.
Yeah, they get all the... Get the Yakuza boss.
Yeah. The fucking Spetsnaz guy from Russia.
It's a child's playhouse compared to this. They sure don't make them like they used to.
Yeah, it might have been. Not sure. Oh shit. Alrighty, what do we got? Add it back. Bad. Okay. Kind of okay, but kind of dangerous. Really good boss. Good. This still has easy bosses. Good. Bad boss. Dangerous. Good. Bad boss. bats. Say excavation, I think of two things. Audrey dying to bats, and Lily dying to cancer. Leyline is something. I really hope this map.
What? That would be horrendous, dude. Oh, I'd love it.
Back to a lot of legend maps are being added back. Alright, what's going? Who cares? Rip City Square. Rip Courtyard. Rip Fields. Rip Toxic Sewers. Atlas. Love that. You know, alright, you know what we need? When you beat the campaign and you run your first map and you do the quest with Kira.
Yeah, she does say it. She says, "Come on,
Come on, hit me!
She needs to give you a divine.
I'm right here, come on! Do it!
So Grotto has a fusing div card and an alt div card now. I don't know what any of these are.
That'd be awesome. I'd watch the fuck out of that movie.
It is still 2. Holy shit. When I saw this get reduced from 3 Chaos Orbs to 2, I thought it was going to go from 2 to 1. This used to be 2, right? Not 3? So it's just like 1 cheaper? Isn't it 3 in League? Is it? It might have gone from 3-3 to 2-2.
What?
What is this?
That's fine. But if the lead mechanic gives you a ton of Chaos Orbs, this lead mechanic does not look like the kind of lead mechanic that's going to give a lot of currency. It really doesn't. So I think we're going to have less cancers in the floor.
Yeah, what? I want to watch that movie.
Really easy bases and easy alt qualities. You would never play this, right? You would never pay either of these. Like Legion, when you combine it with Scarabs,
yeah.
But I don't think you can combine the Scarabs or the Scarabs. Is rarity affecting currency now? No. So the scenario where rarity affects currency is the modifiers that convert things into currency. So like there exists a possible Archnem modifier where it converts all the items that are dropped by the monster into currency. If you have a ton of rarity and that monster would have dropped a ton of rares and uniques, you get better currency. But for like everything else in the game, no. Care what the... I'm definitely gonna look into the lightning caster of the plate. See if I can make it like the I still just hate streaming. It's like when I'm doing building stuff, it's normal for me to go like 6 hours and like I'm like watching LCS and shit like one and like not make any meaningful changes and then like action improvements and stuff like, go around. It's not like a condensed like viewable experience. Oh fuck yes! What about master missions?
Ew.
What if they only did it for the crafts and not for master missions? Alright, 3.20 we can get master missions, that's fine. Master missions are easier to click, true. Although, I don't think we're gonna have infused crafts from Harvest anymore. So, we're not gonna have like all those just like blocking your scroll bar basically. Lightning Strike the same or better. Lightning Strike's worse, but it's not muted itself. I love that I read this comment about muting stream and just said muted instead of
It
nerf.
moves like a killer, yet reeks of thaumaturgy.
But
Would that I
like
could
Lightning Strike
observe
didn't get
you more
nerfed, Lampley
closely,
didn't
my
get nerfed,
mysterious
but
shadow.
Divine Blessing got nerfed. You have to solve Divine Blessing now. It's not just free. And then they also nerfed the mana reservation mastery. You have to like make sure your mana still functions. Yeah, Omni got nerfed, but like,
dude, he's
if
got
you're on
a
the stage
lineage
and you're
beard
wearing
in his hand.
you're past the point where nerfs matter. I think.
Those beers go hard.
They're pretty good. Yeah, I like.
'Cause, like, if you applied that Omni nerf to my character and didn't tell me, I wouldn't know. and my guy wasn't even strong. He was looking stuff on hardcore like 1200 Oh. Does this mean life pods aren't going to work anymore? Spooky. Oh, they fixed the Eater of World skip. This is not bug. That's how Shaper works. When Shaper has a clone out, he can't use the clone's ability. That's just how it works. Like them saying fixed and has a low chance is really weird. Like, I guess the reason it's a problem is because in normal Shaper, he only spawns one clone. So if he spawns a beam clone, he'll cast balls. If he spawns a ball clone, he'll cast beam. And then he'll like try to slam you. And then the clone despawns. But the issue is on Uber Shaper, when he spawns ball plus beam clone, Shaper can only slam and default attack. And Shaper AI doesn't want to walk towards you to default attack. Like that's not his goal. His goal is to cast, but he can't cast. So he just like walks in circles if you're not in slam range. So I don't like this change at all. I'd rather they just... No, I mean, he can always slam whatever he wants to. He can always do that. It's only the ball from the beast that get like immediately turned off. But I'd rather they just fully unlock him instead. Like this low chance skills using.
That was good, dude.
I'm so good at this. Big.
Like, this is just gonna be like some unpredictable, like weird behavior instead of being consistently harder. It'll just randomly be harder, and like that's not ideal.
To do a scav. Dude, the Netflix games.
I haven't played them or heard about them.
I didn't. Yeah, they're on there. I've never played it. 1% of subscribers are playing them. Let me go on the app right now on my phone.
Does this mean we can apply chill to frozen targets now?
%1 of 0 is still 1%.
True. Hammy, you're so smart.
This is huge. This is actually huge.
What the fuck?
Getting a strong kill from boots is still possible.
Getting absolutely destroyed by these doggos.
For some.
Bros?
Dog bros.
Hello.
Did we get any trap after killing this boy?
The rare dogs.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's like the fastest mob in the game in Aquaman.
And I did that much damage, and it never worked. Huh, I'm playing melee. Fucking weird. Easy choice.
Where do I even find the games?
It just says
aura. Oh, there it is.
So I assume that means effect on enemies and on yourself, right? I'm gonna assume it means everything. And the cap wasn't increasing. Yeah, increased effective auras on you shouldn't work. But like the generic global effective auras, that should work. And the effect on enemies should work.
Wait, there's a
And
League of
I'm
Legends
pretty sure
game
what it's
on
saying
here?
is neither of them ever worked. So
What's
Pry
the
was
Ziggs
only ever
game?
39%.
Yeah, the Ziggs one.
And now it's... I mean, just looking at my... Let's see. Rage Vortex character. This character does not invest heavily into auras at all. My pride is... giving me... I really wish they didn't fuck up POV.
Yeah, that probably doesn't cost them a
3.4
lot
to
of money.
5.3.
Games.
Do you have to download them?
So
Yeah, it's on your
I should have-
phone.
They did 6% more damage. I had 39%.
Your phone game.
That's, I mean... That's substantial. That's as big of a buff
Ezra
as
Miller.
Summer got to every single Pride build.
Mr. Duckworth.
Need to go grab my charger.
I love when you got me out.
Huge up for Champion Thunder. Play Berserker, please. Please. If you're attacking with a skill that says slam,
My balls are in your
play
mouth.
Berserker.
Sucking them,
Stay
sucking them,
sharp
sucking
out
them,
there.
sucking them up.
Hello. Be well. What little help I can offer.
A bug. Enemies made my torch system damage. Yeah, that's a bug. Based on the wording of it. But no
I
one
love
touches
this
it
tall
anymore, so it's
goddess.
What little help.
I noticed this a lot when playing banners.
While we live, we are blessed.
What the fuck is brand search? Is this a skill in Path of Exile? Oh, Shabby Staff?
Mhm.
Oh, okay, it's an item.
Mm-hmm.
Nice for
Take
leveling.
care.
Act 1 buffed. We're about to get fucking dumpstered in Ledge, man. Thankfully, I'm gonna have Splitting Steel. And some life nodes.
Yes? While we live, we are blessed.
Wait, does this mean you couldn't open a map if you didn't pay like Chaos Orbs? If you had this bug? Looked up. It says in the Ledge and the Spectred versions would not do it. And I'm pretty sure this is accurate. I don't remember ever being burned by these guys in Ledge, only in the Coast. because charge, dash, ignite, or poison will be too quickly.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Ooh, loading loot.
What the fuck? They brought this back for a patch and then put it again? I submit the language.
It
I have to read it all day. Korean. My first time ever reading this word. Forgive me my English. It's anime, I think. Okay, dude. I'm scared of something. Oh, that dot is. Oh, fuck. I popped it. Alrighty, that was a lot. I'm pretty sure half of my time spent was scrolling through these changes, and only like 4 of them were involved. Also for the poison change, but hence the poison isn't global anymore on daggers. I saw it. Just go to draft mill. So, for those that didn't know, Raging Vortex was the best build, and still is the best. That's all. Top 5 uniques. Sunblast, Meat Heart, Obliteration, Lightning Coil. I don't know what the one was. Don't have one. I'm gonna run loud. Cool. But my access nail chance is gone effectively. Like last patch and the patch prior, with Atlas being as strong as it was, mainly last patch, I had a real chance of
Someone's
getting
being busy.
my helmet enchant on any build because I had a absurd amount of Gift of the Goddesses because I fully optimized my harvest gameplay for it by clicking on the node to say harvest, and that's cool. That's gone now. So I'm not gonna just get a few Gift of the Goddesses per day for free, so I have to run normal labs, which means I once again have to check PoE lab every day, see if it's a good lab, so a good chance. That sucks. In general, like when I'm PoE, I can't really do that shit. Unless I already have it, or I have like you pray to keep the harvest vines? I really doubt it. It didn't, I mean, that didn't say everything, didn't give some hope, but they didn't list any of the harvest things they changed, any of the crafts, because there was too many changes to one of them. They only listed bestiary and Neo. For divines, I think they should have listed harvest divines if they're removing them. Just because they're both listed bestiary and Neo. Yeah, but I think the order dropped like 100. And we don't know what the rolls were. We don't know what the gaps were. You can't really use numbers the same way you use like videos. Did you see their Molten Strike character trying to fight Abyss monsters? Oh fuck. Bane patch. I think Bane's a good build. Besides me dead. Not dead, but it's no longer the best build. If you have to gear the Lord Pride to make something feel good, there's better builds you can play. Best boss killer? I don't think Bane's bad. I don't think the skill is like far from being playable. It's simple, okay? It's simple. Always plus 4 base radius on Bane, okay? An additional 15% more damage buff compared to what it's getting in the patch notes. 30% more damage necessary. 30% more on Soul Rim. Plus 2 target Soul Rim. And I didn't already say it, plus 1 radius on Bane. And if we had all of that, it'd be fine. Like this like non-white Soul Rim base setup, I think it's fun to actually like could the issue is the highest level of damage that I think I can ever get in Self-Hound. It's just shy of 3 million dot. And the thing is, 3 million dot is not bad, but it's 3 million dot maintaining 3 dots, one of which lasts for a second. So it's a very active dot build in the sense that it's not really a dot build. Whereas Cold Dot also has like 3 million cap, it's in your level, and the dots last longer, and it's like 4 to 6 second instant. And then Ignite has like easy 6 mil. Like easy 6 mil on Hex Blast. And that's a real dot. That's a 6 second Ignite. You can get like Valve Blast up to like 10 mil. So like, and this build has to go Blister. Like the gear level required in this build scale in the game, that is just not worth it. It's similar to like new size basically, I think. It's like if you just love the skill and you want to make it work, I can understand. Why did you do that? Of honor, it pains me greatly. Hard time call for hard. I can figure were the circumstances bigger, you'll do this. Not 3 different characters is what I think it is, which is has value.
I almost feel sorry for some Flame Breaks.
I need more lead. Works. Ring's not good. I mean, the ring's fine. That's what it's for. And it even has like a better than life defense on. I've seen the belt in like a dozen POBs over the last few days. I mean, before they fucked up Chainbreaker, I had the helmet in my in-game Rage Vortex POB, but Chainbreaker is dog shit now, so. That's it. It's still in my Sunder POB. Fine. Beautiful. The issue with Sunder, I think, is that Rage Vortex is better in every way. Compared to Sunder and Earthshatter. I think.
So this Ben guy's actually serious about Rage Vortex.
Yeah, this Ben character.
It's like, you only do damage, like...
This Ben individual.
Your rage advantage
Ben individual.
is really fucking lame. You have, like, swings of power.
Farewell.
As your Rite of Ruined Rage goes from 0 to 70 with Berserk, which is going to feel awkward to play, all while doing less damage and having less movement speed and attack speed.
Okay, which way do they go?
Play Thunder's good enough? I think so. And this is how I was going to play Thunder. You have to, like, look at this differently. Like, the way that I did this POV is, like, with the assumption that you're attacking once per second on Thunder, and not faster at all. Like, if you look at, like, Earthshatter Slammer with Zerker, you attack, like, twice per second, usually, at least. Like you're attacking.
Still alive, are we?
Whereas Sunder going more than twice per second is really bad because it's just fucking up your hydrosphere damage. Like this is like the actual
Farewell.
The actual damage.
There we go.
Like
After Fair Graves.
1 attack per second, like this is what I would expect to do. The issue is like when Berserk
You get lightning trap.
like worse. Not that much worse.
Game's over.
And playing this before you have the helmet is probably going to be like super low damage. And for builds, it's Battle Mage Cry, so it's literally auto attack.
What the hell's going on?
5 mil roll? I mean, 5 mil's fine. Like, this is 5 mil actually, yes. Like, not PvP, yes. Like, that's cool. It's 5 mil when factoring in downtime. Not terrible. Playable.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What's your subject? Date streamer named Nicole. Nope. Why are you PvP? You set things to 12? Who knows, man? Who knows?
Winkle. Lightning trap.
Why do I like Rage Protect? Did like it uses those guys?
Lightning Trapper!
Like 1 or 2.
I'm trying to go as fast as I can, but I'm not lucky with the fucking shoes, man. I didn't get any movement boots.
Deadeye poison nuts. Why would you ever do that? Also, using that that's less damage than Spare, Temp Chains, or Punishment. You have to have 4 curses before you can consider it's not this mark. If you have 4 curses on your build, probably not.
Arc Trickster Copium. Arc is back. This league for sure.
Enable, like, make a super slow hitting poison build. Like, feel good.
Would the more be good on art?
Probably, yeah, you get fucked up.
My first dance with a lady of quality. Pity she let herself go like that.
Fucking 43 minutes till first boss, dude.
Till Act 1 boss?
Act 1 clear, yeah.
Yeah, you should. Once you hit 30 minutes and you weren't even kind of close, you should started. I mean, it depends if you actually want to get fast, though.
It's irrelevant.
If not, who cares? Just fucking have your 10-hour league start. But if you actually want to get fast, that's just restart. Don't have 30 minutes after that. Or close to 35 is okay, I guess.
He's my guy.
The fucking damage is horrendous until you get there.
This guy. I don't think I have the gear though right now. Good enough.
The end of learning is
A beast.
You would give an alternative. Okay. Raider with Death Rush. Onslaught, Adrenaline. How do you get elusive?